Chapter 1196. After collecting the corpses of the corporeal realm experts, Chen looked at the 8 people calmly. As for the anger on his face, it had long since disappeared. Now that Chen thought about it, he felt that the sudden appearance of the elder ape was intentional. The pressure released by the sky splitter was not targeted at the devil ape, but at these demons. The elder ape's sudden appearance to prevent them from getting the sky splitter was purely to kill them. However, Chen did not understand why he killed one of them, but he guessed that it was because of him. If he faced 3 people, he would definitely die. However, if he faced 2 corporeal realm experts, he might have a chance of survival. Chen was surrounded by 8 emptiness realm experts on the ground and 2 corporeal realm experts in the sky. Chen's body was surrounded by emptiness energy. Before the 8 emptiness realm experts could make a move, he dashed toward one of them. "You're courting death." The 8 emptiness realm experts roared and activated their emptiness realm space. A powerful pressure swept toward Chen. At the same time, the 2 corporeal realm experts in the sky attacked at the same time. 2 streams of spatial energy fell toward Chen. At this moment, the 8 emptiness realm experts and the 2 corporeal realm experts attacked Chen at the same time. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly resounded in the sky. It was Chen who took out the dragon soul spear. This was the first time Chen took out the dragon soul spear since his breakthrough. The dragon soul appeared on the spear and stared coldly at one of the emptiness realm experts. At the same time, a powerful destructive aura emanated from the spear. Chen gripped his spear and abruptly stabbed forward. Bang! With a loud bang, the law of illusion was broken by Chen. Then, the dragon soul spear turned into a silver light and rushed toward one of the emptiness realm experts. Puff! With a flash, the dragon soul spear pointed at the forehead of the emptiness realm expert and instantly pierced through it. The emptiness realm expert died and fell. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment the emptiness realm expert died, a black glove appeared on Chen's right hand. He held the ancient long blade tightly and slashed twice toward the void. The blade light streaked across with a dazzling radiance, instantly striking the 2 realms of reality before being destroyed by the realms of reality. Although the saber beam was destroyed in one strike, Chen managed to dodge the attack of the reality realm precepts and successfully dodged to the side. Swoosh! As Chen flashed, the lightning wings on his back vibrated at an extremely fast speed. He was like a phantom. With a flash of light, he appeared in front of the second emptiness realm expert. He raised the long saber in his hand and slashed down. Just like when he killed people many years ago, Chen's movements were graceful and natural. However, what he chopped off was no longer the heads of soldiers or earth yuans, but those of the virtual realm. "Disperse! Disperse quickly!" the emptiness realm expert shouted. The encirclement instantly collapsed. In the distance, the group of princes were completely dumbfounded. They never thought that Chen would be so ferocious. He was actually able to kill 2 emptiness realm experts in such a situation. Moreover, both of them were insta-killed. The remaining 6 emptiness realm experts began to retreat. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. This was because the power Chen displayed at this moment was no longer that of Earth Yuans. It was the power of the emptiness realm. Chen was at Earth Yuans. He could insta-kill those of the same level. However, Chen was now at the emptiness realm. Naturally, he could insta-kill those in the emptiness realm. Why is he at the emptiness realm? Isn't he at Earth Yuans? Why did his realm suddenly soar? The group of princes and Earth Yuans were also very puzzled as they retreated. However, their expressions were extremely shocked. He is not the real emptiness realm expert. It is the wings behind him that are playing tricks. Everyone, don't run. Let's work together to kill him first. As Chen rushed forward, an emptiness realm expert shouted. His expression changed drastically. However, under such circumstances, no one dared to stop. Whoever stopped would die. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded again. Chen clenched one hand into a fist and the other holding the saber. At this moment, as he struck out, a dragon shadow appeared from the tip of the spear and rushed towards an emptiness realm expert. The dragon shadow opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards the emptiness realm expert. The rules of destruction around its body flickered continuously. The current Zi Chen could completely use his powerful strength to kill an emptiness realm expert. The dragon shadow drowned the emptiness realm expert and destroyed the emptiness realm space formed on the surface of the emptiness realm. Seeing another emptiness realm expert fall and the reality realm expert unable to do anything to Zi Chen, the group of princes and earth yuans retreated in fear. Zi Chen killed 4 of the 8 emptiness realm experts. However, his body was blocked by the reality realm expert. The materialized spatial power pressed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen felt that his movements were greatly slowed. The emptiness realm space formed by the thunder wings around him also became unstable. Die! The 2 reality realm experts shouted angrily. It was obvious that they were serious. The real spatial power attacked Zi Chen. Swoosh! Facing the attacks of the 2 reality realm experts, Zi Chen could only dodge. After all, he was not a true emptiness realm expert. Therefore, he did not have the strength to fight against them. Ha! Zi Chen shouted loudly. The gold and silver light around his body began to shine. At the same time, the blood in his body boiled. Waves of materialized energy appeared one after another. Bang! With a great effort, Zi Chen broke free from the suppression of the reality realm expert. But at this moment, the spatial power pierced through Zi Chen's shoulder. However, he also broke free from the reality realm expert's control. Once again, he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the group of emptiness realm experts. The only thing that was useful to Zi Chen now was the fragments of rules that the reality realm experts had refined. Therefore, Zi Chen had to kill them. When the other 4 emptiness realm experts saw that Zi Chen had escaped from the reality realm expert, they were also shocked. However, they did not slow down and fled towards the mountain stream. You can't escape, Zi Chen said indifferently. The long blade and long spear in his hands were raised high. Hurry up and leave this place. Hurry up and leave. At this moment, the most frightened people were naturally the princes. They were even more afraid of death than the emptiness realm experts. When they saw that Zi Chen had broken free and was killing people, they immediately ran away. The reality realm experts were chasing after them. However, their speed was slightly slower than Zi Chen's. Moreover, the reality realm experts' extended space was unable to envelop Zi Chen. They shouted from behind, but Zi Chen ignored them. He only raised the emptiness realm again and attacked the enemies. But, basically, every time Zi Chen attacked, an emptiness realm expert would die. Human, I will fight you to the death. Die. Zi Chen charged towards another reality realm expert. The reality realm expert felt that he could not escape, so he turned around with a ferocious expression. He wanted to fight Zi Chen to the death. However, it was useless. Among those of the same level, there were not many who were qualified to fight Zi Chen to the death. Another emptiness realm expert died at the hands of Zi Chen. His corpse was also collected by Zi Chen. At this moment, the 8 emptiness realm experts were all killed by Zi Chen. Then, Zi Chen turned into a ray of light and charged towards the princes. His target was Moat. This person who had schemed against him in the past must be killed. Ah, he's coming. He's coming for me. Moat screamed in fright when he saw Zi Chen charging towards him. The princes who were fleeing with him were also shocked when they saw this scene. Almost at the same time, they left Moat and ran into the distance. Moat was furious when he saw these disloyal people. However, at this moment, he did not have the time to blame or scold them. He could only run away. Moat, Zi Chen's target is you. Delay him for now. I will go back and get reinforcements. That's right. There are 2 reality realm experts here. If one more comes, we can definitely kill him. Hearing the prince's voices, Moat was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had to delay Zi Chen. If even the emptiness realm experts could not do so, how could he? Moat cursed these disloyal people in his heart. However, in the real world, he could not say anything because the distance between him and Zi Chen was rapidly closing. Moat, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Don't worry, We will find a way to save you. After saying this, a flame demon prince ran even faster. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the reality realm demon that the elder ape had killed was from the power demon clan. The two reality realm experts were from other royal families. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out from the horizon. It was Moat. Hearing this scream, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. But then, the reality realm expert's cold voice rang out. Today, you won't be able to leave. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and saw that Zi Chen was once again blocked by the reality realm experts in midair. Two reality realms fell on Zi Chen's body, doubling the pressure on Zi Chen. In fact, they had no choice because there were two reality realm experts. If there was only one of them, they could have easily killed Zi Chen. However, because there were two of them, neither of them could use their full strength. Moreover, reality realms could not be overlapped. The two reality realm experts' powers fell on Zi Chen, suppressing him so much that he couldn't move. Facing the murderous eyes of the reality realm experts, Zi Chen appeared calm. "Let's see where you can run this time," said one of the reality realm experts indifferently. "Run? Why should I run?" Zi Chen chuckled. Zi Chen's calm attitude caused suspicion to appear on reality's face. "I've killed all those who should be killed. It's time for me to leave," said Zi Chen. "You can only leave when you're dead." While they were talking, the princes in the distance turned back and shouted from afar, "Kill him. Don't let him escape. Hurry up and kill him." Zi Chen, who was suppressed by the spatial laws, suddenly laughed out loud. Then, under the puzzled and astonished gazes of the crowd, an object appeared in his hand. It was a round ball that Xing Dao Li had refined for him to save his life. It could only be used once, and could only be used once. The moment the reality realm experts saw the round ball, a powerful aura came from it. After sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. Even the two reality realm experts were shocked and subconsciously took a few steps back. This was because they actually felt the threat of death from the round ball. Everyone was shocked when they saw the secret weapon. Even the reality realm experts had thoughts of running away. However, the two of them had just fled a few hundred meters when Zi Chen crushed the round ball in his hand. A terrifying aura spread out. A powerful destructive aura rushed into the sky, causing everyone who felt this aura to change their expression. The sky was completely torn apart by this attack. Chapter 1197. When Zi Chen used his trump card, the princes fled in fright. Even the corporeal realm experts ran away. The aura of destruction rippled between heaven and earth, causing them to scream in horror. But after a moment, they discovered that there was only the aura of destruction between heaven and earth, but this aura did not descend upon them. They were still alive. After that, they clearly sensed that the aura was only spreading in a certain place and had not completely spread out. They were puzzled by this. So, a bold prince hurriedly glanced back. With one glance, he stared ahead as if he had been struck by lightning. Even his fleeing footsteps stopped. The second prince also stopped at this time. After one prince stopped, two more followed. Then, one prince after another stopped. The two corporeal realm experts also stopped and looked back at Zi Chen. They saw that the space in the sky where Zi Chen was standing had been torn apart by a powerful force. The black hole extended into the depths of nothingness, and a mysterious power descended from the black hole. What is that? What a mysterious aura. Where did that aura come from? The princes were puzzled, but after the two corporeal realm experts felt this aura, their expressions changed greatly. They looked at Zi Chen with complicated expressions. That's the aura of the Zhonwu continent. He actually opened a passage to the Zhonwu continent. He's going to enter the Zhonwu continent. The two looked at Zi Chen under the black hole and sighed. Sigh, he's only at the Earth Prime level, yet he dares to enter the Zhonwu continent. This courage is something we don't have. Yes, we're already at the corporeal realm, but we still don't dare to step into the Zhonwu continent. Although it's to protect the royal family, it's also an excuse. The two looked at the black hole and Zi Chen under the black hole with complicated expressions. What? That's a passage to the Zhonwu continent. He can open a passage in such a place. He didn't open it. It was opened by that sphere. The princes were shocked when they heard this. The black hole in the sky was the life-saving method that Xing Dao Li had given to Zi Chen. At a critical moment, it could open up a passage to the Zhonwu continent for him and the demon ape, allowing them to enter the Zhonwu continent. However, Zi Chen did not expect that he would be the only one to enter the Zhonwu continent. However, this result was also good. The demonic ape had obtained a fortune, and he had the strength of an emptiness realm expert. The Zhonwu continent was powerful and mysterious. This was another world, a vast place. It was heaven for those above the Earth Prime level. Zi Chen looked back at the princes and the two reality realm experts. Their expressions were either shocked or complicated. No matter what grudges the two sides had, after Zi Chen stepped into the passage, these grudges were nothing. The others also looked at Zi Chen with complicated expressions. Their expressions were that of surprise and shock. Zi Chen retracted his gaze, stepped into the black hole, and disappeared. The first human invader had come to the demon race in more than 100,000 years. Many of the royal families had taken action, but not only had they failed to kill the intruder, they had even suffered heavy losses. One of their corporeal realm experts had died. These were the deeds Zi Chen had left behind in the Darkness continent. Although he had only been here for a few months, he had attracted the attention of the entire Darkness continent's royalty. What made them sigh in amazement was that Zi Chen had actually entered the Zhonwu continent. The Zhonwu continent was a place that all Earth primes instinctively repelled and feared. This was because in all legends, the Zhonwu continent was a symbol of slaughter. In this world, the reality realm experts were the strongest, the peak existences. However, in the Zhonwu continent, those who surpassed the reality realm could be found everywhere. When the news of Zi Chen entering the Zhonwu continent reached the Qianwu continent, the demon queen was silent for a long time after hearing the news. She looked at the gorgeous flowers in the courtyard outside the window with a complicated expression. After a moment, her red lips gently opened. The Zhonwu continent is boundless, and there are endless geniuses. There are many higher life forms there. I don't know if you will continue to be a dazzling star, or if you will become a passing traveler in the Zhonwu continent like many other geniuses. It was also on this day that the demon queen felt that she had no opponent. In the Qianwu continent, the only one she felt was a threat to her was Zi Chen. However, today, that threat no longer existed. She didn't relax or feel happy. On the contrary, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. You were lucky enough to enter the Zhonwu continent, but I wasn't. However, from this point of view, you're still the strongest. After that, the demon queen gave up on everything and focused on cultivating, refining the laws and increasing her strength. Zi Chen's departure had greatly affected her. As for Mo Ti's death, it didn't affect her at all. It seemed that the relationship between the two of them really wasn't good. They didn't even feel the need to grieve. The news of Zi Chen entering the Zhonwu continent was only known to the devil race. The everlasting sect's people didn't know, but even if they knew, it wouldn't change anything. Zi Chen had already said that they had to reach the Void Realm before they could enter the Zhonwu continent. The Void Realm was just the beginning. Other Earth Yuan experts might be able to live a good life once they entered the Zhonwu continent. That was because they were ordinary existences in the Earth Yuan. They comprehended ordinary laws. Such people had already learned how to be an ordinary cultivator. They had learned how to keep a low profile. That was why they could live a good life. However, geniuses couldn't. Their path of growth was shocking. Often, they didn't want to provoke trouble, but trouble kept coming. This wasn't a matter of luck. Instead, it was impossible for geniuses to be mediocre and unknown. They were arrogant and untamable, and it was very difficult for them to submit to others. That was why such people would naturally have trouble. Zi Chen entering the Zhonwu continent was the departure of a legend. A new legend would be written by a new person. As for Zi Chen, his name had finally become a part of the past. The Floating Mist Sect. After Su Mengyaro was brought back by those old fellows, she entered seclusion. Just as they had said, she was the hope of the entire Floating Mist Sect. So those old fellows didn't hold back at all. They took out all their resources for her to refine. Su Mengyaro also followed Zi Chen's instructions and cultivated quietly. But one day, she suddenly felt uneasy. Then, she opened her eyes and woke up from her seclusion. Rays of light flashed in her eyes. She was deducing. After a moment, she found the source of her uneasiness. Then, her beautiful face suddenly dimmed. "Have you left?" Her long eyelashes trembled. She looked at the sky and seemed to see Zi Chen entering the passage. After a long time, Su Mengyao's heart calmed down. She said faintly, "Don't worry, I will break through as soon as possible and go to the Zhonwu continent to find you." 10 years passed quickly in the Zhonwu continent. During these 10 years, cultivators of the Endless Sect broke through to the Earth Yuan realm. In the 10th year, the Endless Sect welcomed another special person to break through. It was a high-level life form, Lightning Spirit. Back then, because of Zi Chen, he was born prematurely. His cultivation base was greatly reduced and his vitality was greatly damaged. After staying in the ancient time castle for more than 100,000 years and sleeping for a period of time, he finally welcomed the Earth Yuan lightning tribulation. Lightning Spirit transcended the tribulation. In the sky, lightning laws flashed, and the momentum was vast. Lightning Spirit bathed in the lightning tribulation with a proud face. After successfully transcending the tribulation, he looked up to the sky and said, "Zi Chen, did you see that? I broke through and comprehended the laws of lightning. Even you didn't understand this. What's there to be proud of?" Don't forget, before Zi Chen transcended the tribulation, he could kill an Earth Yuan cultivator with one slash. A dissatisfied voice sounded. Sun Ling, who was dressed in fiery red clothes, arrived. Lightning Spirit pursed his lips and said, "I can also kill enemies." Lightning Spirit's tone was a little lacking. "Chimph, then do you dare to go to the Zhonwu continent? If you go up like this, you will be refined sooner or later." Sun Ling snorted. This time, Lightning Spirit did not refute, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He was a high-level life form, but he was also an extremely special existence. He was indeed a good material to refine weapons. After Lightning Spirit broke through, Sun Ling, Chen Feng, and the others also successfully broke through within 100 years. Sun Ling comprehended the laws of yin and grasped the extremely cold yin power. Chen Feng sensed the laws of force. This was a pure law of force that was completely activated by the body. It was a special law that was very powerful. The battle with the demons continued, but with the Castle of Time, the Wuji sect could cultivate many cultivators at the fastest speed. Moreover, they had an extremely extraordinary army of mutated beasts, so the Wuji sect still had the upper hand. In addition, the Wuji sect was also constantly growing. Although the number of powerhouses was less than 1/10,000th of the Wuji sect in the past, the overall number of people was not much less than before. This world was not an Earth Yuan world, so once one broke through to the Earth Yuan realm, they could no longer continue to hold positions and were handed over to the next sect master. One generation after another, the Wuji sect had been passed down for 3 generations. In the 100th year, Su Mengyaro returned to the Wuji sect again. This time, she returned as an emptiness realm cultivator. Among Zi Chen's confidants, she was the first to break through to the emptiness realm. There were a few old guys behind her. They looked very proud and arrogant, as if they were the ones who broke through. This time, Su Mengyaro came to say goodbye. She would be escorted by a few old men to the floating mist sect's encampment in the Zhonwu continent. When everyone heard this, they all congratulated her. "Sister, don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait a little longer and bring Longhu and Flying Tiger. They are about to break through. When the time comes, they will go with you so that you can take care of each other." Lin Shui pulled Su Mengyaro and said, "That's good too." Su Mengyaro nodded. But as soon as she finished speaking, the old guys behind her looked troubled. Then, one of them sent a message to Su Mengyaro. Su Mengyaro raised her eyebrows and was a little unhappy. Although it's easy to lead them, it's still not convenient for outsiders to go. Also, we have lost contact with that place and can't communicate. An old man said. Su Mengyaro was a little angry, but she didn't have much choice. She could only say, "All right then, let Longhu stay." I will take Flying Tiger. He has always been with me and grew up in the Floating Mist sect. Chapter 1198. 3 months later, Longhu and Flying Tiger broke through and reached the Emptiness Realm. It was time for them to enter the Zhonwu continent. During this time, Su Mengyaro told Longhu that he could go with her if he wanted. However, Longhu refused. He wanted to find Zi Chen. However, the Zhonwu continent was huge. It was not easy to find a person. In the following years, people from the Wuji sect broke through and entered the Zhonwu continent. The entire Wuji sect became one of the top forces in the Zhonwu continent. Time went back to the moment when Zi Chen entered the black hole. After stepping into the black hole, Zi Chen felt an aura that contained the power of laws. This aura extended from the Zhonwu continent. It was surging and rich. After that, Zi Chen felt like he was walking in the darkness and nothingness. His sharp senses were instantly lost. He could not sense the direction and flow of time. He could not sense anything around him. This situation was like stepping into a teleportation array. However, the feeling was different. If it had to be compared to a teleportation array, then Zi Chen was teleporting an extremely long distance. Time was in chaos, and space was in chaos. However, under such circumstances, Zi Chen still felt that an extremely long period of time had passed. Finally, Zi Chen's eyes lit up. He felt like he was on solid ground again. Then, he arrived at his destination. Zi Chen felt a little dizzy. A blinding light shot over. Zi Chen subconsciously closed his eyes. Then, a muffled voice sounded in his ears. Another one has come to die. Under this strong light, Zi Chen felt a mysterious power enter his body. This power was like some kind of exploration. It was searching for the deepest and most mysterious thing in his heart. Zi Chen did not feel any danger. However, he subconsciously felt uneasy. He immediately opened his eyes and looked around. He gradually adapted to the strong light. There was no one around Zi Chen. He was surrounded by a huge platform. There was a light barrier around the platform. The dazzling light came from above Zi Chen's head. It was a huge pure white stone that was as big as 2 houses. It was an extremely pure material. Kid, stop looking. Come out quickly. Just as Zi Chen was looking around, the voice sounded again. It was very loud. Zi Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a strong man in armor. This person was waving at Zi Chen casually. He could see that there were some people around. They looked at Zi Chen casually, contemptuously, or disdainfully. Zi Chen had many questions in his heart when he first arrived. After seeing no killing intent from their expressions, he walked out of the platform. Kid, welcome to Shuntian Prefecture. The burly man spoke again after Zi Chen walked out of the platform. This time, he mentioned the name of this place. Shuntian Prefecture. Zi Chen was at a loss. That's right. This is Shuntian Prefecture. I'm responsible for arranging a way out for you guys who want to die so that you can die later. The man laughed. However, he was big and burly, with thick eyebrows and fierce eyes. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a good person at all. Want to die? Isn't this the Zhonwu continent? Zi Chen asked doubtfully. Of course it is. The man laughed and said, but you're just an Earth Prime. How dare you come here? If you're not courting death, what are you? There was laughter all around. Zi Chen was like a newcomer. His face was blank. He looked around and saw other people. These people were dressed very similar to the man. They should be together. As for their strength, as he probed with his spiritual senses, Zi Chen was shocked. He could not detect their strength. This could only mean that the other party's strength was much higher than Zi Chen's. The realm Zi Chen could detect was the virtual realm. In other words, these people's strength exceeded the virtual realm. The weakest was at the corporeal realm. Zi Chen was shocked to encounter so many corporeal realm experts as soon as he arrived. He secretly thought that the Zhonwu continent's experts were as numerous as dogs. At the same time, he warned himself that he must keep a low profile, and low profile. Otherwise, he would really die a horrible death. Zi Chen was now playing the role of a rookie. His eyes were blank and there was a faint trace of disappointment. This situation was very common among rookies because the real Jianwu continent was more dangerous than the rumors said. The man casually pointed to an open space and said, "Go there and squat." Zi Chen turned his head and looked over. There were already more than a dozen people there. Among them, 10 were standing and 5 were squatting. Zi Chen didn't ask why. Instead, he seemed to accept his fate and walked over obediently. "Haha, kid, it seems that you're smart." The man took in Zi Chen's expression. He laughed again and said, "Seeing that you're so obedient and that I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you why. It's because you're at the Earth Prime level and they're at the virtual realm. Although they're both trash, they're one level higher than you. Therefore, you can only squat and not stand." Zi Chen understood everything at a glance. He also saw that many of the Earth Prime level experts were injured and their faces were bruised and swollen. After hearing the man's explanation, he said, "Thank you." The burly man didn't expect to hear those 2 words in this place. He was stunned for a moment. The others were also stunned. They looked at Zi Chen and then at the burly man. Then, laughter that was many times louder than before came out of these people's mouths. "Thank you. Haha, I can't believe I heard that. That's right. I think this kid must have been a punching bag when he was in the lower world. I can't believe he actually said those 2 words. He must be a punching bag. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here right after breaking through. I guess he's been bullied a lot. Even a punching bag can break through to the Earth Prime level. It seems that he's not ordinary." The group of men laughed wantonly and spoke rudely. As soon as Zi Chen squatted down, the 5 Earth Yuan cultivators beside him glanced at him with disdain and moved away. "Damn it, who told you to move? Do you want to die? Go back." Seeing this, the laughing man scolded loudly. He then quickly stepped forward and kicked the 5 Earth Prime level experts. The 5 of them screamed and crawled back to Zi Chen. After the men left, the 5 Earth Prime level experts looked at Zi Chen with resentment. There was no doubt that they transferred their hatred to Zi Chen and isolated Zi Chen. Zi Chen's plan to learn something about this world from them was ruined. Zi Chen squatted on the ground and didn't dare to move. The men glanced at him and laughed loudly with contempt. Although they despised people like Zi Chen, they had to admit that only people like him could survive in the Jianwu continent without strength. On the second day of Zi Chen's arrival, a few more people appeared on the platform. They were all in the virtual realm. On the third day, an Earth Prime level expert finally came. In the words of these men, an Earth Prime level expert was here to die. This Earth Prime level expert was covered in scales. Although he had a human body, he was obviously an alien. Moreover, he seemed to have an extraordinary background and looked very arrogant. As soon as he appeared, he loudly asked those people what this place was. Faced with such an attitude, the men laughed. But this Earth Prime level expert was angry. He seemed to have an extremely high status as he complained to the group of burly men. Therefore, the Earth Prime level expert was angry. The Earth Prime level expert died. After killing the other party with a slap, the expert cursed, "Damn it, what the hell do you think this is? A low-level world?" The others laughed and didn't seem to care. Zi Chen had already guessed that these people seemed to be from a certain faction that was specially sent to deal with outsiders like them. However, Zi Chen had originally guessed that there should be some kind of rule here. For example, they could only fight, but no one could die. However, after the Earth Prime level expert was killed, Zi Chen knew that he was wrong. There were no rules here. As for whether they killed or not, it depended on their mood. Zi Chen's expression changed. Besides Zi Chen, the other 5 Earth Prime level experts trembled and their expressions became stiff. Obviously, they had made the same mistake as Zi Chen. Now that they thought about it, they were only beaten up these days and not killed. It was entirely because the other party was in a good mood. After killing the Earth Prime level expert, the men looked at Zi Chen again. They swore and mocked, as if they saw Zi Chen as a toy. Are these people really all in the corporeal realm? Why don't they have the dignity of a strong expert and speak so vulgarly? Zi Chen secretly scolded them in his heart, but he put a smile on his face. He squatted on the ground and asked from afar, My lords, can I ask a question? Hurry up and ask while I'm in a good mood today. One of the men laughed. May I ask where this place is? Zi Chen seemed a little timid. Didn't I tell you before? This is Shuntian Prefecture. Zi Chen's face was blank again. He asked, isn't this the Zhanwu continent? Hearing this, the crowd laughed again. Punching bag, it seems that you know nothing about the Zhanwu continent. One of the men joked. Please explain, my lord. Zi Chen hurriedly said. All right, I've just killed someone and I'm in a good mood. I'll explain it to you. And you idiots, wash your ears and listen carefully. The people who had just had a good impression of Zi Chen immediately lost it because of the man's words. Zi Chen sighed helplessly. It seemed that he was unjustly implicated again. This is indeed the Zhanwu continent, but the Zhanwu continent is very large, so large that you won't be able to explore all the places in your lifetime. The Zhanwu continent is divided into 9 regions, which are 9 continents. Each continent is divided into 49 regions, which are 49 prefectures. This is one of the prefectures, called Shuntian Prefecture. In Shuntian Prefecture, there are 108 cities, and the closest city to here is 10 million miles away. Chapter 1199. The burly man was in a good mood and told Zi Chen and the others about the Zhanwu continent. The Zhanwu continent was very large, but the number of cities had not increased over the years. There were still 108 cities in one prefecture. This led to the emergence of many forces outside of these cities. Some were tribes, some were families, and some were villages and towns. These burly men were indeed corporeal realm cultivators, and their ultimate goal was to bring corporeal realm cultivators back to the city. As for emptiness realm cultivators and earth prime realm cultivators, they were not qualified to enter the city for the time being. The Zhanwu continent was a high-level world. Other than that, there were many mature low-level worlds. Almost every day, people from these low-level worlds would enter the Zhanwu continent. These burly men were responsible for arranging a place for them. As for whether they lived or died, no one cared. Zi Chen's name as a punching bag gradually spread. Although no one had called him Zi Chen even once, their expressions were undoubtedly saying that Zi Chen was a punching bag. After a few days, the number of people finally reached 50. Among them, 10 were Earth Prime Realm cultivators, and the other 40 were Emptiness Realm cultivators. Seeing such a gap, Zi Chen was glad that he had let the people of the Wuji sect break through before coming. Hey Zi, take them with you today. Hey Zi was the person who killed Earth Prime Realm cultivators with one slap and told Zi Chen about the situation in Shuntian Prefecture. After hearing this, he nodded, then turned to Zi Chen and the others and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely sell you for a good price. Everyone was puzzled by this. Hey Zi brought 6 corporeal realm cultivators over. Then, he took out a small wooden boat with many mystical patterns engraved on it. Hey Zi shook the wooden boat in his hand, and the mystical patterns began to shine. Then, it grew with the wind and turned into a large ship in the air. Get on, Hey Zi shouted, and the other corporeal realm cultivators jumped onto the wooden boat. Then, the group of emptiness realm cultivators stood up and jumped onto the large ship. However, a very strange scene occurred. The group of emptiness realm cultivators stepped on the ground, and just as their bodies rose into the air, they fell back down again. There were a total of 40 people, but not a single one was able to successfully enter the large ship. Behind the emptiness realm cultivators, the 9 Earth Prime Realm cultivators were the same. They staggered and fell back down as soon as they left the ship. The group of big men laughed. Obviously, they had seen this kind of situation many times before. However, the loud laughter suddenly came to a halt in the next moment. This was because there was another person who had successfully boarded the large ship with a single step. It was Zi Chen. After boarding the ship, Zi Chen felt that something was wrong. He looked around and found that everyone was looking at him in astonishment. Damn it, this bunch of idiots. Didn't they calm down and sense their surroundings beforehand? Zi Chen cursed in his heart. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but now he was in the limelight again. As soon as he arrived, Zi Chen sensed that this world was different from the martial heaven continent. The gravity here was much greater, and it was much more stable. Then, Chen released his spiritual senses and carefully sensed the surroundings. Finally, he deduced the situation around him in his mind. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this was a new and stable world. The divine ability that had allowed him to tear through space on the martial heaven continent wouldn't appear here. In fact, he even suspected that his attack wouldn't be able to cause space to tremble. The conclusion he came to after deducing made Chen even more curious about this world. However, when he thought about how the lowest level of this world was the Earth Prime realm, this kind of situation was very normal. Therefore, when the large ship appeared, he used 2 or 3 times his usual strength to successfully board the ship. Everyone looked at Chen in astonishment. The group of corporeal realm experts also looked at Chen with strange expressions. The leader of the corporeal realm experts who had not boarded the ship also looked at Chen with a strange expression. He muttered, "This is a tough one. I didn't think that there would be a time when I misjudged him." Beside him, a corporeal realm expert said, "We all misjudged him. In the past few years, only 4 people have been able to discover the problem with their perception. I wonder how high the other 2 have achieved." The leader said, "The other 2 have already started to break through to the domain realm." Including Chen, there were 4 people in total. As for the third person, it was the leader in front of them. "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and get on." Hazy's loud shout woke everyone up. Therefore, they increased their strength and jumped onto the ship. This time, it was much easier. Therefore, the people who had been shocked a moment ago were now disdainful. This was because boarding the ship did not seem like a big deal. However, they did not know that the mystery of boarding the ship lay in the first step. Chen had already surpassed everyone. If he did not die, his future achievements were destined to surpass everyone. After boarding the ship, it left quickly. However, in Chen's opinion, this speed was not even comparable to the speed at which he flapped his lightning wings in the martial heaven continent. The others began to chat with each other. Chen was still isolated. No one paid him any attention. However, Chen felt like he was being watched. This feeling came from the 6 corporeal realm experts. During the journey, Chen was silent. No one came forward to talk to him. This situation lasted for 3 days. Finally, they reached their destination. This was a small town. There were more than 1,000 buildings in the town, and many cultivators lived in them. The ship flew directly to the town and then landed in the center of the town. When the cultivators saw Hazy and the other 5 on the ship, their expressions changed. They immediately made way for them, looking very fearful. After retreating, they once again looked at the group of people behind the large ship. Their gazes had become strange. That strange gaze contained ridicule, ill intent, and even killing intent. Wow, they are all cultivators. Moreover, they are all above the Earth Prime level. This is too unbelievable. This is not a city, but there are so many Earth Realm cultivators. As the ship landed, everyone jumped off the ship. When they saw the many cultivators around them, they sighed. Chen's eyes were also filled with amazement. The most he had seen before was hundreds of Earth Prime cultivators. The most he had seen was only 8 Emptiness Realm cultivators. However, in front of him, there were hundreds of Emptiness Realm cultivators. As for the number of Earth Prime cultivators, it was pitifully small. In other words, in this small town, there were many Emptiness Realm cultivators. There were so many that Chen was incomparably fearful. This also meant that in the martial heaven continent, only Emptiness Realm cultivators had the qualifications to survive. In this world, the most worthless thing is human life. That's why you have to be careful at all times. If someone kills you, they'll be able to obtain a rule fragment. In this world, rule fragments are the only form of wealth, the foundation of survival. A voice came from Chen's side. It was Hazy who had walked to Chen's side at some point. When Chen heard this, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, his heart trembled. If this was true, then this world encouraged killing. His mind was racing, but his expression did not change. He said blankly, "Thank you." In the past, Hazy would always mock Chen, but today, Hazy nodded his head and asked, what's your name? Ah. Zi Chen was stunned and did not respond. Zi asked patiently, what's your name? Don't tell me you don't have a name. Zi Chen said. Zi nodded and said again, in this world, you have to be careful. Too many talented people have died because of arrogance and pride. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Zi Chen thanked him again. Zi, it's you. A voice came from afar. Obviously, the person who dared to speak like this was definitely another reality realm cultivator. Mayor Zhong. Zi smiled. Why are you being so polite with me? Just call me Old Zhong. Brother Wang, how have you been? Mayor Zhong stepped forward. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, but the others around them looked at Zi Chen and the others as if they were livestock. An emptiness realm cultivator sighed and said, are we going to live in this small town in the future? Yeah, this is too small. As soon as he sighed, a mocking laugh sounded. You want to live here? You're dreaming. The current you don't even have the qualifications to live here. If you don't die in the next few years, you might be able to save enough money to move here. The group of cultivators looked at the reality realm cultivator who spoke in confusion, but the latter clearly had no intention of explaining. Come and pick. After the pleasantries, Mayor Zhong waved at the group of people in the distance. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen emptiness realm cultivators walked over from afar. They first bowed to Zi and the others, then focused their attention on the emptiness realm cultivators. Then, Zi Chen and the others finally understood why Zi said to sell these people for a good price. A emptiness realm cultivator quickly pointed at 4 capable emptiness realm cultivators and said, I want these 4 people. I offer a total of 500. Another emptiness realm cultivator pointed at 5 emptiness realm cultivators and said, I offer 550 for these 5. The normal price of a emptiness realm cultivator was 80 to 100. These people offered a high price because they saw that their vitality was extremely extraordinary. Then, the others began to pick people. But there was no doubt that they all chose emptiness realm cultivators. As they haggled, this was really like buying and selling livestock. Zi Chen chose to remain silent and did not say a word. During this time, no one chose him. It was not only him. No one from the other Earth Prime Stage cultivators chose him. In the end, all 40 emptiness realm cultivators were bought, leaving only 10 Earth Prime Stage cultivators. I'll pay 3 pieces for this one. I'll pay 2 pieces for this one. After that, the 10 Earth Prime Stage cultivators began to be divided, but there was no doubt that they were all divided into 3 or 2 pieces. When an Earth Prime Stage cultivator died, they could be refined into a rule fragment, which was 1 piece. Therefore, the lowest price for an Earth Prime Stage cultivator was 2 rule fragments. The lives of Earth Prime Stage cultivators were so cheap here, which made Zi Chen relatively speechless. However, what made him even more speechless was that 9 out of the 10 Earth Prime Stage cultivators were chosen, and he was the only one who had not been chosen. Of course, this was thanks to the disdainful expressions of the others around him. Simply because no one wanted him, they were not even willing to pay 2 rule fragments. The deal was done, and Zi Chen was the only one left. This was the first time in all these years that something like this had happened. You. Seeing this scene, Zi pointed at a buyer. Sir, what orders do you have? The emptiness realm cultivator asked respectfully. Zi pointed at Zi Chen again and said, this one is for you. Chapter 1200. It was clearly a free gift, but this virtual realm expert had a troubled look on his face, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Then, he nodded and reluctantly took out 2 pieces of rule fragments and handed them to Blackie. Blackie said that he would give them to him, but the premise was that he had to dare to accept it. Naturally, he didn't dare to accept it. So, wasn't this a forced transaction? Blackie knew that the other party had misunderstood, so he said, I said it's a free gift, so it's a free gift. The corner of the virtual realm expert's mouth twitched, and he said respectfully, Sir, what are you talking about? I have indeed taken a fancy to him. As he spoke, he handed over the 2 rule fragments. One wanted to give them away, while the other wanted to buy them. However, no one considered the feelings of the person involved, Zi Chen, and no one asked for Zi Chen's wishes. Thinking about how he was the first to be sold when he came to the Zhonwu continent, there was an indescribable strangeness in his heart. Blackie's hand shook, and the 2 rule fragments fell into Zichen's hand. Blackie said, "This is for you." Zichen was stunned for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly thanked him. "All right, take your people and leave." Blackie waved his hand and said. Next to him, the mayor, who had been silent all this time, asked, "Blackie, are you leaving now? Send them out. There's a period of time for cultivators, so I'm going to take a walk in the city," Blackie said. Hearing this, Mayor Zhong smiled and said, "I wanted to keep you for a gathering, but since you're going to the city, I won't keep you." Blackie boarded the big ship and left. Zichen and the others were also taken away by these virtual realm experts. Flying was not allowed in the town, except for special existences like Blackie. After reaching the outside world, the small boats enlarged, and everyone boarded one after another. At this point, the 50-person team was divided into more than 10 groups. Zichen followed a group of people onto a wooden boat and flew into the distance. It was also a wooden boat that had transformed into a big ship, but the speed of Zichen's boat was obviously slower than Blackie's. This time, the virtual realm expert brought 6 people. Among them, 3 were virtual realm experts, 2 were Earth Prime experts, and 1 was Zichen. It could be seen that this person's faction was not strong and should still be very weak. There seemed to be some sort of meaning behind Blackie giving him to such a weak force. Along the way, the Emptiness Realm expert turned around and said to the 6 of them, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Aoda. The place we are going to is a tribe called Womang. It will take half a month. Next, I will explain the rules to you. Of course, these rules are for those in the virtual realm. Those in the Earth Prime division don't need to follow the rules. As long as you can survive, as a virtual realm expert, you will be under unified management when you arrive at the tribe. If you want to leave, you can, as long as you pay 3 times the price." As soon as Aoda's words came out, the expressions of the 3 Emptiness Realm experts changed. They were already unhappy that they had been sold. Now, if they wanted to leave, they would have to pay 3 times the compensation. Wouldn't this situation be the same as the women in the mortal world? What about us? What should we do if we want to leave? An Earth Prime asked. Aoda glanced at the other party and sneered, you guys sure are casual, but I'm afraid you won't dare to leave." After a brief introduction, Aoda no longer paid attention to them. In fact, he was still a little depressed. After all, he had been cheated of 2 lore fragments for nothing. At this moment, Zichen stepped forward and took out 2 lore fragments. He said, "Master Aoda, I have no use for these." Aoda looked at Zichen in astonishment. Zichen directly placed the 2 lore fragments in his hand. Aoda looked at Zichen and asked, "Do you know what this means?" "It should be money, just like the primordial stones in our world." "Then, do you know what effect this has?" Aoda asked again. Zichen said, "I can feel the thick power of the lore on it. If I absorb it, it should be able to increase my strength." Aoda became even more astonished. He asked again, "Since you know, why don't you want it?" Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and walked to the back of the crowd. The astonishment on Aoda's face disappeared. To be able to come here to buy and sell cultivators, his status in the tribe was obviously not low. Obviously, his IQ was also very high. It was indeed a good thing, but if you had the life to take it, you had to have the life to spend it. "This person is smart," muttered Aoda as he took back the 2 lore fragments. At the same time, he was also trying to guess Blackie's intentions. Since it was a gift, why did he give it to his tribe, the smallest tribe, and not those large tribes? It had to be known that they didn't care about 1 or 2 more Earth primordial stones. Could it be, this brat had something special about him? This kind of person could only survive in a small tribe. Aoda suddenly thought of this question and then subconsciously looked at Zichen. However, he was completely ordinary. He couldn't see anything special about him. As for the others, they looked at Zichen with disdain. They thought that Zichen was purely trying to curry favor with Blackie. They had to stay on the ship for half a month, so they gradually became familiar with each other. However, Chen was still isolated. Furthermore, his name as a punching bag spread once more. Punching bag, which lowly world are you from? Occasionally, someone would ask Chen this question. The Martial Sky Continent. Chen didn't care about the ridicule in their words and answered truthfully. The Martial Sky Continent, that lowly world. I never thought that there would be an Earth Yuan in that place. The mocking voice rang out once more. This time, Chen didn't say anything. No one dared to make a move on the ship. As for the ridicule, Chen didn't care. Everyone gradually lost interest and stopped paying attention to Chen. However, when they talked, they would occasionally glance at him with disdain. What's your name? On the 5th day, Aoda walked to the back of the ship and suddenly asked. Chen. Chen stood up and answered. Sit, sit. Aoda indicated for Chen to sit. Ever since he had guessed Hazy's intentions, he had been observing Chen for the past 5 days. However, he hadn't found anything special about him. He was like a punching bag. No matter how others mocked him, he wouldn't get angry. However, since he was able to reach the Earth Yuan realm, how could he not have any temper? Furthermore, what kind of place was the Martial Sky Continent? It was publicly acknowledged as the lowest level world. However, the experts that appeared there were also publicly acknowledged as powerful. For him to be able to break through to the Earth Yuan realm, it was impossible for him to not have any temper. Aoda hadn't found anything strange, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that Long Chen was ordinary. On the contrary, he felt that Long Chen was very mysterious. Chen nodded and casually sat down. His gaze swept across the surroundings. You came from the Martial Sky Continent? Aoda asked. Chen nodded. Can you tell me about the situation there? Chen smiled. What's there to talk about? Aoda curiously asked. Tell me about your cultivation days there. It's nothing more than cultivation. There's nothing to talk about. Chen shook his head. Come, have a drink. This thing is very expensive. Aoda took out a jade bottle. There was no need to guess that it was filled with wine. Chen took the cup and took a sip. He smacked his lips and said, not bad. Aoda looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Chen came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Thank you, my lord. Aoda smiled and patted Chen's shoulder. Don't be so polite. After a simple exchange of words, he felt a kind of free and easy casualness from Chen. This kind of casualness was like talking to a friend. However, the two were clearly not friends. Yet, Chen was so casual. It was obvious that he didn't think of Aoda as an emptiness realm expert. Or perhaps, Chen's usual attitude towards emptiness realm experts was like this. There was no distinction between superior and inferior. It was as if he was talking to someone of the same level. Aoda's guess was correct. The current Chen didn't put emptiness realm experts in his eyes. What he was truly afraid of were reality realm experts. Chen drank the wine as if nothing had happened. Beside him, Aoda's mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched. He looked as if he was very distressed. In fact, the wine didn't taste good at all. Chen had to give Aoda face because it was his first time here. That was why he drank it mouthful by mouthful. He quickly saw Aoda's expression and immediately understood. With a flip of his hand, he casually tossed a bottle of wine to Aoda. Aoda subconsciously caught it and asked, What is this? Chen said, Monkey wine from my hometown. Try it. The taste should be very good. Chen had used up almost all of the monkey wine he had obtained on the ancient road. He had obtained the rest of the monkey wine he had obtained when he was traveling through the world of the ancient road using the ancient medallion. Because he liked to drink wine in his free time, Chen had collected a lot of good wine on the ancient road. In addition, during his 1,000 years of traveling in the Tianwu continent, he had obtained many good wines from the mortal world. Opening the bottle, a rich wine aroma wafted out. Aoda put it to the tip of his nose and inhaled. He was completely intoxicated. Good wine. It's really good wine. I'm already drunk before I even drink it. Aoda's eyes shone. He took a small sip and repeatedly shook his head. He was very intoxicated. "This is really good wine. It's much better than mine. In this world, it can be sold for at least 12 pieces," said Aoda. 12 pieces was equivalent to the life of several Earth elementals. In the Tianwu continent, Earth elementals wouldn't even bother to drink such a thing. However, in the Jianwu continent, it could buy the life of several Earth elementals. Zichen shook his head and smiled. The world was so mysterious. After taking a sip, Order carefully put the cap back and put it away. "Why aren't you drinking?" asked Zichen. "This is good stuff. I'll keep it for the patriarch." Zichen smiled and patted Aoda's head. "Look at how stingy you are. I'll give you another one." Zichen patted Aoda's head and was immediately stunned. Aoda also confirmed it. However, he wasn't dissatisfied with Zichen's action. Instead, he smiled at Zichen. By now, he could conclude that this Zichen was very extraordinary. At the very least, among the Earth elementals, he was the only one who dared to be so casual with an emptiness realm expert. As for the others, they widened their eyes in disbelief because of Zichen's action. As the days passed, Zichen and Aoda became more and more familiar. However, the others looked at Zichen's expression more and more unpleasant. This was because Zichen's good wine was only for Aoda to drink and not for them. Half a month passed quickly. Aoda said, "Okay, we're almost there. When the time comes, everyone will come with me to see the patriarch." Chapter 1201. The rich Python tribe was located in a rare open space in the mountains. There were more than 1,000 people, and the weakest among them was an Earth Prime. The chief, Rich Python, was a corporeal realm expert. He had founded the rich Python tribe tens of thousands of years ago. Early in the morning, the tribe's cultivators began their busy day. There were no mortals in this world, so everything had to be done by the cultivators themselves. A large ship appeared in everyone's sight. They saw Ord and the newcomers on the ship. "Ord, you're back. I brought back 6 people this time." "Ord, why did you bring back 3 Earth Primes this time?" Aoda brought the 6 of them down and greeted the surrounding tribesmen. During this time, Zichen carefully sized up the people around him. Here, most of them were emptiness realm experts. There were very few Earth Primes. Some had horns on their heads, and some had scales on their bodies. Obviously, they were not real humans. "Come with me to see the chief." After passing through rows of buildings, the 7 of them arrived in front of a grand hall. As soon as they arrived, a man walked out of the hall. He was also a burly man. He said to Ord, "Ord, Big Brother wants you in." Ord nodded and led the group into the hall. The hall was deep and dark. After entering, the group felt a sense of eeriness. At the end of the hall, there was a main seat. A middle-aged man sat on the main seat. He glanced indifferently at the 7 people who entered. The 7 people approached. Except for Ord, the other 6 didn't dare to raise their heads. However, they still felt a pair of cold eyes staring at them. This made them feel very uncomfortable. "Big Brother, I brought back 6 people," Ord said. "Very good. Raise your heads." The chief's voice came from the hall. His voice was as cold as his eyes. "Aya, why are you so unruly? Hurry and bow to the chief," Ord urged. "Greetings, Chief." Everyone bowed in unison. Then, they raised their heads to look at the middle-aged man. This was a thin, middle-aged man. His skin was sickly pale. Perhaps it was because he had not been exposed to the sun for a long time, but his body exuded a chill that made people unwilling to get close to him. In addition, his eyes were also shining. This kind of light was extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. "This is a snake." With just one look, Zichen could tell that the patriarch was not a human. His eyes were extremely similar to those of a snake. Other than brutality, there was also lust and greed in his eyes. This was a person who was hard to get along with. "That's right. Since we're all here, we're all family. Hand over everything you have, and we'll return them to you when we leave. In the future, whatever you want to do will be arranged by Aoda," clan leader Womang said. Hearing this, the 6 of them were obviously stunned and puzzled. Next to him, Order reminded, "Hand over everything. That's the rule, but you don't have to hand over your weapons." Only then did the 6 of them react. Even though they were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to compromise in the face of the powerful woe python. Only Zi Chen, who had been warned earlier, pretended not to know. After that, each of them took out a spirit ring and handed it to Aoda, who then passed it to Wo Mang. "All right, I'll leave the things here for you to take when you leave. You can familiarize yourselves with this place for a few days. After a few days, Aoda will arrange things for you to do." Wo Mang flipped his hand and put away the spirit rings. He had no intention of inspecting them. After that, Aoda left with the 7 of them. A moment later, Aoda returned. Wo Mang was inspecting the treasures in the spirit rings, but they were all useless. He needed to see special items or fragments of laws. He directly ignored the 3 Earth-realm experts. What he cared about was the treasures of the Emptiness Realm experts. Those who could reach the Emptiness Realm would naturally have fragments of laws. However, none of the 3 spirit rings were found. "Big brother, how is it?" Aoda asked as soon as he came in. "I'm not sure yet, but keep a close eye on them. See if the 3 of them have any strange movements," Wo Mang said. "All right. What about the other 3 Earth-realm experts?" Aoda asked. "Don't worry about them. They're just 3 Earth-realm experts. Immediately arrange for them to do something." Wo Mang waved his hand casually. Aoda nodded. A mysterious smile immediately appeared on his face. He said, "Big brother, I got some good stuff this time. You'll definitely like it." As he spoke, he took out 3 bottles of monkey wine. These were the ones he had saved over the past few days. Wo Mang opened the bottle cap and smelled the rich fragrance of the wine. He said with satisfaction, "Very good. Where did you get it?" Aoda smiled and said, "I got lucky. Hee. Come on, have a taste." Wo Mang took a sip and enjoyed it very much. Aoda smiled and then left. His big brother was good at everything. It was just that he was usually too gluttonous and lustful. "Zi Chen, let's go. I'll arrange something for you to do." After arranging the 2 Earth-realm experts, Aoda went to find Zi Chen. "Now, didn't you say you needed a few days to familiarize yourself?" Zi Chen asked in confusion. Aoda smiled and said, "That's for the Emptiness Realm experts. You're just an Earth Realm expert. You don't have any rights here. However, don't worry. I'll arrange an easier job for you." "Job? I still have to work." Hearing this, Zi Chen was even more surprised. Of course. Such a large tribe needs to be maintained. How can there be no work? However, you can rest assured that I won't arrange for you to go out hunting. This is the work of the Emptiness Realm experts. Aoda said, "How about I arrange for you to look after the orchard?" "Orchard? Fruit?" Zi Chen felt more and more strange. Of course it's fruit. However, it's not an ordinary fruit. It's a fruit of law. Seeing Zi Chen's puzzled expression, Aoda explained, "I don't know if you've seen a money tree. This fruit of law is just like a money tree. It bears fruit of law, and the fruit of law is money. Therefore, it's a money tree." "Then take me to see it." Zi Chen was very curious. Aoda took Zi Chen out of the tribe and flew towards the south. It was worth mentioning that this world was very stable and the gravity was not small. This greatly reduced Zi Chen's speed. Not bad. Aoda was surprised to find that Zi Chen could keep up with him. Zi Chen smiled and did not say anything. After knowing that there was only one reality realm expert in the entire tribe, Zi Chen relaxed a lot. A mere reality realm expert could not do anything to him. After about 2 hours, Zi Chen saw a large garden. There were hundreds of trees of law in the garden. There was a layer of restriction around them. Aoda pointed to the trees of law and said, "These are all trees of law. They only bear fruit once every 100 years. Each tree will bear 99 fruits, but 90 of them will fall. These 90 are fragments of law. As for the other 9, they will become a perfect fruit. It contains a complete law. Its value is 10 times that of an ordinary fruit." When Zi Chen heard this, his heart moved. He asked, "In that case, a perfect fruit is equivalent to 10 pieces." "That's right. A perfect fruit is equivalent to the lives of 5 Earth Realm experts. Therefore, you need to guard this place well. You must not make any mistakes. Otherwise, you will be punished. The normal punishment is death. Aoda said, however, you don't need to worry too much. There are many people taking care of the orchard. There are also many emptiness realm experts guarding it. Zichen nodded and then looked at the trees of law at a close distance. He felt that it was very magical. He immediately sighed, there is actually such a magical thing. This place is really full of wonders. When Aoda heard this, he smiled and said, this is nothing. The trees of law are just the most ordinary ones. Other than the trees of law, there are also the illusory and corporeal trees of law. The fruits they bear are the illusory law and the corporeal law. When Zichen heard this, he was even more surprised. Well, this is for you. When you have nothing to do, you can go in and take a look. As Aoda said this, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. He said, by the way, this place is also a rare place for cultivation. The power of law ripples around it. It is very beneficial for your cultivation level. When Zichen heard this, he understood Aoda's intention. His impression of Aoda increased greatly and he thanked him again and again. Don't be so polite. I can feel that you are not ordinary. However, no matter what, you are only at the Earth realm. This is an indisputable fact. In this world, it is very difficult for an Earth realm expert to survive. If you can cultivate here for a few hundred years, you should be able to break through to the emptiness realm. Aoda warned, by the way, don't provoke an emptiness realm expert. Although there is a rule that forbids fighting, if you anger an emptiness realm expert, he will definitely kill you. The rules of the tribe are only for the living. They will not seek justice for the dead. What if an emptiness realm expert provokes me? You can only endure it. Unless you have the strength to fight against him. When Aoda saw the cold light in Zichen's eyes, he said, if you want to kill someone here, the first thing you need to do is to destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence. Zichen nodded and thanked Aoda again, indicating that he understood. Well, I won't disturb you anymore. Hurry up and cultivate. Aoda patted Zichen's shoulder. Zichen held the restriction token given by Aoda in his hand. As he injected a ray of energy into it, the restriction token emitted a ray of light. Then, the restriction token opened. As soon as Zichen walked in, he felt a pure and rich energy rushing towards him. This was the power of laws, which was very useful to the current Zichen. The surrounding trees of law were verdant and lush with fruits of law. Just as Aoda said, there were 90 fruits of law on each tree. Bearing fruit once every 100 years, 90 fruits each time. There are hundreds of fruits of law here. Adding them up, it is not a small number. Zichen said as he looked at the trees of law around him. Zichen walked around the orchard and found that the trees of law were all enclosed. There was a restriction around every 50 trees. Zichen was only in charge of 50 trees. This was good. No one would come to disturb him while he cultivated. Zichen decided to go into seclusion here and improve his strength. Chapter 1202. After the fruit fell to the ground, it suddenly turned into a law fragment. Such a change was truly miraculous. Zichen bent down and picked up the rule fragment. He released his spiritual sense and found that the rule fragment was indeed incomplete. It was indeed a rule fragment. Then, a sphere of law appeared in Zichen's hand. This was the complete sphere of law that Cauldron Spirit had mentioned. It was refined from the Yuan core and body of an Earth Yuan realm expert. Such a thing was equivalent to 10 law fragments, which was equivalent to the lives of 5 Earth Yuan realm experts. However, the martial war continent actually compared an Earth Yuan realm expert to 2 law fragments. This made Zichen speechless. He couldn't understand. An Earth Yuan realm expert was indeed worthless in this place. They couldn't even compare to the mortals in the martial heaven continent. Looking at the complete sphere of law in his hand, Zichen thought of a way to get rich. He could rely on his current strength to kill and refine those Earth Yuan realm experts into a complete sphere of law. This way, Zichen would be able to accumulate wealth very quickly. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Wealth wasn't important to him right now. Strength was the most important thing. After throwing the law fragment under the tree, Chen sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the law energy here. A powerful suction force appeared from Chen's body. The surrounding law energy was like a vortex that constantly expanded and spread into the distance. In the end, a small energy storm was formed in the entire restriction. Chen was in the middle of the storm, absorbing the law energy to his heart's content. After a while, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Due to the fruit of law, the law energy here was very dense. It was more than enough for an Earth Yuan realm expert to cultivate. However, the prerequisite was that an ordinary Earth Yuan realm expert wouldn't be able to absorb the law energy very quickly. This was because there was only one kind of law energy. Among so many different kinds of law energy, he could only absorb one. However, Chen was different. He had comprehended dozens of laws. In addition to that, he had also created his own law of destruction. There was no law in this world that could stop him. Absorbing law energy was a piece of cake for him. As a result, as Chen absorbed the energy, the density of the power of laws in this place was visibly decreasing, and it eventually became thin. As time passed, no one disturbed Chen here, so he fell into a state of silence. In this state, the speed of his absorption of rule force also became constant. As a result, the storm continued to circulate without any rumbling. Gradually, the rule power contained in the space decreased and disappeared, but the constant absorption still existed. Under the powerful suction force, there was no longer any law force in the space. The law fruit tree started to sway. Chen was like a greedy vampire, forcibly absorbing the law force from the law fruit tree. A law fruit shattered, containing an extremely rich law force. This law force entered the storm and was absorbed by Chen. A nomological fragment had provided Chen with a lot of power, but this power would eventually be exhausted. After a long time, as the power was exhausted, the suction force appeared again, and the fruit began to sway. Another fruit shattered. Chen fell into a state of meditation. In the outside world, because of Aoda's instructions, no one disturbed Chen. As time passed, the number of law fruits slowly decreased. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and Chen, the newcomer, was completely forgotten. However, the 5 newcomers had built a good relationship with the people of the tribes. The 2 Earth Primes were still holding a grudge against Chen because of the past. They had never forgotten Chen. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Appearing from a restriction, Chen Xiong looked at the restriction where Chen was. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Without entering a state of cultivation, the restriction could be completely seen through, but as long as someone went in to cultivate, the restriction would block their line of sight. Therefore, Chen Xiong didn't know what was going on inside. Chen Xiong, wait for me. As soon as Chen Xiong appeared, a voice came from behind him. It was Luo Ao who came with him. In the past 3 months, the 2 of them had gotten along very well, and they both had a common enemy. Luo Ao asked, "Why hasn't that kid come out yet?" "No," Chen Xiong said in annoyance. "Tempage, what a fool. Does he think he's safe by hiding inside?" Chen Xiong glanced at Luo Ao and asked, "What do you have in mind?" Luo Ao smiled mysteriously and said, "We can go find Master Ju Huan. Doesn't he have some conflicts with Aoda? I think he'll be happy to help us." When Chen Xiong heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. The 2 of them chuckled and quickly left. Ju Huan's status in the Womang tribe was not low, or rather, it was not lower than Aoda. Although the 2 of them were both in the virtual realm, they were Womang's right-hand men. Hearing the words of the 2 below, Ju Huan frowned and said, "Oh, it's been 3 months. Yes, Master, it's been 3 months. We're not afraid of him cultivating, but we're worried about the law fruits inside. If there's a mishap, our tribe's interests will be lost." Luo Ao said, "Yes, Master, this is no small matter." Chen Xiong also said. Ju Huan glanced at the 2 of them and naturally understood what they were thinking. However, it was only 3 months, so this excuse was not valid. However, this was the only chance to have some relationship with Aoda, so he had to grasp it properly. Just as the 2 below were feeling uneasy, Ju Huan said, "Not for the time being. Wait for another 2 months. If he still doesn't come out, you two will force him out. Okay. The two nodded and left. In the following time, the two of them spent a long time waiting. Zichen naturally had no intention of waking up because there was still a lot of energy entering his body. Looking at the surrounding space, 5 months had passed. Many law fruit trees had begun to turn yellow, and the law fruits on them had decreased by a lot. Dong! A loud vibration came from the outside, followed by an explosive shout, "Punching bag, come out. Come out, punching bag. Hurry up and come out." After spending 2 months in torment, Chen Xiong and Luo Ao immediately rushed over and began to shake the restriction vigorously. However, it was only shaking. Even if the two of them were given a few guts, they would not dare to forcibly attack the array formation. Zichen was awakened and frowned. He knew that the flies had come, and his expression became extremely dissatisfied. Then, he stopped the cultivation technique and opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Zichen found that the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. It was like spring had passed and autumn had come, and the leaves had turned yellow. Zichen closed his eyes again and calculated the time. After a while, he opened his eyes and said in confusion, "Is it the harvest season? But it's only been 5 months. Ah." The first sound was a sigh, but the second sound turned into a scream. This was because Zichen found that the law fruit trees, which were originally full of branches, had become bare in many places. Not to mention the law fruits, even the leaves were gone. The entire tree was glowing yellow. This was the rhythm of withering. D***MN, how could this be? Zichen's expression changed greatly. Obviously, he knew that he had made a big mistake. He looked around and saw that the other fruit trees were in the same situation. Zichen's expression became increasingly ugly. "Punching bag, come out. Hurry up and come out. You haven't come out for half a month. Could it be that you're stealing the law fruits?" The voices of the two people outside kept ringing. Zichen naturally did not steal the fruit, but would the two of them believe it when they saw this situation? Not to mention the two of them, even Zichen himself did not believe it. What should I do? Zichen was actually less flustered. Outside, the shouting and cursing started again. Zichen's eyes had a hint of killing intent. In the end, he hardened his heart and said, "Let's just go all out." Just as Zichen hardened his heart, an indifferent voice came from outside. "What are you doing here?" It was Aoda's voice. The two people outside were shocked and hurriedly saluted Aoda. Luo Ao said, "Sir, this punching bag has been inside for 5 months and has not come out. We are worried about what he is doing inside." "What can he do?" Aoda said discontentedly, "Not to mention 5 months, even 5 years or 50 years are possible. You don't need to worry." Hearing this, Chen Xiong hurriedly said, "Sir is right. We are naturally not worried. It's just that Zichen has been here for 5 months, but he has never met the other people of the tribe. This clearly does not treat everyone as one of his own, as a family. This has a bad influence." Aoda could not help but frown when he heard this. At this moment, a cold snort came from behind the two. It was Zichen who had walked out of the restriction. "Punching bag, you finally came out. Speak, what did you do inside?" After the two saw Zichen, they asked in a questioning tone. "Idiot, what was I doing?" "Of course, I was cultivating in seclusion. Why did you two disturb my cultivation?" Zichen asked in a cold voice, his face full of dissatisfaction. "Cultivating." The two looked at Zichen suspiciously, then looked at the restriction in front of them. Inside the restriction, the law fruit tree was still there, with many law fruits hanging on it, exuding a bright light. Aoda also glanced at the law fruits. After finding that there was no problem, he said indifferently to the two, "Next time, don't disturb other people's cultivation for no reason." "Yes, sir is right. It's just that we are looking for Zichen for something." "What do you want from me?" Zichen asked impatiently. "Zichen, you have been here for 5 months, but you don't even know a single person. If you continue like this, you will be isolated. It just so happens that there will be a party tonight. We specially came to call you," Chen Xiong said with a smile. Zichen frowned when he heard this, But Aoda next to him said, "What a coincidence, Zi Chen, I also came to call you and introduce you to a friend." After making such a big mistake, Zi Chen was naturally unwilling to leave this place, but since Aoda wanted to invite him, he couldn't refuse. He could only nod and say thank you. Chapter 1203. There were quite a number of people in the rich Python tribe. These people usually had their own missions, so they didn't know much about each other. Every half a year, the fertile Python tribe would have a symbolic gathering. Of course, this gathering was not mandatory, and they could not come. The purpose of the gathering was very simple. In addition to getting to know each other, it was to eat meat and drink wine. The meat was from the war beasts hunted by the virtual realm. This was unique to the Zhonwu continent. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't transform into human form, but they were very strong. Basically, to deal with the weakest soldier-level war beast, several virtual realm masters would need to work together. And the realm of a soldier-level war beast was only equivalent to Earth Prime. It could be said that every Earth Prime war beast could kill enemies above their level. After killing the war beast, the hardest material of the war beast would be sold outside. As for the meat, because it was not valuable, it would be kept for the gathering. The wine was of the worst quality, even worse than the one Aoda gave Zi Chen. One rule fragment could buy 10 bottles. But thinking about it, just 10 bottles of wine could be exchanged for half of an Earth Prime's life. This thing was still very precious. But even so, many people still couldn't drink such inferior wine. There were still many people looking forward to the half-yearly gathering. In the evening, a bonfire was raised and a group of cultivators gathered. There were more than 200 people at this gathering, less than 100 of them were in the reality realm, and the rest were in the Earth Prime. When Zi Chen and Aoda arrived, the people here had already gathered in groups of 3 or 5. When they saw Aoda arrive, they all stood up with respectful expressions. But when they saw Zi Chen next to Aoda, their expressions became a little surprised. Who is this person? Why is he with Aoda? I've never seen him before. He should be a new Earth Prime. There were whispers all around. Aoda coughed softly and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the new Zi Chen. Everyone, please take care of him in the future." As soon as Aoda's words fell, everyone's expression changed. They had been here for a long time, but they had never heard Aoda introduce a newcomer with the words "take care of him." "He's just a punching bag," Chen Xiong said coldly in the distance. On the other side, Jie Huan had also arrived. He introduced, "These are also newcomers. This is Chen Xiong, Luo Ao, Zythe, Dirk, and Morrison." Ji Yu Huan introduced 3 Emptiness Realm experts and 2 Earth Prime experts. Among the 6 people he brought this time, 5 of them followed behind Ji Yu Huan. After the introductions, the party began. Zi Chen was pulled in front of a man by order. Zi Chen had seen this man once before. It was the same man who spoke to Order before he entered the hall. "Jesse, this is the Zi Chen I told you about," Oldie introduced. Jesse was wearing a suit of armor and his aura was concealed. However, Zi Chen could still feel a strong aura coming from him. He was probably one of the few experts in the Emptiness Realm. "Greetings, sir," Zi Chen said respectfully. When Jesse heard this, he waved his hand and said, "Why are you calling me Lord? Since Ord brought you here, then we are family. Just call me Jesse from now on. Is this appropriate?" Zi Chen hesitated. Beside him, Order smiled and said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just call him Jesse." Zi Chen nodded. Xing Dao Li had said that in this world, no one could be trusted except for yourself. However, Zi Chen was very glad that he met Order. This man was very good to him and it could be seen that he had a good heart. In a world full of darkness and infighting, it was very rare for him to be able to maintain such a mentality. Of course, he was also a wonderful person. After that, the 3 of them drank wine together. The wine tasted very bad, even worse than the wine in the mortal world. However, Zi Chen felt very comfortable drinking it because he was in a good mood. "Do you feel that the wine tastes bad?" Jesse suddenly asked. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "No, it's good when I'm in a good mood." Jesse laughed when he heard this. "Haha, Ord was right. You are a wonderful person, a wonderful person." Zi Chen seemed to have let go of the wine. He laughed and said, "To be able to sit and drink with an Earth Prime like me, the two of you are wonderful people." The two of them were startled when they heard this. They looked at each other and then burst out laughing. The hearty laughter came out frequently, causing many people to look at them. At the same time, it also attracted many complicated gazes. Jesse turned his gaze back to the wine and said, "Those who live in this world are all cultivators, and they were also cultivators in the other world. They were even high and mighty and could get whatever they wanted. Naturally, they would not personally make wine. Therefore, this directly led to the fact that the entire Jianwu continent's wine quality is extremely poor, but the price is ridiculously high." Pointing to the wine bottle in his hand, Jesse said, "This thing is actually brewed by us. It tastes bad, but it can still be sold for the price of 1 rule fragment or 10 bottles, which is equivalent to half of an Earth Prime's life." Zi Chen nodded. The things in this world were indeed wonderful. Wine was more precious than life. Ord also sighed and said, "Yes, this thing is extremely bad, but the price is not low. But thinking back, we lost a lot of people to get this recipe." Jesse drank the wine in the bottle in one gulp and said, "At that time, there were a total of 10 of us, called the 10 Brothers. We went to the Black Tribe to rob something. We got it, but only 5 of the 10 brothers survived. The 2 of them were reminiscing about the past. There were only 5 of us left, but in the end, 2nd brother and 4th brother also left." Looking at the bonfire in front of him, Ord was a little absent-minded. After a moment, he adjusted his mood and asked, "3rd brother, why did 2nd brother and 4th brother leave?" Jess's expression became gloomy. He shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure about this, but it is said that it is because of Ying-Er." Ying-Er, 2nd sister-in-law. Ord was startled. Jesse shook his head and said, "I don't know the details. It's just my guess." Ord's expression changed several times, but in the end, he fell silent. "Punching bag, so you are here." Suddenly, a voice sounded from not far away. Zi Chen, who was drinking and listening to the others' reminiscence and gossip, was startled. He immediately turned around. Jesse and Ord also turned around. Their expressions had returned to normal. "Punching bag, it's me." Luo Ao came forward with wine. "And me, punching bag." An emptiness realm expert came forward. "It has been 5 months since we parted, punching bag. I miss you." Chen Xiong also came over with a smile. He glanced at Zi Chen with disdain, then looked at Jesse and Ord and said respectfully, "Greetings, lords. We are here to reminisce with Zi Chen." Ord nodded expressionlessly. Jesse, on the other hand, was very interested. He asked, "Of course we can reminisce, but I don't understand. He is clearly called Zi Chen, so why do you call him punching bag?" Chen Xiong's interest was piqued when he heard this. Moreover, this was also the purpose of his visit, so he said, "Lords, you may not know, but when he first came, he looked like he was being bullied. Moreover, the Lord Leader also said that he was a punching bag, the kind that did not fight back and did not talk back when scolded." After wantonly making up Zi Chen, Chen Xiong inadvertently looked at the wine of the 2 lords and said in surprise, punching bag, you are drinking with the 2 lords. Why don't you take out the good wine you have?" "Good wine, what good wine?" Jesse asked. "Monkey wine, very mellow. We have never tasted it before, but we have smelled it from afar. Almost all of us are drunk just by smelling it. Unfortunately, punching bag contributed this wine to Lord Leader, so we can't drink it." This time, it was Luo Ao who spoke. Zi Chen said indifferently, "There is no more wine, you can leave. Moreover, we don't seem to be familiar with each other, so you can't control what wine I drink." They did not expect that punching bag would not give them any face today and even dare to refute. The faces of several people became a little ugly. Jesse looked at Zi Chen and asked, "Zi Chen, you really have monkey wine?" Zi Chen nodded and said, "There is one more." Chen Xiong heard and shouted, "You are lying, you just said there is no more. You dare to deceive Lord Leader." Zi Chen coldly glanced at Chen Xiong and said indifferently, "Scram." Chen Xiong's face changed again, and he was furious. However, after meeting Zi Chen's cold gaze, his heart trembled, and then he abruptly stopped what he was going to say. Jesse turned around and looked at the 5 people with ugly faces, and said jokingly, "He already asked the 5 of you to scram, why are you still not leaving?" The faces of the 5 people became even more ugly, but they did not dare to be rude. After bowing, they left. Of course, when they left, the 5 people's eyes were filled with hatred. Regarding this, Zi Chen slightly frowned, but he quickly shook his head. No matter what Jesse's words meant, it was not a big deal. It was just an emptiness realm expert. It was not like he had not killed one before. After the 5 of them left, Jesse looked at Zi Chen, who didn't seem to care at all. He laughed and said, "Zi Chen, we're all friends. How could you hide something from us? That's too much." Zi Chen shook his head and said, "This is not hiding it, but I feel that it has a bad influence. After all, there are so many people here, and we are the only ones who drink good wine. Who cares what influence it has? Let me tell you, in this world, the only influence is one's fist, strength, and battle power. Whoever has the biggest fist and the strongest strength is the boss. Not to mention me, even if you have the strength, go challenge Big Brother today and defeat him, then the position of patriarch will be yours. In this world, there are no rules, strength determines everything," Jesse said. Zi Chen heard this and smiled bitterly. "I naturally know this, but I don't have the strength, so shouldn't I be more low-key?" Jesse said with a mocking smile, "Low-key, sitting with us, it is impossible for you to be low-key, and, according to my observation, you don't look like a low-key person. Well, I was successfully provoked by you." Zi Chen smiled, then threw out 2 bottles of monkey wine, and took out one for himself. In the distance, after seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared on Jiehuan's face. Chapter 1204. This time, the drinking session was very enjoyable, causing Zi Chen to temporarily forget about his troubles. Whether it was Jesse or Aoda, both of them had good personalities. This kind of casual and carefree attitude was very much in line with Zi Chen's personality. However, Zi Chen still had a sense of caution in his heart. It was just that this caution was hidden in the bottom of his heart, and very few people could see it. After the end of the gathering, Zi Chen requested to immediately go into seclusion to cultivate. This made the 2 of them give Zi Chen a thumbs up. In fact, only Zi Chen himself knew that he was in a hurry to go back and clean up the mess. He quickly returned to the law fruit tree garden. As the restrictions opened, Zi Chen entered. The surrounding area was still a dilapidated and desolate scene. "Sigh, I don't know how long I can hide this." Zi Chen sighed. During the day, because of Aoda's arrival, Zi Chen gave up on the idea of killing and escaping, so he set up an illusion array around him. At this moment, Zi Chen removed the illusion array and began to study these law fruit trees. The current situation was the result of a large amount of law strength. If he wanted them to recover, he had to replenish them with law strength. This wasn't difficult because Zi Chen still had a lot of law fragments, both good and bad. The only difficulty was that he couldn't make these law fruit trees bear law fruits again. This was a headache, but if Zi Chen was given enough time, he could still solve it. At worst, Zi Chen could use the law spheres on him to make up the numbers. Next, Zi Chen broke the nomological law fragments one by one and let the power of the nomological law within the fragments fill the entire space. As many fragments were broken, the law strength in this place became extremely rich. Gradually, the density surpassed when Zi Chen first entered. But it still wasn't enough. Zi Chen continued to break the law fragments one by one. When the law power in this place reached a limit, Zi Chen walked to the edge of the restriction and set up a spirit-absorbing array. With this array, these law fruit trees would be able to absorb the law power in a very short time. After doing all this, Zi Chen had nothing to do, so he simply continued to cultivate. However, this time, Zi Chen was more careful. Every time he felt the density of the power of laws decrease, he would shatter a fragment of the power of laws. A month passed by quickly, and by the time Zi Chen got up again, the situation here had changed greatly. The law fruit tree was no longer yellow and withered. Instead, it was gradually turning green. This was a sign of improvement, and Zi Chen was very satisfied. Thus, 1 month later, Zi Chen walked out of the restriction again. As soon as he walked out, Zi Chen noticed a person in the distance. It was Luo Ao, who seemed to be monitoring him. Zi Chen ignored Luo Ao and walked towards the tribe. This time, he was looking for Aoda. When Luo Ao saw Zi Chen appear, he quickly left. And this time, Zi Chen did not find order. Bored, Zi Chen decided to take a stroll nearby. So he walked out of this flat land and flew towards the distant mountains. To be honest, if it weren't for the trouble he caused here, Zi Chen would have chosen to go out and hunt for battle beasts. First, he could train, and second, he could get a lot of money. This time, Zi Chen was holding on to the idea of luck to see if he could meet a battle beast. But he didn't meet any battle beasts, but Zi Chen met order. There was a touch of joy on his face. When he was about to go forward, he found a figure shooting out from the dense forest below. This was a stranger. Zi Chen had never seen him before. Moreover, when Order saw the other party, his face was obviously happy and excited. On the other hand, the other party touched Order's head. Order's status in the Woe Python was very high. No one could touch his head like this except for the patriarch. Who is he? Why is Order with him? Zi Chen was very puzzled and quietly approached. What's going on? Zi Chen heard this voice from afar. This matter cannot be explained, but I want to tell you, you. The stranger opened his mouth, but because they were far away and the other party had lowered his voice, Zi Chen couldn't hear him clearly. And at this moment, he didn't dare to release his spiritual sense to investigate. The two of them first talked in a low voice, then quarreled, and their voices gradually became louder. Zi Chen listened intermittently. He couldn't hear the specific content clearly, but he could hear some of it just by listening to the words. The other party's purpose should be to target the Woe Python tribe. He needed Order to do something, but Order didn't agree. It seemed that the two sides were about to break down. Suddenly, Zi Chen felt that there was something strange not far away. He turned his head and looked towards the dense forest below. Zi Chen hid at the top of the mountain and immediately activated his yin-yang eye. With a glance, he found an Earth Prime hiding in the void. This was the Earth Prime of the tribe. Zi Chen had seen him once before. At this moment, the other party was hiding and observing the two people talking in the distance. In addition, a crystal ball floated in front of him. The crystal ball recorded the scene in front of him. Damn it! Zi Chen cursed under his breath. He immediately guessed the other party's purpose. Obviously, he was either one of the tribe leader's men or one of the tribe leader's men. If this matter was spread, it would definitely affect Order. Thus, Zi Chen stealthily made his way downwards. He had spent a lot of time with the demon ape and Zhong Haotian, and he had killed many assassins who were skilled in concealment. Thus, he was naturally skilled in concealment. Zi Chen was already behind the Earth Prime, but the other party didn't show any signs of abnormality. Then, Zi Chen released the power of the virtual realm, and the virtual realm enveloped the other party. Impossible, this is impossible, Order said loudly. The stranger sneered, believe it or not. Suddenly, the two of them sensed a wave of energy. Their expressions changed instantly, and they looked towards the dense forest in the distance. A silhouette flashed and disappeared into the dense forest. Someone is following you. The stranger looked at Order. Order's expression was extremely ugly, but he felt that the figure just now was vaguely familiar. Don't mention this again, and don't come looking for me in the future, Order said coldly, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Think about how we were back then. Think about Ying and think about second brother. If you stay with this beast, he'll kill you one day. The stranger snorted coldly and turned to leave. Zi Chen returned to the seal as fast as he could. Today's harvest was not small. He had obtained a complete law sphere. In addition, this Earth Prime also had a few law fragments. As for the crystal ball, it was shattered by Zi Chen. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and cultivate, the seal outside the law garden trembled. Order's voice sounded, Zi Chen, are you there? Zi Chen walked out of the seal and asked, what's the matter? Did you go looking for me just now? Order asked. Yes, you weren't here, so I came back, Zi Chen said. You haven't been anywhere else? No. When Order heard this, Disappointment appeared on his face. He nodded, but then seemed to remember something, so he asked, "Then why are you looking for me?" "Nothing, I just wanted to drink with you." "Forget about drinking, I'll come find you in a few days." Order seemed to have a lot on his mind, then turned and left. Of course, Zi Chen was not looking for Order to drink. He just wanted to ask when the law fruit would ripen, but after encountering this kind of thing, Zi Chen felt that it was inappropriate to ask. Ju Huan stood in the room, holding a crystal ball in his hand. Inside was the news that his subordinate had just sent back, but before it could finish, there was no more news. "Is he dead?" Ju Huan said indifferently, "But do you think you can destroy the evidence like this?" "Order, you're finished. You colluded with outsiders, just wait for your death. Come in." Outside the door, Chen Xiong and Luo Ao heard the voice and walked in with extremely respectful expressions. "Sir, what are your orders? During this time, you have to keep an eye on Zi Chen and see what he's doing all day." "Yes." The two nodded and left. Only Ju Huan was left in the room. He sneered, "Humph, the tribe is in danger, so let me, Ju Huan, resolve this danger. But before that, I must get some benefits." For the rich Python tribe, the days were very peaceful and quiet. Staying in the tribe, there were no battles. Only the emptiness realm experts who went to hunt beasts would occasionally send news of their deaths. But for Zi Chen, Order, Ju Huan, and the others, the entire rich Python tribe was turbulent and extremely restless. Order was in a bad mood recently, as if he had something on his mind, and he often went out. Undoubtedly, every time he went out, he was monitored, and Zi Chen also quietly got rid of these people for him. Gradually, he knew Order's character, and he was indeed very good. As for the identity of the stranger, Zi Chen also knew that he was the fourth brother that Jesse and Order had talked about. Chen Xiong and Luo Ao took turns to monitor Zi Chen, but Zi Chen had been hiding in the seal to cultivate, so there was no abnormality at all. The two wanted to kill Zi Chen, but they had no way to do so. 3 months passed quickly, and Zi Chen had been here for a whole year. Zi Chen spent 5 months to destroy the orchard, and then spent 7 months to restore the orchard. The law tree became green again, but the fruit that was lost before could not be returned. Moreover, the fruit was obviously smaller than the ones in the other seals. However, Zi Chen was not in a hurry. With his power of law, sooner or later, the fruit of law here would take shape. But on a certain day, everything changed. The tranquil fertile Python tribe would no longer be tranquil because of this matter. "Zi Chen, get out here." Chen Xiong's roar came from outside. "According to Master Ju Huan's instructions, our 2 law fruit orchards will be exchanged." After Chen Xiong said the purpose of his visit, Zi Chen's face changed. He did not expect things to change here. Next, Zi Chen had 2 paths, one was to kill his way out, and the other was to wait for Order to come. But the other party only asked to exchange the fruit orchards. Even if Order came, it was impossible to refuse this small request. In other words, it was impossible for the other party to completely become enemies with Ju Huan because of this small request. Therefore, Zi Chen only had one path, and that was to kill his way out. But how to kill his way out was the key to the problem. "No matter how I kill, let's get these law fruits first." Zi Chen hardened his heart and rolled up his sleeves, causing a gust of wind to appear in the law fruit orchards. Chapter 1205. One fruit after another left the tree and flew towards Zi Chen before being put away by him. Zi Chen took away all the fruits as fast as he could. Then, he waved his sleeve and walked outside. "What's the matter?" Zi Chen walked out of the seal and stared coldly at Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said indifferently, "You finally came out. According to Master Ju Quan's instructions, you and I will now exchange control of the orchard." Zi Chen glared at Chen Xiong in dissatisfaction. "Why should I exchange? You have no choice. I'll give you the thing, but hand over your restriction token." Chen Xiong shouted. Zi Chen held the restriction token in his hand and said indifferently, "Let's exchange, but how do I know which orchard is yours? Take me there first." While speaking, Zi Chen threw out the restriction token in his hand casually. "Okay, let's go." Chen Xiong smiled coldly and then led Zi Chen to his orchard. In the distance, Chen Xiong pointed at the fruit orchard and said, "That's mine. With this, you can go in and cultivate." Zi Chen took the token and walked forward without saying a word. "Zi Chen, you're dead." After Zi Chen left, Chen Xiong's smile became colder, and then he quickly flew towards the fruit orchard where Zi Chen was. Zi Chen looked calm, but in fact, he had made up his mind to immediately take away all the fruits in the fruit orchard. But just as he opened the fruit orchard with a seal, he was completely dumbfounded when he saw everything in front of him. The fruit tree in front of him was empty. There was not a single fruit. How could there not be any fruit? This is a conspiracy. Seeing this scene, thinking about what Chen Xiong said before and his expression, Zi Chen understood everything. He smiled bitterly. He wanted to trick Chen Xiong, but he didn't expect to be tricked. However, he was still calm. After a brief pondering, he turned around and left the Orchard of Laws. He then flew towards the tribe's encampment. He had just flown 100 meters when a figure flashed in front of him. It was an emptiness realm expert who had come here with Zi Chen. "Zi Chen, where are you going in such a hurry?" Zyth asked coldly. "Chen Xiong stole the fruit of law from the orchard. I'm going to find the patriarch and expose him." Zi Chen said anxiously and seriously. "Is that so? That's a big deal. Hurry up and go." Zyth stepped aside. As he spoke, Zi Chen didn't stop and flew past Zyth. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared from behind and hit Zi Chen hard. Pu. Zi Chen coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. Zyth calmly looked at Zi Chen, who fell to the ground. Suddenly, after landing, Zi Chen moved. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the distance. Damn it, how could this be? Zyth's eyes widened in confusion as he watched Zi Chen disappear in disbelief. Because he was too fast, he couldn't catch up. This scene was out of the original plan, but it wasn't a big deal. After all, the Lord was in the tribe and there wouldn't be any big problems. At this moment, Chen Xiong ran out in a panic. Seeing Chen Xiong, Zyth smiled. "You're fast enough. You just came out and you're already acting." Who knew that Chen Xiong didn't directly rush to the tribe to complain. Instead, he ran towards Zyth and shouted, "Where is Zi Chen? Quickly hand him over. This guy stole the fruit of law from the orchard." "Ah." Zyth was startled and didn't know how to answer. "Where is Zi Chen? Quickly catch him. He stole the fruit of law from the orchard." Chen Xiong said loudly, very anxious. Seeing Chen Xiong's appearance, Zyth lowered his voice and said, "Chen Xiong, what's going on? The plan clearly said that you should go directly to the tribe. I have nothing to do with it." Obviously, Zyth felt that he couldn't continue Chen Xiong's act. There was no one here for the time being, but it didn't mean that there would be no one later. If Chen Xiong didn't tactfully leave, it would alarm others and it wouldn't be good. It's true. Zi Chen really stole the fruit of law. Chen Xiong felt that he was about to cry. He planned to go in and take away all the fruit of law and then shift the blame to Zi Chen. However, after he went in, he saw an empty orchard. "Enough. You should go to the patriarch for this matter," Zyth said indifferently. At the same time, he felt very wronged because in the plan, this sentence wasn't meant for him. "Where's Zi Chen? Tell me where Zi Chen is. I want to confront him face to face." Chen Xiong was still unwilling to give up. Looking at Chen Xiong's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying at all. Zyth felt that this matter was unusual, and Chen Xiong was obviously outside of the plan, so he asked indifferently, "Chen Xiong, don't tell me you want to take the fruit of law for yourself. You have to remember the price you have to pay." He didn't believe that Zi Chen stole the fruit of law because the other party didn't have the guts. However, Chen Xiong had the guts because he knew that Zi Chen would die later and shift the blame to the other party. "Zyth, you misunderstood. Tell me where Zi Chen is. Is he still in the orchard?" Zyth looked at Chen Xiong as if he was looking at a dead man and said indifferently, "Gone, he went to sue you." Chen Xiong's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "What? Why didn't you stop him?" "I did, but I couldn't." "Then why didn't you tell me in advance?" Chen Xiong felt that something bad had happened. Zyth stared at Chen Xiong and warned, "There are many good things in this world, but the premise is that you have to be alive to take them and use them. Chen Xiong ignored Scythe and turned to fly towards the tribe. However, his speed was much slower than Zi Chen's. Not good, not good. Zi Chen shouted as soon as he arrived at the tribe. Scythe and Chen Xiong rebelled. They stole the fruit of law. Zi Chen rushed forward and went straight to the hall where the patriarch was. What's going on? A cultivator appeared and asked. However, Zi Chen didn't bother to explain. He just kept shouting, "Rebellion, rebellion, rebellion." Jesse appeared. He frowned when he heard this and then followed Zi Chen to the hall. At this moment, everyone was attracted by the word rebellion. They didn't pay attention to Zi Chen, an Earth Prime, who was actually so fast. Patriarch, not good, not good. Zi Chen rushed directly to the Patriarch's hall. In the hall, there were 3 people sitting. Other than the Patriarch, there were also Aoda and Wu Mang. Seeing Zi Chen suddenly come in, the expressions of the 3 people changed. Aoda directly stood up and asked, "Zi Chen, what's wrong?" Wu Mang's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. Patriarch Wu Mang glanced at Zi Chen indifferently. Patriarch, not good. Chen Xiong and Scythe rebelled. Zi Chen said in a panic. What's going on? Speak slowly. Jesse rushed in. When he saw Wu Mang and Aoda here, he frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" Aoda obviously didn't have time to answer this question. Instead, he asked what was going on. The panicked Zi Chen coughed up blood again. His face became pale, and he said weakly, "I was cultivating in the orchard when Chen Xiong suddenly called me out. He said that he received orders from Lord Wu Mang to let the 2 of us change the orchard. At that time, I was very strange. Why would we change the orchard? But I didn't pay much attention to it. Who knew that after the exchange, when I just entered Chen Xiong's orchard, I saw that there was no fruit on the fruit tree. What, there's such a thing? Wu Mang, give me an explanation." Aoda said coldly. "Chumph, one-sided words, who knows if it's true or false?" Wu Mang snorted and said, "I suspect that he is a spy. I was afraid that he would tamper with the orchard, so I let Chen Xiong change it." Zi Chen coughed loudly, attracting everyone's attention again, and then said, "I saw that the orchard was empty, so I ran back to report. Who knew that I would meet Scythe halfway? After I told him about this, he actually wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I was fast enough and was only injured. Otherwise, I would have died." Zi Chen vomiting blood was true, and it was true that he was injured, so others had to believe it. Jesse stared coldly at Wu Mang and shouted, "Wu Mang, tell me what's going on." Wu Mang's expression changed slightly and said, "Jesse, what do you mean? You would rather believe this Di Yuan's words than me." Jesse took a step forward and said indifferently, "Then tell me, why did you want to change the orchard? Why did you have to change it to Zi Chen's?" "That's because I suspect that he is a spy." Wu Mang glared. "Spy? Have you ever seen a spy from the lower realms?" Wu Mang spread his hands and said, "Who can say for sure? After all, he was recruited by others." "Wu Mang, don't slander me here." Aoda shouted with a cold face. The 3 people below were arguing, but Wu Mang's expression was incomparably calm. Outside the hall, many cultivators gathered. Not long after, Chen Xiong rushed in and said loudly, "Patriarch, bad news, Zi Chen's fruit orchard has all been stolen by him." As soon as the dazzling words came out, the crowd in the hall was in an uproar. Zi Chen had already expected this. He took a few steps forward and grabbed Chen Xiong's collar and said, "You bastard, you still want to harm me. Tell me, where did the fruit of your orchard go?" "Of course it's in the orchard, it was still there when I left." Chen Xiong said. "Bullshit, after I went in, it was empty, and as soon as I ran out, why did Scythe appear? As soon as I told him about this, he wanted to kill me. Tell me, did you collude to kill me to take the blame?" Chen Xiong was choked by Zi Chen's neck, but he couldn't say a word. Zi Chen shook the other party with all his strength and said coldly, "Now, you said that the fruit of law I was guarding is missing. Did you think that I was dead long ago, so you can shift the blame to a dead person like me?" With that, Zi Chen threw Chen Xiong to the ground and stomped on him twice. He said coldly, It's useless. I, Zi Chen, am lucky. I didn't die in the hands of Zyth, so it's even more impossible to shift the blame to me. Chen Xiong coughed violently. Chapter 1206. Faced with the two's questioning, Wu Mang laughed out loud. Nonsense, it's simply nonsense. Just by listening to his side of the story, you can be sure that it's me. This is framing. Framing? Jessie stared at Wu Mang and said coldly, if I find out, I won't let you go. Someone, come. Jessie shouted. Two virtual realm experts immediately came in. Jessie had been here for many years, so he naturally had his own people. He ordered, go check the situation of the fruit orchard and see if there are any missing fruits. Also, bring the virtual realm expert called Zyth here. Zi Chen immediately took out the restriction token in his hand and handed it to one of the virtual realm experts. Then, the virtual realm expert found the token on Chen Xiong's body. The two of them took the token and left. The main hall fell into silence for a moment. Wu Mang still didn't speak. Like an outsider, Wu Mang slowly sat back in his seat and closed his eyes to sleep. Jessie and Aud's expressions were very ugly. Chen Xiong knelt on the ground and didn't even dare to breathe. Zi Chen stood at the side and observed everyone. His expression gradually became solemn. Especially since Wu Mang didn't speak, Zi Chen couldn't guess what he was thinking. Outside, the entire main hall was surrounded by many virtual realm experts. Many of them were holding weapons in their hands. These were no longer earth weapons, but weapons that contained the rules of the virtual, referred to as virtual weapons. Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Two virtual realm experts walked in with Zyth and then threw him down. How is it? Jessie asked. Reporting to Lord, reporting to Patriarch, the fruits of these two fruit orchards are indeed gone. Looking at the traces, one of them should be a few days old, and the other just disappeared. The virtual realm expert said respectfully. After the emptiness realm expert finished speaking, Zi Chen stepped forward and said, Sirs, please help me. It's obvious that Chen Xiong had already lost the fruit of law, but he wanted to exchange it with me and then hurt me. Previously, Zyth wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for my good luck and speed, I would have died long ago. At that time, they would definitely push all the blame on me. At this point, Zi Chen stopped talking. Oda was furious, while Jessie coldly stared at Chen Xiong and Zyth, indifferently saying, Now, what else do you have to say? Chen Xiong said with an aggrieved face, Sir, I'm really wronged. It's Zi Chen who wronged me. That's right, sir. I've been wronged as well. He's just spouting nonsense. If I wanted to kill him for no reason, and it was a sneak attack, how could a mere Earth Prime like him escape? I just need to use the void space, and he's dead for sure. Zyth also felt wronged. In front of the truth, the other party was still quibbling. The two of them were infuriated. However, Zi Chen said coldly, You guys still dare to say that you're wronged. Chen Xiong, let me ask you. I was cultivating perfectly fine. Why did you want to change places with me? This. Chen Xiong was startled, but he didn't know how to answer. Tell me, why did you exchange with me? There are so many people out there, but you didn't exchange with me. Why did you choose me? Zi Chen questioned loudly. Because, you are a spy. Chen Xiong said. Spy. When Zi Chen heard this, he immediately sneered. Others might not know how I came to this world, but don't you know? You clearly know where I came from, yet you still dare to say that I'm a spy. Don't you think your lie is very bad? Chen Xiong's forehead was covered in sweat, but he didn't know how to answer. Zi Chen looked at Zyth again and said, And you, why did you immediately make way for me after I said that there was no fruit of law there? Then, you plotted against me. When did I plot against you? Zyth stared at Zi Chen and said, If I wanted to plot against you, you would have died long ago. Zi Chen sneered and said, Don't make it sound like you're very strong, and don't think that I'm so weak. I didn't die because my luck was good and my speed was fast, and you underestimated me and miscalculated, which allowed me to escape. Zi Chen pointed at Chen Xiong and then at Zyth and said, You two, one forced me to leave the law fruit garden, and the other waited there to kill me so that the dead can't testify. Now that the facts are in front of you, what else do you have to quibble about? Zi Chen turned around and cupped his fists towards Wo Mang and said, "Patriarch, this is how it is. The two of them plotted against me. As for whether or not there is anyone behind them, I don't know. I hope Patriarch can make a decision." Jesse and Oda also said, "Patriarch, this kind of person who harms our own people and harms the interests of the tribe must be killed." Clap. Clap. In the hall, applause rang out. It was Wu Mang who stood up. He looked at Zi Chen and laughed, a very interesting debate, and also a very interesting framing. "Sir, if you think this is framing, then you can search our storage rings and see who is real and who is fake," Zi Chen said. Jie Huan shook his head and said, "There's no need, and there's no meaning. I'm only going to ask, whose fruit of law disappeared just a few days ago, and whose fruit disappeared a few days ago?" Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Is there even a need to ask? The facts are still in front of us." Wu Mang smiled meaningfully, then looked at the two Emptiness Realm experts and said, "You two speak." The two Emptiness Realm experts looked embarrassed. On the side, Jesse said, "Speak, there is no harm." "Yes." The two Emptiness Realm experts nodded, then one of them said, "The fruit in the restriction token taken from Zi Chen's place was recently lost. The fruit taken from Chen Xiong's place was long gone." Zi Chen was instantly dumbfounded. According to the other party, the fruit in his original law fruit garden was long gone, and Chen Xiong's fruit was recently lost. What's going on? Even Jesse and Ord were stunned by this answer. "Did you hear that? Zi Chen, did you hear that? You were framing me from the start. You had already taken the fruit of law. If I hadn't exchanged it with you, you would still have lied to everyone. You might have even snuck away." Chen Xiong glared at Zi Chen and said angrily, "Zi Chen, you are a despicable person who framed others. You will not have a good death. It's you. I saw that you were plotting something, so I acted against you. However, I only wanted to stop you, I didn't want to kill you at all. Yet, you made a false accusation." Zyth also immediately became spirited. How could this be? Zi Chen couldn't understand, so he looked at the two Emptiness Realm experts again. "Are you two telling the truth?" Jesse stared at the two Emptiness Realm experts. These two were definitely on his side, and had been with him for many years. The two Emptiness Realm experts didn't dare to look at Jesse and lowered their heads. "I understand." Jesse sneered, then looked at Zi Chen and said, "Zi Chen, others may not believe you, but I believe you. I believe you too." Jesse and Aoda stood on Zi Chen's side. "Isn't it just the fruit of two gardens?" "I will compensate," Jesse said in a clear voice. "Me too. The two of us together are enough to compensate." Aoda's voice was also very loud. Zi Chen was very touched to stand up in this situation, but he was also very embarrassed because he did take half of the fruit of two gardens. "Thank you for your trust, but if I didn't take it, then I didn't take it. If no one is going to stand up for me, then I will seek justice for myself," Zi Chen said, his voice firm and firm. "The truth is in front of you. How can you seek justice for yourself?" Chen Xiong sneered. "Justice is in people's hearts." After saying that, Zi Chen strode forward and grabbed Chen Xiong's collar. "You still want to fight here? Zi Chen, do you want to rebel?" Chen Xiong reprimanded Zi Chen loudly. Slap. Slap. Zi Chen grabbed Chen Xiong and slapped him without saying a word. The crisp sound of slaps continued to ring out. As for Chen Xiong, he was stunned. Similarly, the others around were also stunned by Zi Chen's actions. In front of so many people, in front of the Patriarch, they didn't expect Zi Chen to dare to fight. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps continued to ring out. After being slapped more than a dozen times, Chen Xiong finally reacted and let out a shrill scream. "Stop!" Zyth was the first to react. He shouted and rushed toward Zi Chen. Peng! Zi Chen punched out without turning his head. The fist light hit Zyth and sent him flying until he crashed into a pillar in the main hall. Zi Chen turned his head and glanced at Zyth with disdain. He said indifferently, "Don't think that you are so great. If you want to kill me, you are still far from it." Everyone's faces were filled with shock when they saw Teng Qingshan push back an Emptiness Realm expert with one punch. Not far away, the two Emptiness Realm experts wanted to fight, but after meeting Jess's cold gaze, they lowered their heads and chose to ignore the situation. After sending Zythe flying with one punch, Zi Chen turned around and continued to beat Chen Xiong. Soon, Chen Xiong's face was beaten into a pig's head. At this moment, other than shock, Chen Xiong was still shocked. Therefore, he didn't even scream and let Zi Chen continue to beat him. Speak, what is going on? Zi Chen grabbed Chen Xiong's collar and asked coldly. Chen Xiong raised his head and looked at Zi Chen's eyes in horror. With a glance, he saw that Zi Chen's eyes were glowing gold and silver. This was the yin-yang eye, which could see through all illusions in the world. It also had the ability to see into people's hearts. With the yin-yang eye and the bewitching technique, Chen Xiong's frightened eyes gradually became confused. Zi Chen knew that the bewitching technique was working, so he asked, "Tell me, who took the fruit of precepts in the garden?" "It was me, I took it." Chen Xiong replied, his voice becoming numb. As soon as the rumor came out, the expressions of the others immediately changed. Even Zhu Huan's expression became unnatural. "Where did you put the fruit of precepts?" Zi Chen asked again. "I gave it to Master Zhu Huan." Chen Xiong replied numbly. Jessie and Aoda's gazes landed on Zhu Huan, becoming extremely cold. "Nonsense." Zhu Huan curled his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. "Why did you frame me?" "Because Master Zhu Huan wanted to deal with Oda and wanted to find a breakthrough through you." All of this was Master Zhu Huan's arrangement. Under the bewitching technique, Zhu Huan was naturally telling the truth. Chapter 1207. Chen Xiong woke up, but he didn't know what had just happened. Seeing everyone's eyes on Zhu Huan, he was at a loss. "Zhu Huan," Chen Xiong admitted it. "What else do you have to say?" Jessie also questioned. "I didn't expect you to be such a person. In order to deal with me, you actually schemed against a newcomer." Aoda was also very cold. Without waiting for Zhu Huan to answer, Chen Xiong screamed, No, I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything." "Shut up." Zhu Huan glared at Chen Xiong fiercely, then his eyes fell on Zi Chen again, sneering, "I, Zhu Huan, have lived for thousands of years and thought that I have a good eye for people, but I didn't expect to be wrong in front of you. I admit, I did underestimate you." Zi Chen smiled but didn't say anything. "Your methods are very clever. In the face of ironclad facts, in front of us, you can still frame someone else. I have to say, I really admire you." Zi Chen's expression changed. What did this mean? Did the other side not admit it? Zhu Huan continued, "It's just a few fruits of law, so what if you didn't take them?" "I didn't take them in the first place," Zi Chen said. Zhu Huan waved his hand, "It doesn't matter whether you did or not, and I'm not here to talk about the fruits of law, but about the spy. Compared to a few fruits of law, the survival of the Flood Python clan is the real important thing." "What do you mean?" Zi Chen was puzzled. Zhu Huan smiled and said, "You don't understand, but I think someone should understand, right Aoda?" "What do you mean?" Aoda stared at Zhu Huan, very puzzled. "Colluding with outsiders, does that count as a spy?" Zhu Huan stared at Aoda. The latter's expression changed, and Zi Chen's heart also moved. "What the hell is going on?" Jessie asked. As for the matter of the fruits of law, it was completely ignored. Indeed, compared to the life and death of the tribe, a few fruits of law were nothing at all. He glanced at Order indifferently, then took out a crystal ball. As he poured a trace of energy into it, the crystal ball released a light, and two figures appeared on it. Seeing the two figures above, Womang's expression turned extremely gloomy, while Jessie exclaimed in a low voice, "All four, it's all four." "Ord, you've seen all four." "That's right. This is the traitor of our tribe, Dia." Ord met him multiple times, and each time, the two of them would chat for a long time. "There must be some unspeakable secret behind this," Zhu Huan said coldly. Seeing this crystal ball, Zi Chen was a little dumbfounded. He remembered that every time he successfully killed the person who used the crystal ball, he even destroyed the crystal ball. But what was going on? At the top of the hall, Womang finally opened his mouth. His voice was cold and sinister. "Aoda, tell me what is going on." Aoda raised his head to look at Wo Mang in the main hall and said, Patriarch, Dia and I are just reminiscing about old times. There is nothing else. Reminiscing about the past. Do you think I'll believe you? Wo Mang said coldly. Why don't you believe me, Patriarch? Aoda asked. Off to the side, Jessie said, Big brother, all four is here. Isn't it normal for the two of them to chat with him? Not normal. Not normal at all. Because every time they chat, one of the earth elementals will be killed. Let me ask you this. If they really were just chatting, why would they kill the earth elementals? Ju Huan asked coldly. Aoda didn't understand. I don't know what you are talking about. Don't play dumb. You are clearly in cahoots with Dia. You want to harm the tribe, which is why you killed those earth elementals. Bullshit. Wanting to see Dia means harming the tribe. What kind of logic is this? If I knew where Dia was, I would go find him. Jessie was enraged upon hearing this. Up in the hall, Wo Mang said coldly, Aoda, tell me. Are you in cahoots with Dia? Is Dia together with Chuz? Are you planning to work together from the inside and outside to act against the tribe? Aoda looked at Wo Mang, suddenly feeling as if he had become a stranger. Was this still the big brother he had treated so wholeheartedly? His expression became extremely sorrowful as he said, Big brother, I don't understand why you are saying this. We've been brothers for so many years. Don't tell me you don't trust me. Do you think that I would work with Fourth to scheme against you? Wo Mang said coldly, I trust you. Of course I trust you. It is precisely because I trust you and treat you as my close friends and brothers that I fell into Chuz's trap and was almost killed by him. As for Dia, he even helped Chuz escape with him. They were able to escape so easily. Does it have anything to do with you? Tell me, did you betray me? Faced with one question after another, Aoda's heart gradually turned cold. He had known Wo Mang for many years. He had gone through life and death with him, but today, he was being questioned by Wo Mang. Aoda was very disappointed. His voice became cold and distant as he asked, Since the Patriarch is asking me, then it is clear that you don't trust me. Fine. I have a question for the Patriarch as well. What happened with Ying Er's death? And why did Chuz suddenly try to assassinate you? Did you do something to betray Chuz? What? Hearing this, Jess's face instantly changed. His previous guess had indeed become reality. His expression as he looked at Wo Mang also gradually became unfamiliar. Wo Mang laughed maliciously. Dia must have told you about this. He must have told you that I bullied Ying Er and caused her death. That's why Chuz wanted to kill me. Chuz, you really are vicious. I didn't expect that you would even use this move. But this is the truth. Wo Mang suddenly laughed maliciously. What? The two of them were instantly stunned. Even Zi Chen was startled. Obviously, he had guessed that there was something fishy going on. Immediately, his loathing of Wo Mang reached the extreme. This bastard didn't even let off his brother's woman. You really did make a move on Ying Er. Are you still human? Jessie asked, his whole body trembling with anger. Wo Mang laughed loudly. We really are together. If I'm not human, then Chuz is even less human. Ha ha, ha ha ha, because he is the one who knows best about this matter. At this moment, Wo Mang had become very crazy. His expression was ferocious and frightening. Aoda was furious. He pointed at Wo Mang in the main hall and cursed, It's fine if you usually harm others, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't even let off Ying Er. Bastard, you really are a bastard. Although Jessie was angry, he still had reason. He pulled Aoda and reprimanded, Aoda, what are you talking about? I didn't say anything wrong. He is a bastard. His true form is a python. His nature is cruel and lascivious, and he is also very scheming. Normally, us brothers would suffer a little loss, but I didn't expect that he wouldn't even let off his brother's wife. If he isn't a bastard, what is he? I really regret it. I regret not listening to Dia. If I had known that you were such a bastard, I would have left. Aoda roared loudly, his emotions completely out of control. This matter was really too big of a blow to him. You didn't leave at that time. You chose to endure all this time. Wasn't it all for now? Wo Mang's voice became incomparably gloomy, his eyes filled with killing intent. Big brother, Aoda didn't mean anything. He was just too emotional. You also know that he came from the same place as Ying-Er. Jessie immediately pleaded for leniency. Jessie, you don't need to speak up for me. He killed Ying-Er, he was the one who caused her death. I want to avenge Ying-Er. What's wrong? Look at how big your eyes are. You want to kill me? Haha, let's do it. Order laughed loudly. So, you admit that you betrayed me. Wo Mang's voice suddenly became calm, but the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped a lot. Not only did I betray you, but I also want to kill you. Aoda's eyes were red, completely out of control. Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Jessie immediately said. Those who betray me must die. Wo Mang roared angrily. In the cold hall, a materialized spatial force suddenly appeared. This force appeared from Wo Mang's body and directly struck at Aoda. The difference in cultivation level made it so that Aoda didn't even have the chance to react. His whole body was sent flying, coughing up blood. Big brother, what do you mean by this? Jessie looked at Wo Mang with dissatisfaction. You don't need to play dumb. You should have guessed it long ago. But you were willing to stay by my side all this time. You were probably waiting for an opportunity to seriously injure me. So, you can die too. After saying this, the powerful force rippled again, and Jessie was also sent flying. In the blink of an eye, both Jessie and Aoda were seriously injured. Wo Mang smiled complacently. Above the hall, his body exuded an extremely dense killing intent. I've been waiting for you for a long time. All these years, you secretly cultivated loyal subordinates in order to deal with me in the future. But unfortunately, I discovered it long ago. You no longer have the chance, and your people have already submitted to me. Wo Mang laughed complacently. Beast, you're a beast. To think that we called you Big Brother and went through life and death with you. We were really blind. Aoda and Jessie fell together, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Their faces were filled with disappointment and resentment. Zichen's figure flashed and quickly arrived in front of the two. Then, he channeled the pure energy in his body to suppress their injuries. Although the attack just now wasn't Wo Mang's full strength, the difference in cultivation level caused the two to be seriously injured. Zichen, don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. Go, leave this place. Jessie and Aoda spoke at the same time. Go. Today, none of you can leave. Anyone who betrays me must die. Above the hall, Wo Mang released a powerful aura. You can even kill your brothers. You really are a beast. Zichen coldly said, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 1208. A middle-aged man walked in from outside the hall. This was a real human. He was very handsome and wore dark armor. The instant they saw the middle-aged man, Jessie and Ord felt their eyes brim with tears. They felt as if they had seen a family member. The two of them involuntarily called out, "Second brother." The person who had come was Chuz, their second brother. Chuz's emotions were much calmer than the two of them. He glanced at the two of them and said, "Long time no see. It seems the two of you are in bad shape." Jessie and Oda smiled bitterly. Their former second brother was standing in front of them, but at this moment, he seemed like a stranger. "Third brother, little brother." An emotional voice came from behind Chuz. Another person walked in from outside the hall. It was Dia, whom Ord had met several times. Dia was also wearing armor. His slightly thin face didn't have the joy of seeing his brother. Instead, there was a hint of ridicule. After not seeing each other for so many years, the two of them knew that everything had changed. As for the brotherly feelings of the past, they had become nothing more than bubbles. "You two traitors, who let you in? Where is he?" Ord looked at the two of them and loudly shouted. "Everyone is busy fighting." Chuz smiled faintly. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, battle cries could be heard from outside. Chuz ignored Ord and Jessie, and naturally ignored Zichen as well. He took several steps forward and raised his head to look at Wo Mang, saying, "Let's write off our grudges." Wo Mang sneered, "With just you. Chuz smiled, saying, I have already stabilized my cultivation, but you haven't taken a single step out of the hall for so many years. I presume that your injuries from back then haven't healed yet. Wo Mang's expression changed. You have been spying on me all this time. Chuz only smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. Wo Mang's cold eyes moved away from Ord and Jessie. He looked at Chuz and coldly said, It is you who is despicable. Chuz laughed loudly, It is you who is too lecherous. Jessie and Ord were confused, and the others were even more confused. Seeing their expressions, Wo Mang suddenly laughed and said, This person in front of you is your good second brother. All these years, you've been waiting for him to come back. If I tell you that Ying was willing to follow me because he asked her to, would you think it's ridiculous? That's impossible. The one who couldn't accept it the most was Ord. He immediately roared. Impossible? What's impossible? Who do you think Ying is? Do you think she's that pure? Let me tell you, the reason why I was injured so badly was because of this stinky girl, Wo Mang said angrily. That's because you're stupid. You can't even defend against a woman, Chuz said indifferently. His words were obviously an indirect admission. Ord felt as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Chuz in disbelief and asked, Why? Why? Beside him, Zi Chen secretly shook his head. Obviously, none of them were good people. Why? It's all because of that old man. Dia pointed at Wo Mang and said angrily, Ask him what he got when we attacked that tribe. What did he get? Didn't he get some fruit trees and a winemaking recipe? Jessie and Ord both looked confused. Bullshit. There's something else he didn't tell us afterwards. He wanted to keep it for himself, but one time, he accidentally let it slip, and Ying heard it. Dia stared viciously at Wo Mang. Ord looked at Chuz and smiled miserably. So you had Ying seduce Wo Mang. Chuz took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, I will definitely avenge Ying. Beast, you're a beast too, you're all beasts. Ord burst into tears. Beside him, Zi Chen clearly understood the ins and outs of the matter. The brothers attacked the tribe together and suffered heavy casualties. After successfully robbing the other party's resources, Wo Mang found something good and wanted to keep it for himself, but Ying accidentally found out. Ying told her husband Chuz. And so, Chuz used Wo Mang's lecherous nature to have Ying seduce Wo Mang. Ying and Wo Mang got together, and Ying ambushed Wo Mang for the sake of that item. Wo Mang killed Ying but Wo Mang was also heavily injured. Chuz wanted to kill Wo Mang, but failed. Dia helped him escape. This time, Chuz returned and sent Dia to find Ord, only to be discovered by Ju Yang. Presumably, he was trying to frame the two of them so that they could be eliminated and Wo Mang would lose his arm. None of these brothers are good people. What brotherhood? That's pure nonsense. Zi Chen shook his head. When he looked at Jessie and Ord again, his expression was one of pity. These two were emotional people, but they were also pitiful people. Ord, in particular, clearly had some feelings for Ying. Since we've already spoken, and my goal is clear, isn't it time to settle the score? Chuz looked at Wo Mang. Only a battle to the death. Wo Mang said. Then what about the two of them? Chuz glanced at Jessie and Ord. They betrayed me. They must die. Wo Mang said. Chuz nodded and said, They refused to submit to me. Indeed, they must die. Chuz said, Do you want to do it, or should I? Wo Mang said, I've already done it. Chuz said, Understood. It's my turn. With that, a surge of power surged out of Chuz's body. A beam of energy appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the energy flew towards the two of them. Facing this attack, the two of them could not resist. The two of them smiled, but their smiles were bitter and miserable. Scram! Behind the two of them, Zi Chen was enraged when he saw this. He immediately mobilized the void law in his lightning wings and struck forward. Boom! The powerful collision shook the entire hall. Zi Chen grabbed the two of them and used the momentum to fly out of the hall. Hey! After dispersing the shaking energy, Chuz exclaimed in surprise. He was very surprised that Di Yuan had saved the two of them. I underestimated him. Wo Mang was also surprised by Di Yuan's reaction. As for the others, their eyes widened in disbelief. They never expected Zi Chen to be able to block a corporeal's attack. Even if it wasn't a corporeal's true attack, it was definitely not something an Earth Prime should be able to block. Clearly, Zi Chen had hidden his strength. Or perhaps, Zi Chen had used some kind of secret technique. Chen Xiong almost peed himself when he saw Zi Chen's ferocity. He must have used some secret technique. He can't have gone far. I'll go after him. Dia rushed out. Boom. Inside the hall, a surge of power shook. The two corporeals' battle to the death had begun. Chen Xiong and the others crawled out, scared witless. However, all the cultivators in the tribe were fighting. He was just an Earth Prime, so there was nowhere to hide. Wu Mang and the others also ran out in a sorry state. Some of them were even injured. In the battle, the weakest Earth Prime cultivators died one after another. The Emptiness Realm cultivators activated one void law after another. Loud shouts and screams rang out continuously. The tribe, which had been very peaceful just a moment ago, became extremely chaotic in the next moment. Don't panic. Fight, fight, fight for the tribe. Wu Mang rushed out. After seeing this scene, he shouted loudly. From now on, he had taken over the command of the battle. Zi Chen rushed out with the two of them, using his extreme speed to avoid the attacks. Then, he flew into the distance. The whistling wind poured into the two's mouths, causing them to cough up blood. Hold on. Zi Chen grabbed the two and used his extreme speed to escape. Behind them, there were cultivators chasing after them. I can't. Put us down. Jess's face was pale and very weak. Wait a little longer. We'll reach a safe place soon. Zi Chen's lightning wings flapped faster and faster. The elemental energy around him was also quickly depleted. Zi Chen, put us down. You can go by yourself. I'm the one who dragged you down, Aoda said from the other side. Don't say that. If we really want to talk about dragging you down, I'm the one who dragged you down. Every time Wu Mang sent someone to watch you, I killed him, Zi Chen said. Aoda was stunned. Then, a touch of emotion appeared on his pale face. Zi Chen. Meeting you is our fortune. It's Zi Chen's fortune to be able to meet the two of you in such a dark world. The two of them were heavily injured and couldn't hold on for long. After Zi Chen shook off the pursuers, he found a place where the wind was not blowing and put the two of them down. The two of them fell to the ground. Jess's eyes were a little unfocused. He looked weak, as if he could die at any time. What happened? Why are your injuries so serious? Zi Chen asked, puzzled. He remembered that Jessie wasn't seriously injured just now. Jessie smiled at Zi Chen, then raised his finger with difficulty and pointed at his lower abdomen. There was a bloody hole in his lower abdomen. Blood was gushing out, and the hole was made by a sharp weapon. Who did this? Zi Chen asked coldly. He didn't know that Jess's injuries were so serious. It's fourth brother, he and Chuz, Zi Chen interrupted Jess's words. Then, he took out a lot of elixirs from his spirit ring and poured them into the two's mouths. Aoda shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's useless, Zi Chen. Our injuries are incurable. Ha ha. Jessie suddenly laughed. It seemed that the elixirs had taken effect. His face became ruddy. I didn't expect, the one who saved me, would be you. Aoda had long said that you were extraordinary, and I also felt it. But I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary that you could withstand Chuz's attack. Jess's words suddenly became clear. His breathing also became stable, and his eyes brightened. Zi Chen knew that something was wrong. This was obviously not the effect of the elixirs. Jessie said, we brothers have known each other for more than 10,000 years. Today, they want to kill the two of us. We've only known each other for less than a year, but you saved the two of us. Brothers don't care who comes first or who comes first, Zi Chen said in a deep voice. Aoda laughed bitterly and mournfully. To be able to meet a true brother at the last moment of my life, even if I die, it will be worth it. Zi Chen, I don't have much time left. Before I die, I'll leave you with a word of advice. In this dark world where people die everywhere, don't trust anyone. Zi Chen nodded and said solemnly, I know. You used your lives to teach me a lesson. Good, good. The two laughed. Their smiles became very carefree. Chapter 1209. The two of them had the same thought. They took off their spiritual rings and handed them to Zi Chen. Jessie said, Zi Chen, this is the wealth I've accumulated in this world. I'm giving it to you now. Aud handed over his spiritual ring as well. For you. Zi Chen immediately waved his hand. These belong to you. I won't take them. Jessie sighed. We're about to die. What use do we have for these worldly possessions? Zi Chen said solemnly, even if you die, I'll bury these worldly possessions with you. Afterwards, I'll avenge you. Take them. Don't talk nonsense. You won't be able to return to the tribe. Take these things and find a safe place to train. Zi Chen still shook his head, unwilling to accept them. Since he doesn't want them, then give them to me. A laugh rang out from afar. Immediately afterwards, a figure leapt up and landed in front of the three of them. Dia, it's you. Jessie looked at Dia. Give them to me. Don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you. Dia extended his hand towards the two of them, a smile on his face. Jessie and Aud simultaneously placed their spiritual rings in Zi Chen's hands, then stood up and pushed Zi Chen. It seemed as though they wanted to push Zi Chen away. But Zi Chen didn't budge at all. Even when the two of them worked together, they couldn't move him. Zi Chen, hurry up and leave. You're no match for him. The two of them shouted in unison. Zi Chen shook his head. He said coldly, I won't leave. I can't save your lives. All I can do is avenge you. If they don't die, I will. Zi Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and leave. Aud roared. But he was seriously injured and couldn't move Zi Chen at all. Jessie was frantic. He knew his own situation. He only had a single breath left. Once he let it out, he would most likely die. A puny Earth-level cultivator like you actually dares to dream of revenge? You must be dreaming. Still, that's fine. After killing you, I'll be able to obtain another law fragment. Dia laughed savagely. Looking at the two anxious people, Zi Chen had a trace of guilt on his face. He said, I'm really sorry. If I didn't hide my strength and was magnanimous, I wouldn't have shown my strength earlier. You wouldn't be in this situation. This matter is my fault. As he spoke, Zi Chen used both hands to push aside the two people blocking his way and walked straight ahead. At this moment, the two of them were still in a daze because of Zi Chen's words. Obviously, they did not understand the meaning behind Zi Chen's words. An Earth Realm expert dares to challenge an Emptiness Realm expert? Interesting, very interesting. Let me think about how I should kill you. Dia sized up Zi Chen, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Zi Chen said indifferently, there's no need to go through so much trouble. My time is limited, and so is my friend's time. Let's end this quickly. Not a bad idea. I like it. Don't worry. I'll kill you as fast as I can. I'll kill you in one move. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Shameless boasting. Die. Dia charged towards Zi Chen. With a flash of light, a weapon appeared in his hand. This was his ethereal weapon. The ethereal law flowed on it. My time is limited. Zi Chen said indifferently. A black glove appeared on his right hand. Immediately after, a black blade appeared in his hand. He gripped the blade and slashed forward. A black blade light flashed on the mountain peak. Pu. The blade light pierced through the ethereal weapon and landed on Dia's neck. Then, the light swept past. Dia's head flew up with a sinister smile and a smug look on its face. He suddenly saw a headless corpse below him holding his weapon and charging forward. However, after taking 2 steps, blood spurted out from the neck. At this moment, Dia's consciousness also dissipated. Zi Chen's slash just now was so clean. He killed an ethereal realm expert with 1 slash. Jessie and Oda opened their eyes wide. They looked ahead in disbelief. Their expressions were extremely shocked. Zi Chen turned back. A drop of blood dripped from the black blade in his hand. At this moment, he emitted the aura of an ethereal realm expert. His black clothes fluttered in the wind. He looked very cold. I said that I would avenge you, Zichen said. His voice was sonorous and forceful. It was like an oath. I believe you. I believe you. Jesse laughed. He laughed loudly. His laughter was proud and carefree. Of course, he was not happy because Zichen had avenged him. Instead, he was happy because he had met such an amazing brother. Jesse's laughter came to an abrupt end. He let out his last breath. The smile on his face also froze. His body fell backward. Third brother. Oda supported Jesse and shouted loudly. He looked very sorrowful. Jesse had lost all signs of life. Put him away first. We'll kill our way back and take revenge. The killing continued in the rich Python tribe. All sorts of screams rang out. Many Earth Prime experts knew that they were no match for Jesse and began to flee. The two realms of reality were still fighting. The original hall had been completely destroyed. The two fought fiercely in the air. The realms of reality constantly clashed, causing the void to tremble. On the mountain peak, Zichen took away Jesse's corpse. Oda used all the strength in his body to protect his last chance of survival. Zichen carried him on his back and flew in the direction of the tribe. After Zichen left, a flame rushed out from his body. The flame transformed into a fire dragon. It coiled around Dia's corpse and took his head. Then, it returned to the everlasting pill cauldron. It's been a long time since I've fought to my heart's content. I really miss those days. Oda's eyes shone with the light of reminiscence. You won't have the chance to see a fight. But next, you will see a massacre. A one-sided massacre, Zichen said. A massacre is good. I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen a massacre. I've never seen a massacre at a higher level. In this world, I've only heard of beasts slaughtering humans. Then you should have known me earlier. I've always been killing people at a higher level. If you and I had known each other earlier, you would have seen too much. You would have been disgusted and disgusted. Hihi, I hope so. At this moment, Oda was like a mortal. As Zichen flew, he deliberately left behind a layer of energy to protect him. Oda heard the sound of fighting. He smiled and said, "Is it about to start?" Zichen saw a familiar area. It was the place where many fruits of law were planted. At this moment, there was also a battle taking place. Chuz's men were fighting with the tribe. Looking at the fruits of law, Zichen suddenly had an idea. Let the battle begin here. As he spoke, Zichen's figure descended. Oda also saw these fruits of law. As if guessing Zichen's thoughts, he said, "You want to take these fruits of law?" Unexpectedly, Zichen shook his head and said, "No, I want these fruits of law." Oda opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect Zichen's appetite to be so big. Zichen's figure had already landed, and a black blade appeared in his hand. While the two Earth Prime martial artists were fighting, Zichen's 9 flashes of lightning appeared under his feet as he charged towards them. His mine, Scram, without waiting for the Earth Elementals, who thought he had the chance to win, to speak, the black blade had already reached his neck and then slashed it. Puff! A head flew up. On the opposite side, the Earth Elementals who saw this scene were startled at first, but then a look of joy appeared on his face. He thought that reinforcements had arrived. Unfortunately, he saw a pair of indifferent and emotionless eyes. Then, he saw a black light rushing towards him. Puff! With a flash of light, another head flew up. Zichen used his extreme speed to move forward in a straight line. Behind him, 2 fire dragons rushed out and swept away the 2 Earth Elementals' corpses. Along the way, Zichen killed 6 Earth Elementals, and he attacked 6 times with his blade. Although he had already guessed that Zichen was very powerful and had seen Zichen kill Dai with 1 strike with his own eyes, Oda was still shocked at this moment. Finally, Zichen arrived in front of the 2 fighting Emptiness Realm experts. How dare a puny Earth Elementals come here? Die! The Emptiness Realm expert shouted. He held up the void space and pressed it down on Zichen. Zichen held his blade and swung it. A blade light appeared. The void space was cut open by Zichen's blade. The power of the blade light did not decrease as it continued to move towards the emptiness realm expert. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the blade light still slashed through the emptiness realm expert's neck and chopped off his head. With one slash, the void space was broken, and the emptiness realm expert was dead. You. The other emptiness realm expert was clearly shocked beyond words. He was so scared that he kept retreating. Zi Chen swung his blade again. The blade light flashed, and another head flew up. Zi Chen was cold and indifferent. He walked towards the battlefield step by step. Wherever he passed, he swung his blade. Every time the blade fell, a cultivator would die. They all died in the same way. Every one of them had their heads chopped off and their souls extinguished. Puff. Puff. The blade light continued to flash. Zi Chen continued to walk. Everywhere he passed, blood spurted out like a bloody rain. Zi Chen's ultimate goal was the law fruit tree in front of him. How is it? Is this considered a massacre? Zi Chen asked. Looking at the terrified faces, Oda nodded vigorously and said, yes, it is. It is definitely a massacre. The most naked massacre, the simplest massacre, and also the most brutal massacre. Zi Chen swung his blade and chopped off 2 more heads as casually as if he was killing 2 chicks. He asked again, are you satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. I can die without regrets. This is a real battle, a battle that makes one's blood boil. Oda said excitedly as if he was the one who killed. Since you want to watch, then watch for a while longer. Thus, Zi Chen took a detour and sped up to find the escaping cultivators. Behind him, balls of flames appeared one after another. These flames turned into fire dragons one after another and swept away the corpses one after another. What do you want those corpses for? Oda saw this scene and asked in confusion. I have a Dharma treasure on me that can refine the corpses together with the primordial core and then refine a very large lore fragment. How big? It's second only to a complete lore fragment. Oda was shocked again. Zi Chen continued, if I just kill them and don't kill them, I can refine a complete lore fragment. Then why don't you kill them? Because it doesn't look bloody at all, and it doesn't look like a massacre at all. It will be boring for you to watch. Just because you think about me, you waste so many things. If the things are gone, they can be found again. But if the brothers are gone, they can't be found anymore. Oda fell into silence. His eyes flashed. After a while, he said, you see, the things are gone, and the brothers are almost gone. Chapter 12:10. Along the way, he had killed 1 person with a single slash. Moreover, he had not divided into teams and killed everyone he saw. After killing to this extent, if they did not run, they would really be fools. They looked at Zi Chen from afar, their expressions full of fear. They looked at Zi Chen as if they were looking at a demon. They had never seen such a powerful figure. They had never seen such a murderous aura exuding from the other party. It was even denser than a corporeal realm expert. Zi Chen indifferently glanced at the cultivators in the distance before his gaze fell on the restriction in front of him again. He said, you should be tired of seeing all this killing. Let's take a rest first and get some fruit trees while we're at it. Oda seriously considered for a while and asked, are you really going to take away these fruit trees? You can't bear to. Ord smiled bitterly and said, this isn't mine, so why would I be reluctant to part with it? Even if it was mine, I would still give it to you. But as far as I know, once this law fruit tree leaves the ground, it won't be able to survive unless it's placed in a special space. In the past, it was placed in Woe Python's real space. Zi Chen said, your worries are reasonable, but I have a way. Oda nodded. As long as you have a way. I still have a few tokens here. Take them and open this place. I even want to take away the fruit trees. What's the use of tokens? Zi Chen rejected Ord's good intentions. At the same time, he put away his long saber and took out a long spear. The long spear was silver in color, and there was lightning flowing on it. As soon as it appeared, a resonant dragon roar came from it. The appearance of the dragon soul spear made the dragon soul very excited. What is this? Oda asked. My earth spirit weapon. Zi Chen replied. That wasn't it. That was an earth spirit weapon. Aoda said again, if I'm not wrong, there should be a dragon soul inside. Yes, a thunder dragon soul. Amazing, really amazing. Aoda exclaimed. Chen looked at the dragon soul spear and said, did you hear that? My brother praised you. Don't let him down. Break it for me. Chen pointed the tip of the spear in the direction of the restriction. Then, he began to accumulate the power in his body. There was destructive power and void power. A powerful force was injected into the long spear, and the dragon roar became even louder. Chen gripped his spear tightly and stabbed forward. The dragon soul appeared from the spear with great power and rushed toward the seal. Its sharp claws clawed at the seal below, and the seal began to tremble. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the seal, and it exploded with a loud bang. A seal was broken, and the law fruit tree appeared. However, there was no longer a law fruit on the fruit tree. Perhaps it was because Di Yuan, who was guarding the fruit of law, took advantage of the chaos and took all these things away. Boom. The first restriction was shattered, but the dragon soul did not return. Instead, it flew forward, and its tail slammed into the second restriction. Under the great force, the restriction was shattered. Then, a series of loud booms rang out as the restrictive spells exploded one after another. Among the orchards of laws, there were many fruits of laws. The cultivators in the distance were extremely envious, but after looking at Chen and that domineering dragon soul, no one dared to go forward and have any ideas about those fruits. The dragon soul is indeed powerful, Aoda praised. It's time for you to appear again. Chen pointed at his glabella, and the purple gold gourd turned into a beam of purple gold light and rushed out. After rushing out, the purple gold gourd instantly enlarged and then hung upside down. As the lid of the gourd opened, a psychedelic light sprinkled down, enveloping the law fruit trees below. Then, a strong suction force appeared. Rumble. The earth shook, the fruit trees swayed, and the earth cracked. Under the suction force, the law fruit trees were separated from the ground and flew toward the purple gold gourd. Amazing. Aoda sighed when he saw this scene. In the distance, the cultivators who had not yet escaped were even more shocked by the scene in front of them. In the midst of the shaking, a piece of law fruit trees was quickly taken away. The purple gold gourd flew forward and shrouded a second piece of law fruit trees. The rumbling sounds continued as the dragon soul was still breaking the other restrictions. When all the restrictions were destroyed, the dragon soul flew back. The dragon soul flew back and hid in the dragon soul spear. Chen put away the spear. Next, the purple gold gourd began to collect the law fruit trees. One by one, the law fruit trees were collected at the same time. You really have a lot of good things on you, Aoda said. Yes, I do have a lot. Chen said. You're so strong and have so many special things on you. I think you must have a lot of law fragments. Then why didn't you stay in Zhongzhen? Aoda asked in confusion. I don't want to die yet. Chen said. Indeed, you've always been very careful. Aoda nodded and asked at the same time, what are you going to do next? Avenge you and Jessie. Kill Chuz and Wo Mang. You're crazy. You're serious. Aoda's eyes widened. He naturally knew that Chen's true strength was only at the Earth Essence realm. His virtual realm strength was just borrowed. Of course I'm not crazy. Revenge is just one of the reasons. Secondly, I'm really interested in Wo Mang's thing. Chen walked towards the most central area of the battle. The sounds of the battle came from afar, and one after another, energy waves shook in all directions. Mountains collapsed in the tremors, and ancient trees turned to dust in the tremors. This was a confrontation between two forces, and it was also a battle of life and death. Some Earth Essence Realm Masters retreated far away, but they didn't continue to run away. In this situation, it was obvious that only one side could win, and they would follow the winning side in the future. These virtual realm masters were still fighting, but it wasn't to show their loyalty. It was because they had to declare their position. The energy between heaven and earth shook continuously. It was obvious that the battle was very fierce, but fierce didn't mean tragic. In fact, the battle in front of them was far from tragic. There was only a beautiful battle, and there were no bloody deaths. Earth Essence Realm Masters watched from afar, while Virtual Realm Masters watched from close range. The real tragic battle of life and death was between the two Reality Realm Masters in the distance. Both of their attacks were very straightforward. You used a sword and I used a saber. The sword was a physical spatial weapon, and so was the saber. Their attacks didn't have any fancy moves, but the murderous intent they contained made everyone retreat far away. As long as the two of them fought to the death, then all of them would join the winner's tribe. In this world, without the protection of a tribe, death would only come faster. Boom! Energy shook, and the void trembled. Murderous intent swept across wildly. Everyone's attention was focused on the Reality Realm Masters. One person appeared in the sky. To be precise, two people appeared. Zi Chen appeared with Ord on his back. He was wearing a pair of full black gloves and holding a black saber in his hand. He flew over from afar. It's Zi Chen and Ord. Ord seems to be injured. Seriously injured. They are traitors. Kill them. When the Earth Essence Realm Masters saw the two of them and Ord's condition, their expressions changed immediately. Then, they rushed over. Zi Chen's expression was calm. He only tightened his grip on the long saber in his hand. Ord pursed his lips, and a hint of excitement appeared on his pale face. The slaughter is about to begin again, Ord murmured. Zi Chen slowly raised the long saber in his hand, and then gradually accelerated. Kill! Shouts rang out. Many Earth Essence Realm Masters rushed over. Many of them had earth weapons in their hands. In this world, the most worthless things were the lives of Earth Essence Realm Masters and their earth weapons. Swoosh! Zi Chen swung the long saber in his hand. The saber light flashed and disappeared. A head flew up, and a headless body fell to the ground. Zi Chen paused and took 3 steps to the left with Ord on his back. He dodged several attacks and swung the black saber in his hand again. Puff! A soft sound rang out again. A head flew up, and a body fell to the ground. Puff! Puff! Zi Chen swung his saber again. 2 more people were killed. They died in the same way. They were both beheaded. It was as if this was the only move that Zi Chen knew. 2 Earth Essence Realm Masters appeared behind Zi Chen. Their concealment techniques were very good. After they appeared in the sky, they charged at Ord, who was on Zi Chen's back. Zi Chen suddenly turned around and swung the long saber in his hand forward. A black saber light appeared in front of the two. The black saber light flashed and disappeared. Their soul wills disappeared along with the saber light. Puff! Puff! The saber light flashed again. Zi Chen rushed through the crowd of Earth Essence Realm Masters. Behind him, the fire dragon swept up the bodies and disappeared. The Earth Essence Realm Masters who didn't go forward were horrified. They immediately retreated. However, before they could retreat, a huge virtual realm appeared and enveloped them. Virtual realm. He is in the virtual realm. What are you afraid of? Let's work together and break this place. The Earth Essence Realm Masters were panicking. However, they quickly gathered together and prepared to break this virtual realm. Swoosh! Zi Chen appeared in the virtual realm. He raised the black saber in his hand and swung it down. The saber light signaled the beginning of death. In the virtual realm, there were screams, begging for mercy, and puffs. After 5 breaths, the virtual realm disappeared automatically. Zi Chen appeared with Ord on his back. As for the 20 Earth Essence Realm Masters, they all disappeared. This scene attracted the attention of the virtual realm in the distance. However, Zi Chen didn't care. Instead, he flew toward the virtual realm. Puff! He mobilized his virtual power and swung the black saber. Just like before, every time he swung the saber, a virtual realm master would die. Puff! Puff! One by one, the virtual realm masters fell. One by one, they died. These people were nothing in front of Zi Chen. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. He broke all the rules in the world. Ord was in shock. Today, he finally saw the power of a human master. His means were much more terrifying than that of a battle beast. 1/1 Virtual Realm Master or Earth Essence Realm Master. Run! Someone shouted. The virtual realm masters who were still fighting turned around and ran when they saw the situation was not good. At this moment, facing Zi Chen, who was a devil, no one cared about showing their attitude. Saving their lives was the most important thing. Thus, Zi Chen single-handedly defeated the cultivators of the two tribes. First, he killed the Earth Essence Realm Masters. Then, he killed the Virtual Realm Masters. This was something that even a battle beast couldn't do. Ord was shocked. Zi Chen was happy. Chapter 12:11. Zi Chen had killed everyone, but it wasn't over yet. He didn't have the guts to find trouble with the two Reality Realm Masters. He set his sights on the Virtual Realm Masters again and turned around to hunt them down. The Virtual Realm's Virtual Realm rules were very useful to him. Similarly, they were 100 times more valuable than the Earth Realm rules. Killing one was equivalent to killing 100 Earth Realm Masters, so it was worth it. His coming. Run. Run. Seeing Zi Chen coming, the cultivators' expressions changed. Both the Earth Realm and the Virtual Realm Masters started to run. Zi Chen mainly killed the Virtual Realm Masters, but after seeing the Earth Realm Masters, he didn't mind killing them to get a rule fragment. The crowd dispersed. This time, they really ran away. Compared to dying after leaving, they were more afraid of dying now. Zi Chen carried odor and chased after the fleeing cultivators. Zi Chen was very fast. His saber flashed like a waterfall. In the void, slashing sounds could be heard. Those who were too slow were chopped down with a single slash. Some Virtual Realm Masters wanted to hide in their own void, but under Zi Chen's yin-yang eye, they were undoubtedly committing suicide. Soon, there were no more cultivators in the sky. There were only 2 Reality Realm Masters left in the entire tribe. After a fierce attack, Womang flew hundreds of meters away and laughed. Great. So what if you win? You don't even have a subordinate. At our level, what's the use of subordinates? We just need to be strong. Chuz snorted and rushed forward. His attacks were getting fiercer. We underestimated that little guy. I didn't expect him to have such means. Aren't you afraid that he'll come and take advantage of us when we're both injured? Womang said while blocking the attacks. Chuz glanced at Womang disdainfully and said, he's just an Earthrealm Master. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a threat to a Reality Realm Master. You usually don't talk much, but now you talk so much nonsense. Are you scared? Scared? Are you kidding me? I'm not scared of you. Womang shouted angrily and changed from blocking to counterattacking. Zi Chen chased them for thousands of miles and killed more than 20 cultivators before giving up. Behind him, Ord's spirit gradually weakened as his life force began to fade away. Zi Chen coldly watched the crowd leave. Why aren't you chasing anymore? Order asked weakly. He no longer had the spirit from before. I've killed too many already. I'm tired of killing. Now, I'll find you a good burial ground. Zi Chen flew high up in the sky and looked down. What's the point of looking for a burial ground? Just refine me as well, Order casually said. I can refine others, but I can't refine my own brothers. Zi Chen's expression was serious. He pointed to a patch of open space in the middle of the forest and asked, do you think that's okay? The spiritual energy is very dense. It seems to be a good burial ground. Aoda lowered his head to take a look. In the Jianwu continent, once a cultivator died, they could only be refined. To have a burial place was already very rare. Placing Order down and Jessie on the side, Zi Chen took out 3 jugs of wine and said, let's try this one last time. Zi Chen put a jug next to Jessie and opened the lid. Order took the jug and took out the spirit ring, wanting to give it to Zi Chen. Zi Chen raised the jug in his hand and said, you know, I already have a lot of lore fragments now. I don't need these. Saying so, Zi Chen raised his head and drank. Order smiled bitterly. In this world, who would complain about having too much wealth? Zi Chen smiled. I have a lot of wealth on me, a lot. If I can leave this place alive, I will definitely kill Womang and Chuz and take their things. I will become a tycoon among those of the same level. When I run out of wealth, I will find some small tribes and sell them lore fruit trees. If they want to trade, I will make another fortune. If they want to take it by force, Then I will make a fortune. Order was startled when he heard this, then laughed loudly. Obviously, he didn't expect Zi Chen to have such a plan. He was just an Earth Prime, yet he dared to sell law fruit trees. It was obvious that he was telling the world that he was stupid but had a lot of good things. And if others tried to rob him, Zi Chen would use his powerful combat strength to rob them back. After seeing Zi Chen's methods today, Order believed that no one below the corporeal realm could do anything to Zi Chen. What a clever plan, what a cunning idea. Order sighed again and again. Then, the two laughed and drank. After that, the two chatted for a while. Order's eyes gradually became unfocused and his spirit became extremely weak. Zi Chen, it's nice to meet you. Be careful. Order looked at Zi Chen with unfocused eyes. Zi Chen looked at Order's fading vitality and said, "It's also my pleasure to meet you." Order's eyes slowly closed. The jug in his hand fell and his whole body fell backward. Order was gone. Zi Chen's mood became very heavy. Two of his friends who came to this world died just like that. Zi Chen had great strength, but he didn't have the means to save the two of them. After he buried the two of them together, he engraved a large array around them. The array was activated. This small forest was wrapped in a mysterious power and sunk deep into the ground. After that, Zi Chen got up and returned. Above the Woe Python tribe, the battle between Woe Python and Chuz continued. Blood splattered in the air like a light rain. The battle continued for a long time. The two were completely enraged and began to fight to the death. Woe Python shook his body and revealed his true form. This was a black python that was 200 meters long and as thick as a millstone. He stared at Chuz with cold eyes. The long blade in his hand turned into a beam of light and turned into his tooth. He only had one tooth in his mouth, but it was very sharp. Die! After revealing his true form, Woe Python rushed toward Chuz. The powerful strength in his body was pushed to the limit. Die! The murderous intent around Chuz became more intense. The long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light. He raised the long sword high and his body emitted a dazzling light. He became one with the sword and attacked Woe Python. Boom! Powerful energy vibrated. Woe Python and Chuz collided. The void shook as the two of them rushed forward. On Woe Python's body, there was a long gash. Blood dripped from the wound. This was caused by the long sword. On Chuz's body, there was a bloody hole. The bloody hole completely penetrated his body. This was the work of the sharp teeth. Ha! The powerful attack caused the two of them to be even more injured. However, their expressions didn't change. They turned around and rushed at each other again. Boom! Boom! The tremors resounded between heaven and earth. The two of them were fighting with their lives. More and more wounds appeared on Woe Python's body. More and more bloody holes appeared on Chuz's body. In the end, the two of them didn't use the power of reality to heal their wounds. Instead, they chose to suppress their attacks and attack crazily. The two of them were competing to see who could hold on first and who would die first. Zi Chen heard the sounds of collisions from afar. He knew that the two of them were about to fight to the death. In this world, if two people of the same level wanted to fight to the death, other than Zi Chen, who had abnormal combat power, it would take a long time. If they wanted to quickly decide the victor, they had to fight with their lives on the line. Moreover, they had to be fast because the shockwaves from the battle would spread far away. If they were unlucky, they might encounter another reality realm cultivator. The two of them were obviously lucky. Until now, they hadn't encountered a passing reality realm cultivator. Unfortunately, they met Zi Chen. At his peak, Zi Chen couldn't do anything to the two of them. He would even run away if he saw them. However, once the two of them were seriously injured, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. Boom! Zi Chen saw the two of them collide from afar. Then, they were both sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. The powerful shockwaves spread in all directions, causing the void to tremble. In the Tianwu continent, Zi Chen could shatter space when he was in the mortal realm. However, in the Zhanwu continent, even a reality realm cultivator couldn't break space here. Die! The two of them shouted at the same time and rushed forward again. Zi Chen, on the other hand, hid in the void and slowly approached the front. He was looking for an opportunity to kill. "You're just a human. Your vitality is so weak. How can you compare to me?" Wo Mang didn't wait for Chuz to catch his breath and rushed at him again. He opened his bloody mouth and bit at his opponent. Swoosh! Chuz took a deep breath and ignored the injuries on his body. He shook the long sword in his hand and a sharp sword chi shot out toward Wo Mang. Phut! Another wound appeared on Wo Mang's body. However, half of Chuz's body was almost bitten off. This wasn't the most fatal injury. The most fatal was the destructive power in Chuz's body. This destructive power wanted to destroy his vitality. Zi Chen was still approaching carefully. His eyes were fixed on the two of them. He was thinking about who should be his first target. Wo Mang's injuries were also very serious. However, in the next moment, he transformed into his human form. His body was covered with wounds, but because his human form was smaller, he consumed less energy. Therefore, he looked better than Chuz. "If you run now, you can still make it." Wo Mang in human form said. "In your dreams," Chuz said coldly. He knew that he couldn't run. If he ran, he would be discouraged and die. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." Wo Mang grinned. His fangs turned into a long sword and he rushed at Chuz Dai. Chuz went crazy. He was ready to risk everything. He didn't defend and let Wo Mang's attack pierce into his body. At the same time, he stabbed the long sword in his hand into Wo Mang's body and twisted it. A terrifying energy circulated in Wo Mang's body, trying to destroy his organs and vitality. "Ah!" Wo Mang screamed in pain and kicked Chuz away. Chuz retreated, and his body became unstable in the air. His injuries had clearly reached a fatal level. However, he wasn't afraid. He was still smiling. Wo Mang's injuries were also very serious. His heart was almost crushed. He became very angry because this attack was a threat to him. However, this was the only attack his opponent could make. There was no chance for him to make another attack. "You're dead," Wo Mang said coldly. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Chuz held the long sword in his hand tightly. Then, he compressed his reality to protect his only chance of survival. He was ready to make another desperate attack. "You don't have a chance." Chapter 12:12. A voice came from behind him, startling Chuz. He immediately turned around, holding his long sword in front of him to protect himself. There was someone standing in front of him. It was the Earth Yuan who had been crazily slaughtering people. "It's you." Recognizing the other, Chuz's eyes were filled with disdain. The difference between the Earth Yuan and the corporeal realm was immeasurable. No matter how extraordinary the other was, he was simply courting death by provoking a corporeal realm cultivator. A corporeal realm cultivator was confident that he could shatter his weapon and take away his life. Even the injured Chuz was still full of contempt and disdain when he saw Zi Chen. However, before he could open his mouth and say things like courting death or idiot, he felt a surge of power above his head. He sensed something was wrong and looked up into the sky. Then, he saw a huge cauldron falling from the sky, smashing towards his face. Facing this attack, Chuz's expression changed instantly. He didn't have time to react and could only hold his long sword above his head. Bang! The everlasting cauldron smashed down and hit the long sword. A powerful and pure force passed through the long sword and into Chuz's body. His arm went limp and he retracted his long sword. The cauldron smashed into his head with a loud bang. His body began to sway. "Rise." The attack was effective. Zi Chen shouted and the everlasting cauldron rose again. When it reached a certain height, it came down again with a whistling sound, smashing into Chuz's head. "Get lost." Chuz became flustered and exasperated. He roared and slashed at the cauldron with his long sword. Clang! The long sword hit the cauldron, but the expected scene of the cauldron breaking didn't happen. Instead, the long sword hit the cauldron with a loud clang and sparks flying. Then, an even stronger force came out. Chuz's long sword was knocked away and the cauldron smashed into his head again. "What? How is this possible?" Chuz's head was shaken and his expression was one of disbelief. His body kept retreating in the air. Dong! Bang! While he was retreating, The cauldron rose and fell again. One hit, another hit, another hit. In a short period of time, Chuz was hit several times by the cauldron. Every hit was on his head. The corporeal realm defense around him finally loosened. The corporeal realm's rules gradually dissipated and could no longer protect him. Boom! The cauldron smashed down once more. This was the last strike, and it was filled with power. Chuz was unable to withstand it any longer. His eyes rolled back, and he was knocked unconscious. At the same time, his body fell backwards and landed on the ground. Clang! At this moment, the lid of the limitless pill cauldron suddenly opened, and several fire dragons rushed out from it. After the fire dragons rushed out, they intertwined with each other and roared as they swept towards Chuz. Not only did they sweep away Chuz's body, but they also successfully collected the corporeal weapon into the pill cauldron. Clang! With another sound, the lid of the cauldron was completely closed, and Chuz was nowhere to be seen. This scene happened very quickly, and it took less than 2 breaths of time. By the time Zi Chen appeared, Pill Crucible had already appeared. Zi Chen's words successfully attracted Chuz's attention. Then, the pill cauldron smashed down continuously. It could be said that Chuz was caught off guard and was completely knocked unconscious. For a corporeal realm expert to be knocked unconscious, it was obvious how powerful the cauldron was. Chuz was knocked unconscious, but on the other side, Wo Mang wasn't hit, but he also felt a little dizzy. He didn't expect that what he had said before would actually become reality. Chuz, a corporeal realm expert, was really taken away by the Earth Yuan. Who are you? The fiery red cauldron exuded an ancient and desolate aura. One could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary object. Now that Chuz had been sucked into it, it could be said that the odds were against him. Wo Mang was very afraid of the cauldron, so he asked coldly. I am Zi Chen, from the Martial Sky Continent, replied Zi Chen indifferently. At this moment, within the limitless pill cauldron, Cauldron Spirit was controlling it with all its might to refine Chuz. The cauldron would occasionally shake, but not violently. This was because Chuz was already half dead from Wo Mang's attacks. He was now struggling at death's door with only 1 breath left. Wo Mang's expression kept changing. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Zi Chen also didn't speak. He quietly looked at Wo Mang. The energy in the air dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Wo Mang was the first to break the silence. He asked, "What is this thing? How did it block a strike from a corporeal expert?" Zi Chen glanced at Wo Mang, seemingly hesitating. After a while, he said, "This is the limitless pill cauldron, a rare treasure in this world." A rare treasure in this world. Wo Mang had some doubts on his face. Zi Chen nodded and said, "That's right. It is a rare treasure in this world. I brought it from the Martial Sky Continent, but in truth, it is a product of the Martial War Continent. It is said that it was born naturally after the Martial War Continent appeared. As long as you have the materials, you can refine any kind of medicinal pellet in this world." "Is it really that miraculous?" asked Wo Mang. "Of course. Not only can it refine any kind of medicinal pellet in this world, it can also refine any kind of laws. When an earth element fragment is placed inside, it can refine a complete sphere of laws. It contains a complete law, just like a fruit of laws. In addition, the earth element fragments it can refine are equivalent to half a ripe fruit of laws. It is the same for the void realm. As long as you enter and refine it, you will have a complete void law. Conversely, the refined void law will be 5 times stronger than a normal void law." Wo Mang's eyes lit up. His face was full of curiosity and surprise. "That's not all. If a corporeal expert is placed inside, it can also be refined. It can refine fragments of the corporeal laws." Wo Mang said, "According to what you said, this cauldron is a rare treasure." "That's right. It is hard to find in this world," said Zi Chen. "However, this is not the only treasure I have. I still have another treasure." "Oh, what treasure?" Wo Mang became very curious. Lightning flashed on Zi Chen's back. The 6-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared. The thunder wings on Zi Chen's back flapped, and the void space appeared. After seeing the thunder wings, Wo Mang's expression changed again. However, when he saw the void space that extended from Zichen's back, a trace of shock appeared on his face. He asked, This is... That's right. This is a treasure that can increase one's strength by one realm. Although its origin is not as good as this cauldron, its effects are more practical than the cauldron's. Zichen said proudly. Womang stood in the distance and watched. Because of Zichen's treasure, his expression became very excited. He was currently in the corporeal realm. If he wanted to break through to the next realm, he didn't know how many years it would take. In any case, he hadn't broken through for 10,000 years. However, the thunder wings on Zichen's back gave him hope for a breakthrough. Treasure. It really is a treasure. Womang was very excited. All right, I only have these 2 treasures on me. I've told you all my secrets. Now, let's exchange your secrets. What is the thing Chuz wants? Asked Zichen. Womang moved his gaze away from the thunder wings with difficulty and looked at Zichen again. He said, Do you know what a domain is? Domain? What's that? Zichen looked confused, then shook his head to show that he didn't know. There are 5 realms in the Earth realm. They are Earth realm, Void realm, Corporeal realm, Domain realm, and World realm. Womang said, The Zhanwu continent is divided into 9 continents. Each continent has 49 prefectures, and each prefecture is made up of 108 cities. I've been in this world for tens of thousands of years, but I've only been to 2 cities in one prefecture. Zichen listened quietly. This was the first time he had heard that there were realms after the corporeal realm. However, Womang had only been to 2 cities after staying in this world for tens of thousands of years. This was still very surprising. The last time we attacked that small tribe, it was actually to establish our own tribe. However, we didn't expect to find a token from a prefecture in that tribe, said Womang. A token from a prefecture? Zichen looked even more confused. That's right. There's a prefecture in each prefecture. It's said that it's an ancient battlefield that was created by a god-level master. There's one in each prefecture. It's said that many battles have taken place there, and those who died were all domain realm masters. However, when a domain realm master dies, the realm they created doesn't disappear. A realm is the best tonic in the world for a corporeal realm master. Womang paused here. Zichen completely understood the truth behind the brothers killing each other. It was because of a token from a prefecture. Zichen asked, If I'm not wrong, a token from a prefecture can only be entered by one person, right? Womang looked at Zichen with admiration and said, You're very smart. You've guessed the crux of the problem right away. That's right. A token can only be entered by one person. Zichen frowned and said, If that's the case, why don't you guys team up and get another token? This time, Womang smiled and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, Do you know how many corporeal realm masters there are in each city? Zichen shook his head blankly. I don't know the exact number, but I can tell you that there are guards in each city. These guards are all at least at the corporeal realm. My initial estimate is that there are 10,000 guards in each city. You can calculate how many corporeal realm guards there are in total in all 108 cities. This doesn't include those who live in the cities or the corporeal realm masters outside. If you really want to calculate, the total number of corporeal realm masters in a prefecture is definitely more than 10 million. Zichen was shocked by this number. What did it mean to have more than 10 million corporeal realm masters? What's more, this was only the corporeal realm masters in one prefecture. One had to know that there were 49 prefectures on this continent. There are at least 10 million corporeal realm masters, but do you know how many tokens there are in total? 100,000. 100,000 tokens scattered across 108 cities. There are less than 1,000 tokens in each city. This number of tokens is less than 1,000, and you have to include the ones distributed to the city lords. You can calculate how many tokens have been circulated. Womang said, obtaining one of these tokens is already a stroke of heaven-defying luck. If you want to obtain 2, you have to be a relative of a city lord. However, every city lord is an unreachable existence. With such a relative, who would want to stay outside? Zichen nodded in understanding. It seemed that these tokens were indeed very rare. This also indirectly explained why Chuz had abandoned his wife and put his life on the line to fight Wo Mang to the death. Similarly, Wo Mang didn't want to escape because he was worried that Chuz would become ruthless and leak the news if he couldn't find him. Chapter 12-13. After Cauldron Spirit's voice transmission, Zi Chen looked at Wo Mang and said, "Chatting with you has broadened my horizons. I will remember what I said today and keep a low profile in the future. However, we will have to fight today. I am ready. How about you? Have you recovered?" Wo Mang's expression slightly changed as he said, "You are just an Earth Yuan. Are you confident that you can defeat me?" Zi Chen shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with victory or defeat. Just as you have your eyes on my 2 treasures, I also have my eyes on that domain manners token. Therefore, we must fight. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I promised Jesse and Ord that I will kill the 2 of you to avenge them. Now that Chuz is dead, it's your turn." Ha ha ha. Wo Mang suddenly burst into laughter. Zi Chen interrupted his laughter and said, "I am ready. I will not give you any more time to delay. Let the battle begin." As soon as those words left his mouth, Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts moved. The everlasting Dan cauldron beside him began to vibrate and whizzed towards Wo Mang. The conversation between the 2 was, in fact, stalling for time. Wo Mang was recovering from his injuries. As he was seriously injured, he could not guarantee that he would be able to kill the Earth Yuan with the strange cauldron. Zi Chen was also stalling for time. He was waiting for the cauldron to kill Chuz before unleashing its full power. After all, Wo Mang was a true corporeal realm expert while Zi Chen was just an Earth Yuan. The gap between their realms was too great. Other than the everlasting Dan cauldron, there was nothing else that could restrain Wo Mang. As the everlasting Dan cauldron whizzed towards him, Wo Mang had no choice but to swing his saber at it. Wo Mang's injuries could only be suppressed but could not be healed. In addition to his injuries from many years ago, he was now even more injured. Wo Mang secretly cursed the despicable and vicious brat in his heart. Clang! The long saber struck the cauldron, producing a sonorous sound. A powerful resistance stopped the cauldron's forward momentum. Although Wo Mang was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight back. Therefore, he would not be easy to kill. Moreover, Zi Chen's greatest trump card in this battle was the everlasting Dan cauldron. Even so, he was not confident that he could win. Any other weapon that came into contact with the saber would probably be shattered after a few hits. Therefore, Zi Chen would not use these earth soldiers to fight. His spiritual sense moved again, and the pill cauldron whizzed over. At the same time, Zi Chen's figure flashed and dodged to the side. A saber ray slashed at the spot where Zi Chen had just been standing in the air, causing the void to fluctuate. Wo Mang's saber slashed through the air, and the pill cauldron in front of him also hit the air in an instant. Swish! Swish! The lightning wings on Zi Chen's back vibrated, and he began to use his extreme speed to dodge. The difference in their realms made it impossible for him to fight head-on. Boom! Boom! The everlasting pill cauldron grew in size, like a burning mountain, and kept rushing towards Wo Mang. Wo Mang also dodged. The everlasting pill cauldron kept exploding in the void, and the sound of explosions kept coming out. Kai at the same time, Wo Mang slashed at Zi Chen with his saber. Ray after ray of saber light swept towards Zi Chen with the oppressive aura of the space. Zi Chen's body emitted a bright golden light, and his boiling blood was filled with a powerful force. This force, coupled with the void force and destructive power, was able to withstand the pressure, allowing him to escape. Damn it! Every attack missed, and Wo Mang was flustered and exasperated. The kid in front of him was as slippery as a fish, and he could not hurt him at all. The most infuriating thing was that this fish was still moving through the ice and was not obstructed at all. In a battle, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Wo Mang. Therefore, he could not allow his opponent to dodge. Since his opponent could run and was fast, then he would reduce the range of his escape. Reality, open! Wo Mang shouted, but he displayed his reality in front of Zi Chen. If the virtual realm was an virtual realm that was attached to this world and needed to borrow the power of this world, then the reality realm was a real space that opened up. In this space, the master of the reality realm was the master, and the rules that were formed here were the rules that belonged to him. A black hole suddenly broke open in the void and swallowed the defenseless Zi Chen. Zi Chen saw the reality realm for the first time. This was a real space. There was no blue sky, white clouds, land, or rivers. It was just a real space. In this space, Zi Chen felt a strong power of the rules, far surpassing the rules contained in the Zhonwu continent. "Kid, welcome to my reality realm." An indifferent voice sounded. Womang appeared in mid-air, looking down at Zi Chen. Zi Chen looked around. The shrunken pill cauldron hovered above his head. Zi Chen asked curiously, "So this is the reality realm? The void tree planted here can cause changes here?" Womang's murderous face immediately showed a hint of surprise. He asked, "You have the void tree on you?" Zi Chen shook his head. "No, I've just seen it before." "You know where it is?" Womang asked in surprise. Zi Chen nodded, then released his perception to sense everything around him. At this moment, he was like a curious child, as if he had forgotten that he was in a life-and-death battle. Womang's expression changed. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't immediately attack. After releasing his spiritual sense, Zi Chen simply closed his eyes again and carefully sensed his surroundings. After a moment, he sighed. As expected of the reality realm. It's really mysterious. Does the formation of a world start here? A domain is the foundation of a world. There isn't even a grain of sand here. It seems that it will take a long time to break through. And this space doesn't seem to be stable. While Zi Chen was sensing, he kept talking. This nagging made Womang very unhappy, so he shouted, "Kid, be serious. We're in a life-and-death battle." Zi Chen still had his eyes closed. "A life-and-death battle? You can do whatever you want. I'll keep you company. You can do whatever you want. I'll keep you company. Is this a drink or a battle?" Womang was furious. With a cold snort, he pointed at Zi Chen. As his finger fell, the power of the rules in the space appeared. Then, like a large net, it trapped Zi Chen in it. This was a spatial imprisonment formed by using the power of space. The demon ape used a similar method, but it used its innate magical power, which was more advanced than this. Feeling the pressure of the power of space, Zi Chen's power increased again. Then, the power of the void surrounded his body, cooperating with his strong body to resist the imprisonment of the power of space. Swoosh! The blade light appeared again and slashed down. Zi Chen's thunder wings shook slightly, and he dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. "Huh!" Womang was surprised because Zi Chen had dodged with his eyes closed. He was not convinced, so he waved his blade again. The blade light appeared one after another, but Zi Chen dodged it easily every time. Moreover, every time he dodged, Zi Chen's steps were very small. "Damn it! If I was in my heyday, you would not be able to break free from this power of imprisonment. I could kill you with one slash." Womang was unwilling and exasperated. He had thought that the other party was just a small Earth origin stage beast that was not worth mentioning. He could kill it with a finger. Unexpectedly, after the battle, he found that not only did the other party have a treasure, but his own strength was also terrifying. Moreover, Womang estimated that the other party's strength was stronger than an Earth origin stage beast. Perhaps it was close to a virtual realm general level beast. Zi Chen, who had his eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened them and said, "Indeed, if I were in my prime, I would have died here. But now, you're in a heavily injured state, and the space around you is unstable. But you brought me in, so the one who will die will definitely be you." "What do you mean?" Womang's expression changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Zi Chen said, "This is your space. When you're heavily injured, it becomes unstable. I'm guessing that it has something to do with your injuries. Tell me, if I use all my strength to shatter this space, how will your injuries be?" "You have the strength." Womang stared. "Of course I don't, but he does." Zi Chen pointed to the Wuji cauldron, and Womang looked at the Wuji cauldron. Boom! The Wuji cauldron began to vibrate, and then a loud dragon roar sounded one after another. Fire dragons rushed out one after another. These fire dragons emitted blazing heat. After they appeared, they rushed in all directions and then exploded at the edge of the space. A series of explosions caused the space to shake violently. Puff! The fire dragons exploded, and Wo Mang's expression changed. At the same time, he was seriously injured and coughed up blood. Zi Chen stood in place and said coldly, "At first, I was thinking about how to kill you, but after coming in, I found that there is no need for any method because you have already found a dead end for yourself. I will kill you." Wo Mang roared and slashed at Zi Chen. In Zi Chen's hand, a black saber appeared. Of course, he didn't use the black saber to block Wo Mang. The black saber was very useful, and he didn't want the black saber to be broken. Zi Chen wielded his saber and slashed out in all directions. Saber light flashed, and the power of the rules that imprisoned him dissipated. Zi Chen's shackles disappeared, and he evaded the attack with extreme speed. At the same time, Zi Chen controlled the Wuji cauldron and slammed it in all directions. As the space shook, the fire dragons also continued to attack. At this point, Wo Mang could no longer expel Zi Chen because his injuries had reached the real limit. The only thing he could do was to kill Zi Chen in his own dominating space. If Zi Chen was expelled to the outside world, he would suffer the same fate as Chuz. Thinking of this, he gave up on the entire space and then mobilized all the power of space to suppress Zi Chen. Boom! The energy around Zi Chen was surging, and the golden light was dazzling. The thunder wings on his back kept vibrating, and the long saber in his hand kept slashing. One after another, the power of the rules was cut open, but there was still more power of the rules that fell on him. He couldn't cut it all. This was a strike that Wo Mang had launched at the risk of collapsing space, and had completely imprisoned Zi Chen. Then, Wo Mang rushed forward with his saber and mobilized the ultimate power in his body to slash at Zi Chen. Life and death were at this moment. Either you die, or I die. Wo Mang went all out. Puff! He rushed in front of Zi Chen and swung his saber at Zi Chen's head. Zi Chen was still dodging in panic, but it was useless. Chapter 12:14. Wo Mang used all his strength and successfully killed the Earth Prime human. Even the treasure was cut open. He laughed proudly. Ha ha! His triumphant laughter reverberated in the real world, but it quickly stopped abruptly, as if someone was strangling him. The human body in front of him was split in two, and another human stood 10 meters away from where he was standing. The human held a blade in his hand, and the thunder wings on his back were flapping slightly. There was a deep wound between his eyebrows that extended straight to his lower abdomen. Golden blood flowed out from the wound. "Sorry, I'm not dead yet," Zi Chen said indifferently, his eyes cold. He had a deeper understanding of the real world. If he hadn't decisively summoned his doppelganger and used the black blade to cut through the laws and retreat 10 meters, he would have died. But even though he reacted in time and retreated quickly, the sharp blade aura almost cut Zi Chen in two. You. Wo Mang was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He couldn't understand when the other party had retreated. The surrounding space became extremely unstable. This meant that Wo Mang had reached his true limit. Zi Chen said, "You used all your strength just now. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to attack anymore. So, you're dead." "I'm dead, haha." Wo Mang laughed again. "I might die, but you definitely won't live either." Zi Chen frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "You were hit by my attack. The power of the real world will enter your body and destroy it. You can't defend against that kind of power, nor can you expel it. Jesse and Ord died because of this. Do you think you can survive?" Wo Mang laughed sinisterly. "If I die, you die too. Unfortunately, your treasure and my keepsake will be given to someone else." Zi Chen wasn't worried about the destruction of the real world's laws. He asked, "Given to someone else? What do you mean?" Wo Mang said, "Do you think you are the only smart person in this world? If you can think of being the Oriole, how can others not think of it? Haha, there are many people outside now. Although they are only in the virtual realm and Earth Prime realm, it shouldn't be a big problem to kill you now." Zi Chen nodded and said seriously, "This is indeed a thorny problem, but compared to them, You are a bigger threat. So, you don't have to tell me about joining forces to eliminate the enemy first. Now, I need to send you on your way as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen held his knife and slashed at Wo Mang. Wo Mang blocked with his knife, and the strong force made him retreat a few steps. From the start of the conversation, Dan Ding began to move. As Wu Mang retreated, the fire dragons that had been waiting for a long time appeared. They wrapped around Wu Mang and brought him towards Dan Ding. Scram! Scram! Wo Mang shouted as he swung his blade to kill the fire dragon. The fire dragon was not a fire creature. It was made up of pure flames. After it was destroyed, it would quickly recover. In addition, the pill cauldron had taken the initiative to attack at this moment. It directly turned Wo Mang upside down and then closed the lid of the pill cauldron, making it upright again. Bang! Bang! Within Dan Ding, there were sounds of vibration. This was Wo Mang's counterattack. However, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Zichen was not worried that the other party would be able to escape. Now, what he needed to worry about was the Oriole outside. The flame of life could only be activated when one's life was in danger. Now that he had broken through to Earth Prime, it was still unknown whether he could activate it. Therefore, it was impossible for Zichen to entrust his life to this unknown existence. Now, he began to mobilize the life precepts to heal his injuries. The life precepts appeared on the surface of his body and healed his injuries. As Zichen observed carefully, he found that the life precepts were useless. A mysterious space precepts were attached to his injuries, directly blocking the life precepts. Just as Wo Mang had said earlier, these precepts were destroying Zichen's injuries. Before long, Zichen would die. Since the life precepts were ineffective, Zichen could only use the destruction precepts to first cut off the space precepts attached to his body. Bit by bit, the destruction precepts began to expel the space precepts. Although the speed was not very fast, it was very effective. However, before Zichen could rejoice, he felt a fluctuation in the surrounding space. Then, the reality in front of him disappeared and his figure reappeared in the real world. Similarly, Dan Ding also appeared. He's out. I wonder who's alive and who's dead. Feeling the disappearance of the reality, the surrounding cultivators became very excited. In the previous battle, Wo Mang's reality had become unstable. Everyone had already sensed the location of the reality and had been waiting outside. Now that the reality had disappeared, everyone was stunned when they saw that it was Zichen who had appeared. Zichen, it's you. A shocked voice sounded. It was Chen Xiong. He asked, "Where's the patriarch?" Zichen held his saber and glanced indifferently at Chen Xiong. He said indifferently, "Dead." What? Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Dead, the patriarch is dead. What about Chuz? This time, it was Jiu Mang who spoke. He was also shocked. Dead. What, Patriarch Chuz is also dead? Another voice sounded. This time, it was a cultivator from Chuz's side. Did you kill him? Jiu Mang asked carefully. That's right. I said that I would avenge Ord and Jesse. Zichen said frankly. There was a commotion among the cultivators. When they looked at Zichen again, their expressions were filled with respect. After a while, a loud laugh sounded. It came from Jiu Mang. He said, "You said that to intimidate us and make us retreat. What do you mean?" Zichen asked indifferently. I admit that you're very strong. Earlier, you made us run for our lives. Being able to kill Wo Mang and Chuz also proves your uniqueness. But, what about now? Jiu Mang sneered. Zichen raised his saber and said calmly, I can still kill people now. Ha. Jiu Mang laughed. If you say that, it's even more certain that you're seriously injured to the point where you can't fight. If you were still the original you, I'm afraid that you would have killed us long ago. Zichen nodded and said, that makes sense. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning wings on his back flapped and he rushed toward an emptiness realm cultivator. A saber light flashed and a head flew. As the saber light fell, Zichen returned to his original position. A drop of blood dripped from the tip of the saber to the ground. It's not that I can't kill people. I just don't want to kill people. I don't want to be killed too much. Zi Chen stood in the air and said indifferently. The headless corpse fell to the ground with blood spurting out. This scene was undoubtedly shocking to the people around. Boom. The Wuji pill cauldron also enlarged at this time. It was like a towering mountain with raging flames burning on it. Zi Chen stepped in and stood on top of the cauldron. He glanced at the crowd indifferently. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Zi Chen's combat strength was no longer the same as before. They were completely sure of this. Now was the only chance to kill him. Moreover, they could clearly see that whether it was the cauldron or the lightning wings on his back, they were all extremely extraordinary things. However, the key question now was who would go up first to die. Everyone looked at each other. No one was willing to go up. Obviously, they all wanted to be the Oriole at the end. Zi Chen's psychological attack was useless against them. However, they became entangled because of the question of who would go first. Zi Chen stood on top of the cauldron without saying a word. His expression was indifferent. In fact, he had already divided part of his mind to expel the spatial power in his body. Zi Chen, don't put on an act here. In fact, you can't do it anymore, right? Chen Xiong looked at Zi Chen and said disdainfully. Zi Chen said calmly, you can try. Mph, you're just a punching bag. How strong can you be? Another person spoke. It was Zyth. Of the 5 people who came with Zi Chen, only one of them, an Earth Prime, had died. The other 4 were still alive. Moreover, they were all glaring at Zi Chen with undisguised killing intent. Zi Chen sneered and said indifferently, I admit that I'm injured now, but if anyone naively thinks that they can kill me, then feel free to come and try. I guarantee, I'm sure, that I won't use a second blade to kill you. Zi Chen pointed at his feet and said, now, I'm standing here, motionless and not retreating. Let's see if you dare to come up and die. Zi Chen gripped his long saber tightly. The veins on his arms bulged. Clearly, he was ready to kill. Zi Chen's strength made everyone hesitate again. They looked at each other, obviously unable to make up their minds. What should we do? The cultivators of the rich Python tribe all looked at Wu Huan. Because of his accumulated power over the years, he was now the one with the most right to speak. As for Chuz's people, it seemed that their leader had been killed by Zi Chen. At this moment, they were also looking at Wu Huan, waiting for him to make a decision. Zi Chen looked at Wu Huan and said disdainfully, the tiger is dead. I didn't expect a monkey like you to become the king. Ku Huan's expression immediately turned ugly as his expression continuously fluctuated. However, he only hesitated for a few breaths before shouting out, I don't believe that you still have some powerful tricks up your sleeve after killing 2 corporeal stage experts. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, everyone, don't be fooled by him. Why should we attack him one by one? Let's attack together. I don't believe that he can kill all of us at once. Yes, all of you, go and kill him, a cultivator shouted from the side. For a moment, everyone began to shout loudly, apparently to encourage themselves. Zi Chen sneered, come at me if you can. I guarantee that I won't retreat a single step. The black saber in his hand emitted a cold light. Shameless boasting. You won't retreat a single step. Then let's see what else you have. Wu Huan commanded, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding cultivators all rushed toward Zi Chen. Many void spaces opened and pressed down on Zi Chen. As for Di Yuan, he also charged forward. Ha! Zi Chen roared, his hair standing on end. The golden light around him became incomparably dazzling. At the same time, a powerful aura was released. When the crowd saw this, they were stunned and subconsciously stopped. Chapter 12:15. Zi Chen, who had just said that he would not retreat, did not wait for the crowd to surround him. He flapped his wings and fled. As soon as he fled, the everlasting pill cauldron also turned into a small cauldron and fled behind him. Such a scene caused the crowd to be startled once again. However, they quickly recovered from their shock. Pride and surprise appeared on their faces as they shouted loudly. Stop, don't run. Punching bag, stop right there. Die, punching bag. Curses rang out one after another. The people who were originally wary of Zi Chen were now completely at ease. They started to chase after him with all their might. Zi Chen's escape undoubtedly told everyone that he had no way to fight back, and he had a great treasure. Naturally, they would not let him go. Hurry up and chase after him and kill him. Zhu Mang shouted, but he was very proud. Among them, his combat strength was the strongest. After killing Zi Chen, the possibility of obtaining Zi Chen's treasure was the highest. These damn guys. Zi Chen was also cursing, but his speed was even faster. He almost used all his strength to escape towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, Zi Chen disappeared without a trace. He's gone. Seeing Zi Chen's figure disappear, everyone was stunned. Chase, how far can he run with such a serious injury? Zhu Mang was not worried at all. Sure enough, as everyone chased after him again, they saw Zi Chen's figure again. He was still running away, and the everlasting pill cauldron was following behind him. Everyone whistled forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just after everyone left, in the dense forest below, an emptiness realm disappeared, and Zi Chen's figure appeared, looking very miserable. I have to quickly recover from my injuries. Otherwise, if I lose the pill cauldron, it will be a big loss. Zi Chen had just entered the emptiness realm, and he had revealed a clone to escape. However, in order to successfully confuse everyone, he had no choice but to let the clone carry the pill cauldron. There was not much time left for Zi Chen, so he had to quickly expel the spatial power in his body. Around him, waves of destructive laws appeared one after another. These laws were like extremely sharp knives that began to slash and dispel the many laws on his wounds. Every time he expelled a piece, Zi Chen would activate the life edicts and begin to repair the damage. The first thing Zi Chen did was to heal the injuries to his internal organs, which took him quite some time. Then, he dealt with the other injuries. Finally, he dealt with the most obvious and most terrifying injury between his eyebrows and lower abdomen. Zi Chen was treating his last and biggest wound. As for his doppelganger, it was still running away. The speed of the doppelganger was not slow, and the people behind could not catch up in a short period of time. However, they were not in a hurry, and even the faces of Zhu Hang and the others were relaxed. This idiot has never left this place before. He can't even differentiate between north, south, east, and west. He keeps circling around this area, waiting for his injuries to worsen. Let's see if he dies or not. Zyth, who was beside Zhu Huan, sneered. Zyth was an emptiness realm expert. He had followed others out to kill beasts before, so he knew the surrounding environment very well. At this moment, Zi Chen was running away, but in Zyth's eyes, he was just circling around and did not run far at all. This time, he will definitely die, but you guys. In front, Zi Chen's speed slowly slowed down. Zhu Huan began to send a message to his trusted subordinates and then assigned tasks. Zi Chen, who was in front, finally could not hold on any longer. He was blocked and surrounded by the crowd. Good boy, how long has it been? Your injuries have actually recovered. Seeing that the injuries on Zi Chen's body were no longer there, everyone sighed. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. Zi Chen raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. Talk nicely? How can we talk nicely? You killed so many of our people. An emptiness realm expert said coldly, but he did not step forward. Zi Chen stopped running, but it did not mean that he did not have the slightest bit of combat power. Similarly, the crowd surrounded him, but they did not dare to step forward rashly. Of course, if all of them went forward, they would dare. Zi Chen might be able to kill one or two of them, but he definitely would not be able to kill all of them. Everyone was competing with luck. This is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. What do you want? I will give it to you. Doppelganger Zi Chen said again. The doppelganger could speak, and its thoughts were also Zi Chen's thoughts. Other than the fact that it could not exist in the world for a long time, it was almost the same as the real body. What do we want? We want your life. Will you give it to us? Chen Xiong shouted. Of course I will. Why wouldn't I? But I've been running for so long. Can't you let me catch my breath? Doppelganger Zi Chen said, but he was somewhat talkative. Zhu Huan looked at Zi Chen in front of him. For some reason, he felt that this Zi Chen was somewhat strange. Moreover, he had been running all this time. How could he have had time to recover from his injuries? Even if he had, how could injuries left behind by a corporeal realm expert be so easy to recover from? Now, all of his injuries had healed, and he was as good as new. There was no abnormality at all. This was a suspicious point. However, when he looked at the cauldron, it was indeed real. Although the lightning wings were gone, Zhu Huan thought that the other party had put them away. The Zi Chen in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. Although he did not know what the other party was up to, Zhu Huan would not change his goal of killing Zi Chen. Therefore, he said to the surrounding cultivators, "Everyone, since things have come to this, we can only fight to the death. Next, we will follow the old rules and go all out to kill him." Everyone naturally agreed to this suggestion. Therefore, without saying a word, they all rushed forward after exchanging glances with each other. However, the scene of Zi Chen taking out a long saber and slashing wildly, killing 3 to 5 cultivators did not happen. Facing the siege, Zi Chen only covered his head with his hands and then squatted down. Bang! Bang! Dong! All sorts of attacks landed on Zi Chen's body, and all sorts of sounds rang out. In an instant, he became the target of everyone's attacks. As more and more power entered Zi Chen's body, his doppelganger could not hold on any longer and finally exploded with a boom. The clone Zi Chen disappeared, and the cauldron lost control and fell to the ground. However, Zhu Huan, who was already prepared, flashed forward and grabbed the cauldron. With the power of the void between them, the cauldron could not do anything to Zhu Huan. After grabbing the cauldron, Zhu Huan subconsciously took more than 10 steps back and looked at the people in front of him at the same time. Zi Chen exploded, and the crowd did not get anything, so they separated in confusion. "What's going on?" Zhu Huan did not know what happened and asked with a frown. Zi Chen exploded, but nothing was left. Chen Xiong walked out of the crowd and said, "What?" Zhu Huan was stunned, and then his expression changed. He cursed, "Damn it, this should be a clone." Zi Chen ran away. Ran away. Everyone was stunned. They thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Immediately, their faces were filled with disappointment. Zi Chen ran away. This was really a pity. This person is decisive. For his own life, he actually gave up such a precious treasure, Zhu Huan said with a gloomy face. At this moment, his feelings were very complicated. He hated the other party, but he also admired him. Obviously, to give up such a precious treasure so decisively to save his life, even he would have to think and hesitate for a long time. However, the other party did not. He almost made this decision in an instant. Otherwise, they would have definitely discovered it. The clone led us in circles here. He must have run away long ago. What a cunning boy. Find him. We must find him, and kill him. Everyone was very angry. They shouted loudly that they wanted to find Zi Chen and kill him. However, there were still some people who did not move. These people were all in the emptiness realm. Their gazes were on Zhu Huan, or more accurately, on the Wuji cauldron. The others felt the abnormal atmosphere, so they all shut up. In the end, their gazes also fell on the Wuji cauldron. An emptiness realm expert who followed Chuz said, although Zi Chen ran away, the Wuji cauldron was left behind. Next, should we discuss the ownership of the Wuji cauldron? Ownership? Is there a need to discuss? It belongs to whoever gets it, the emptiness realm expert on Zhu Huan's side said. Oh, you are so confident that you can keep the Wuji cauldron. As the words fell, the expressions of most of the emptiness realm experts turned cold. The atmosphere instantly became hostile. Zhu Huan suddenly laughed. After a while, he said, Zi Chen is not dead yet. The real good thing has not been obtained. Do you think it is interesting for us to fight among ourselves now? The emptiness realm expert said, I don't know what other good things Zi Chen has, but I know that the Wuji cauldron in front of us is extraordinary. We should discuss the ownership. Zhu Huan's expression suddenly turned cold. He shouted, ownership? What ownership? This thing belongs to everyone. There is no such thing as ownership. Even if I give it to you, Do you dare to take it? Once we are separated, we will die without a doubt. Therefore, we must unite and use this Wuji cauldron to create our own force. Zhu Huan glanced at the crowd and said, at present, we are a group. In the future, we will also be a group. In the future, we will also be a force. Therefore, we should unite. We should find Zi Chen and kill Zi Chen first. As for this Wuji cauldron, I will keep it. After we kill Zi Chen, we will carefully study its effects. Beside Zhu Huan, Xieth said, that's right. Everyone knows what kind of place this is. Even if we give you a precious treasure, you need to be alive to use it. Right now, there is only one path in front of us, and that is to unite. Another Emptiness Realm expert said, yes, only by uniting can we survive. I think everyone should be clear about the purpose of this world. It is not about precious treasures, it is about staying alive. Chuz and Wo Mang were both in the corporeal realm and their battle strength was unquestionable. However, the two of them were killed by an Earth Prime cultivator because of a treasure. What does this mean? This means that staying alive is the most important thing. The Emptiness Realm experts on Zhu Huan's side began to speak one after another. It had to be said that what they said was very reasonable. Moreover, every word they said seemed to be thinking for everyone. Especially when Zhu Huan said that everyone would have a share of the Wuji cauldron, he received the support of many people. Everyone felt that it was reasonable and nodded repeatedly. Thus, they also believed that Zhu Huan was right. Chapter 12:16. The voice came from Zi Chen. He suddenly appeared behind the crowd, causing their expressions to change. Everyone turned their heads or raised their heads to look behind them. Then, they saw Zi Chen. He was still the same Zi Chen from before, but there were no obvious wounds on his body. Only a few faint white marks could be seen. The 6 wings on his back were still flapping, and he held the terrifying long saber tightly in his hand. At present, Zi Chen's expression was calm, but he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. He didn't need to deliberately put on a strong front like before, but it was enough to make people tremble in fear. There were at least dozens of cultivators standing in front of Zi Chen. However, as Zi Chen moved forward with his saber, they couldn't help but retreat. Because Wu Huan's reaction was slower, he quickly arrived in front of them. Zi Chen pointed at the cauldron in Wu Huan's hand and said, sorry, this is mine. Ah! Wu Huan was stunned. This is mine, Zi Chen repeated. Wu Huan reacted and hugged the cauldron tightly in his arms. Then, he subconsciously took a few steps back. He looked around and said to the other cultivators, what are you afraid of? He's alone. We have a group. Behind him, a cultivator said in a trembling voice, but he can kill a group by himself. Wu Huan was furious and shouted, what are you afraid of? Don't forget that he's seriously injured. Although he's here now, he's still trying to scare us. Kill him, and the treasures on him will be ours. Wu Huan continued to boost their morale. For the treasures, let's do it. After saying that, without waiting for the others to cooperate, the lightning wings on Zi Chen's back continued flapping. Then, his body charged forward in a straight line. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wu Huan, and the long saber in his hand slashed down fiercely. Ah! Wu Huan screamed in fear and tried to block with the cauldron. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Puff! The saber flashed, and there was a soft sound. Wu Huan's head flew up. The cauldron began to emit flames. Fire dragons appeared, one biting Wu Huan's head, the other wrapped around his body, and then sucked him into the cauldron. Ah! When Jiyu Quan's saber was cut down, screams rang out from all around. The fear in the hearts of the crowd had finally reached its limit. They screamed in terror, and then fled in terror. They did not have the slightest bit of will to fight. Seeing this, Zi Chen felt relieved. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards Xieth. Xieth had come to the Warty Python tribe at the same time as Zi Chen, but he had always found him unpleasant to the eye. Today, he might as well end it. Pu! The blade flashed. Xieth couldn't dodge in time and his head was chopped off. Pu! Another Emptiness Realm expert who arrived at the same time as Zi Chen was killed. The stunned expression on his face before he died was completely frozen. Killing 2 emptiness realm experts in the blink of an eye was undoubtedly the greatest shock to the others. They didn't care anymore and started to run for their lives. At this moment, they gave up on counterattacking and chose to believe in luck. They believed that Zi Chen would not kill them immediately, giving them time to escape. Pu. Pu. The long blade kept slashing. The blade flashed and disappeared, and heads flew up one after another. They originally had the chance to kill Zi Chen together, but they gave up because of fear and were directly killed by Zi Chen. After losing the ability to resist, these people seemed to be easier to kill. Zi Chen killed in front, and the fire dragons kept appearing behind him, returning with corpses one after another. It was still the same sentence. There were many of them, and they were fleeing in all directions. It was simply unrealistic for Zi Chen to kill all of them. Now, Zi Chen could only choose some emptiness realm experts to kill, but he couldn't kill all of them. After killing all the emptiness realm experts in one direction, there were no traces of cultivators on the horizon. Zi Chen looked around and saw nothing. Pu. Zi Chen put away his blade, but he couldn't help but cough up blood. Then, he suppressed his injuries and fled this place as fast as he could. Zi Chen fled for thousands of miles in one breath. Then, he found a dense forest, and in the dense forest, he found a giant mountain. He blasted a big hole at the bottom of the giant mountain and rushed in. Then, he used his elemental energy to cover the big hole. Zi Chen sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. His injuries were very serious. Previously, he was only suppressing them. Now that they had completely flared up, it would take a long time for him to fully recover. Within a day, 2 tribes had disappeared from this area. Compared to the Chuz tribe, the Rich Python tribe was more famous. When the news of the Rich Python tribe's disappearance spread, the people of the other tribes were also surprised. Especially the people of these tribes. After absorbing some of the Rich Python tribe's cultivators and learning about the cause and effect of the Rich Python tribe's disappearance, they became even more shocked. Zi Chen, a mere Earth Prime cultivator, had actually succeeded in killing Rich Python and Chuz. Moreover, killing emptiness realm experts above his level was as easy as killing chickens or dogs. Of course, this wasn't the reason for everyone's shock. The real reason was the 2 treasures on his body, as well as the 1 Chuz used in his deathmatch with the Rich Python. An Earth Prime cultivator with 3 treasures on his body, this undoubtedly tempted many people. Therefore, in the following period of time, Zi Chen became the main target of several tribes. His portrait also spread among the cultivators of several tribes. Just like when he was chased by many forces in the Saint Realm, Zi Chen became the target of pursuit after the news of his treasures spread. While the cultivators of the outside world were still looking for Zi Chen, the person involved was healing his injuries. After his elemental energy was depleted, he would absorb the law fragments to replenish it. When he was full, Zi Chen once again dispelled the spatial energy in his body, then used his life force to heal his injuries. If it were anyone else who suffered this kind of attack, the high-level elemental energy would have invaded their body and killed them. Just like Jesse and Ord, the main reason they died was because they couldn't dispel the spatial energy in their bodies. Zi Chen could only dispel the energy in his body, but not others. Naturally, he couldn't save the 2 of them. Day by day, Zi Chen's injuries were gradually suppressed and then improved. The fact that he was able to survive under such circumstances was enough to prove how powerful Zi Chen's comprehension of the law was. 2 months later, Zi Chen's injuries were finally fully healed. In the outside world, several tribes had been searching for Zi Chen for several months, but they still couldn't find any clues. This area was very large, and the distance between the tribes required flying boats. It was easier said than done to find a person in such a large area, and they also had to face some battle beasts. However, it had only been 2 months, so everyone was still very patient. Suddenly, a beast roar sounded from the depths of the forest. When the 2 cultivators in front heard it, their expressions changed. The 2 of them looked at each other, and one of them said, "Let's not go too deep." The other cultivator nodded. That makes sense. It's said that Zi Chen is only at the Earth Prime level. If he dares to go too deep, He will definitely be torn to shreds by the battle beasts. A soldier-level battle beast can kill an emptiness realm expert, and a general-level battle beast can rival a corporeal realm expert. I also don't think he can go too deep. As the two of them talked, they turned around and headed in another direction. However, the two of them were still talking along the way. It's been a few months. Just our Hearthstone tribe alone has sent many people. In addition to the other tribes, there are many emptiness realm experts, but we haven't found a single Earth Prime. Do you think Zi Chen is still alive? It's hard to say. Maybe he encountered a battle beast and was killed by it. Maybe the great treasure was swallowed by the battle beast. However, if that's the case, then we have to send many emptiness realm experts to kill the battle beast. With just the two of us, we are purely courting death. Just as the two of them left the forest, a person walked out. It was Zi Chen. The Hearthstone tribe and the other tribes. It seems like the news has been leaked. If we continue to wander around, I'm afraid we will be discovered. At that time, corporeal realm experts will naturally come. He was very clear about Zi Chen's current strength. He couldn't do anything to a corporeal realm expert. He was only able to kill the two of them last time because of pure luck. Zi Chen muttered to himself for a while, then said to himself, "Yes, the most important thing right now is to find a safe place to cultivate. My current strength is too weak. It's better to work hard to break through to the emptiness realm. Only then will it be safer. There is still room for improvement in my thunder wings. I need to refine them." In this world, finding a safe place was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, it wasn't difficult for Zi Chen. He went deep into the forest. As long as it was a place that humans couldn't find, it would be a safe place. Zi Chen's destination was the place where the battle beasts lived. The battle beasts were very strong. A soldier-level battle beast could fight against an emptiness realm expert, and a general-level battle beast could fight against a corporeal realm expert. The area where the battle beasts lived was definitely a safe area. After walking for dozens of miles in the forest, Zi Chen saw a living battle beast for the first time. This was a battle beast that looked very much like a leopard. Its body was covered with fine black scales, and its entire body was emitting a tyrannical battle aura. The two sharp teeth in its mouth were like two scimitars, directly growing out of its mouth and emitting a cold light. This was a soldier-level beast. At this moment, it was staring coldly at Zi Chen, an outsider. Zi Chen also looked at the battle beast. His eyes flashed with excitement because he was finally going to fight a battle beast. Roar! The battle beast roared angrily and rushed towards Zi Chen. Its movements were accompanied by a strong and pure power. Its claws were like sharp weapons. Peng! Zi Chen raised his fist to block the attack. There was a vibration, and both of their figures swayed. The battle beast landed on the ground. However, it immediately jumped up and stabbed its two sharp teeth towards Zi Chen. Swoosh! Zi Chen moved his feet and blocked the opponent's attack. Then, he punched the back of the opponent's waist. A strong force shook out and directly sent the battle beast flying. After a short fight, Zi Chen had a good understanding of battle beasts. As a soldier beast, it was stronger than some of the strange beasts in the Tianwu continent. However, it couldn't be compared with those higher life forms, such as the demon ape, the dragon tiger, and the Torvosaurus. Even if they were at the same level, they could still defeat their opponents with their bare hands. However, this also indirectly proved that battle beasts were second only to higher life forms. Their battle strength far exceeded that of humans of the same level. Chapter 12:17. Beasts were powerful and intelligent. After two attacks, Zi Chen was able to see through it, and it was also able to sense that humans were not ordinary. Roar! It roared and rushed towards Zi Chen again. Powerful energy surged from its body. Usually, such an attack would have been enough to kill a human. Zi Chen's body flashed with golden light. He mobilized the power of Earth Eon and destroyed the rules around his body. He clenched his fist and punched forward. That punch was filled with power, and it was filled with skill. Bang! The two forces collided and the sound of the collision rang out again. This time, the two sides were no longer evenly matched. A surge of power flowed from the fist into the battle beast's body. The battle beast let out a wail and was smashed into the distance. They were both using the power of Earth Eon, but Zichen defeated the soldier beast. Bang! Bang! Zichen quickly stepped forward. Without waiting for the battle beast to get up and attack, he punched again. In this punch, golden light flashed and a powerful force shook the surroundings. Punch after punch landed on the beast's flesh, causing it to wail continuously. Bang! In the end, the battle beast's skull was broken by Zichen's punch. Its soul was shattered and it died. As for its corpse, it was sucked into the alchemy cauldron. Soon, Zichen would obtain a beast pill of rules. At the same time, he would also obtain several high-quality refining materials. Leaving only some traces of the battle, Zichen began to go deeper. Even if the pursuers found something, they didn't dare to rashly go deeper. This was because the battle beasts were indeed very strong. One or two ordinary Emptiness Realm experts wouldn't even consider finding trouble with a battle beast. As he went deeper, Zichen found a few more battle beasts. After a simple battle, the soldier-level battle beast was killed. After going deeper into the dense forest for hundreds of miles, Zichen found a relatively quiet area. After arriving here, Zichen didn't see any battle beasts. Zichen guessed that this should be the place where a general-level battle beast was. Although a general-level war beast was only at the corporeal realm, its super-strong combat power made it comparable to a corporeal realm war beast. Even the current Zichen would have trouble facing a general-level war beast. After discovering this area, Zichen didn't go any further. Instead, he wandered around in search of a quiet place. This was the place he had chosen to go into seclusion. After a long time, Zichen found a cave. The cave was very large, but it was very humid, as if it had not been inhabited for a long time. Zichen walked into the cave and used his magic to dry the damp surroundings. The cave was very deep, as if it was the dwelling place of a snake, but it was obvious that this place had been abandoned. After dealing with the situation in the cave briefly, Zichen went to the entrance of the cave and set up a simple formation. This was the place he chose for his seclusion. In the depths of the cave, Zichen sat cross-legged and a rule fragment appeared in his hand. The current Zichen's body was not saturated with the power of the rules, so it was relatively better for him to refine the rule fragments. Of course, he could also refine the void fragments, but that would be too wasteful. Although Zichen had killed a lot of Emptiness Realm experts this time, he hadn't reached the point where he didn't care about waste. A rule fragment shattered in front of him, and rich power of the rules filled the cave. Zichen began to absorb the power of the rules. One rule fragment after another exploded, and Zichen once again fell into a deep state of seclusion. Because of his extraordinary combat power and the comprehension of many rules during this period, it would be very difficult for Zichen to break through. Even with the support of an endless stream of rule fragments, Zichen would need a long time to completely refine them and advance his strength. Earth Prime was naturally divided into 3 realms, the early, middle, and late stages. However, in this world, because there were no human rights in the Earth Prime, they were all called Earth Prime. According to Zichen's current strength, he was only at the early stage of the Earth Prime. Next, if there were no accidents, Zichen would be in seclusion until he broke through or until all his resources were exhausted. In the outside world, the search was still going on, but it was still fruitless. It was easier said than done to find a person in such a large area. Time passed quietly. Soon, another year had passed. Many tribes still couldn't find Zichen, but they were still searching. 2 years had passed, and they gradually lost interest. Some of the people they sent out were also called back. By the 5th year, Zichen's name had already faded from people's minds, and his previous feat of killing a reality realm expert was treated as a joke. After searching for several years, they didn't even find a trace of him. Naturally, no one continued to believe that a mere Earth Prime could kill a reality realm expert. Breaking through to the next realm was an extremely long and resource-consuming process. The fastest was 100 years, and the slowest was 1,000 or 10,000 years. After 5 years of seclusion, Zichen woke up once. The reason was that most of the lore fragments on him had been used up, and the rest were void fragments that Zi Chen couldn't bear to use. After opening his eyes, he began to count his gains from 5 years ago. Although it was a little late, it was time to count. Zi Chen took out a handful of spirit rings from his spirit ring. At a glance, there were dozens of them. Immediately after, Zi Chen took out a few more. The number of spirit rings had already exceeded 100, and this number was still increasing. Each spirit ring represented the life of a cultivator, and the weakest was at the Earth Prime level. From this, it could be seen how many cultivators Zi Chen had killed when he went on a killing spree 5 years ago. With almost all the lore fragments used up, Zi Chen needed to count the rest of his gains. This would directly determine whether he would leave or continue his seclusion. After 5 years of seclusion, he was only one step away from the mid-stage of the Earth Prime level. As long as he had the resources, he would be able to break through very quickly. Next, Zi Chen began to count the spirit rings. The feeling of hiding in a cave and silently counting money made Zi Chen feel like a thief. There are only 56 pieces in here and an earth weapon, but it's useless. Why are there only 8 pieces in here? Zi Chen put the lore fragments into a spirit ring, and then put the earth weapon in a separate spirit ring. Earth weapons were the same as earth primes. They were the cheapest items in the Zhanwu continent. They were not even comparable to a bottle of wine. Earth weapons could not be sold at a high price. At most, 1 or 2 pieces were dispensable. This is not bad. There are more than 100 pieces. Yes, there are more than 50 pieces. There are more than 500 pieces. This person is considered rich among the Emptiness Realm experts. There are more than 1,000 pieces. Could this be Ku Quan's spirit ring? Zi Chen tirelessly counted the lore fragments. Although the quality of these lore fragments could not be compared to the lore fragments refined by Dao Ding, they were still ordinary lore fragments. The wealth in the hundreds of spirit rings added up to an enormous amount. Moreover, these lore fragments were still worth refining. After handing them over to the cauldron spirit, their purity would continue to increase. All in all, there were more than 300 spirit rings. The wealth in them was as high as 40,000 pieces. Among them, Zi Chen discovered that there were several spirit rings that contained several thousand pieces of wealth. Of course, there were many spirit rings that only contained single digits of wealth. These were all earth primes. They also needed lore fragments for their cultivation. Therefore, they did not have a lot of them. In addition to wealth, Zi Chen also obtained several hundred earth weapons. If he sold them, he could sell them for several hundred pieces. There were also several dozen void weapons without souls. Although they were somewhat valuable, they would not be worth much. Zi Chen had yet to check the spirit rings of the 3 corporeal realm experts. However, Zi Chen did not have much hope for the spirit ring of the demon. The demon came from the Dark Continent. There was nothing good there. As expected, after opening the spirit ring, there were only a few dozen lore fragments. They were not worth mentioning at all. After that, Zi Chen took out Chu's spirit ring. As a leader, this was the real deal. After the spirit ring was opened, Zi Chen's spiritual senses immediately discovered many lore fragments. There were many of them. In addition to the lore fragments, there were also complete lore fragments. One of them was equivalent to 10 ordinary lore fragments. In addition, there were also many void lore fragments. Zi Chen did a simple calculation. The value of these lore fragments had exceeded 40,000 pieces. Zi Chen could not help but click his tongue. Obviously, he had killed several hundred people and only obtained 40,000 lore fragments. However, Chu's spirit ring contained more than 40,000 pieces of wealth. In addition to the lore fragments, there were also several refining materials in Chu's spirit ring. Their hardness was close to that of real weapons. They should have been obtained from killing general-level battle beasts. After counting Chu's wealth, Zi Chen appeared to be very excited. If not for his limited strength, he would have found another corporeal realm leader and killed him. Next was Wo Mang's. Before Wo Mang established his tribe, Zi Chen concluded that the other party's wealth far exceeded Chu's. As the spirit ring was opened, Zi Chen's guess was indeed correct. There were more lore fragments here, and their value was double that of Chu's wealth, close to 100,000 pieces. Chen was pleasantly surprised, and excited by this number. Obviously, with so many law fragments, it was enough to support Chen for several years, or even more than 10 years of cultivation, allowing him to break through again and again in his cultivation. As the leader of an old force, even if it was the smallest force, it was enough to prove its foundation. In the spirit ring, Chen also found many corporeal realm materials. These were also obtained from killing general-level battle beasts. They could be sold for a good price in the outside world. In addition to wealth, Chen also found flying boats. This was the main means of transportation in the Zhonwu continent. However, it was divided into quality and speed. The ones on Chuz and Womang were undoubtedly of good quality. Finally, Chen found the most desirable but temporarily most useless item in Womang's spirit ring. It was a token of the domain realm. It was a slender token engraved with fine, complicated, and mysterious runes. These runes used the power of space. When Chen looked at it, he actually felt dizzy. This was because his realm was too low. Chen put away the token and didn't continue to pay attention to it. This was a good and priceless item. However, it was useless to Chen now. This was because he didn't know how many years it would take for him to break through to the corporeal realm. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, maybe even 30 or 50,000 years. Therefore, the most important thing now was to break through to the virtual realm. Chapter 12:18. From the early stage to the middle stage, although it was only a small breakthrough, it was a big step for Chen. A breakthrough in the realm meant that his combat strength had increased again. Although he could still kill the virtual realm, he had more power to protect himself when facing the corporeal realm. Chen was very satisfied with the speed of breaking through a small realm in just a few years after coming to the Zhonwu continent. One must know that if it was someone else, they might not be able to break through a small realm in more than 100 years. After the breakthrough, Chen continued his closed-door training. Firstly, he wanted to familiarize himself with his current strength. Secondly, Chen didn't want to go out because he hadn't consumed all the lore fragments yet. The time spent in closed-door training was extremely boring, but in order to survive, he had to continue no matter how boring it was. Next, Chen spent nearly 10 years refining the lore fragments again. During this period, his strength was also increasing. He was very close to the late stage of the Earth realm, but because of his closed-door training all year round, his realm improvement became slow. Even if he had enough resources, it would take 100 or even a few hundred years to break through to the virtual realm. In addition to closed-door training, the state of mind was also very important. At the same time, the state of mind determined the speed of strength growth. Therefore, in theory, it was impossible to reach a high realm in a single closed-door training. Of course, higher life forms were an exception. After feeling that the growth of his strength had slowed down, Chen decisively gave up on cultivating. It just so happened that he had consumed too many lore fragments. It was time to get some more. But before that, Chen needed to refine the thunder wings again. The demon chi on the heavenly thunder wings had gradually been dispelled over the past 10 years. What Chen needed to do was to refine and fuse it again. He believed that the power of the thunder wings would be stronger. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came out. The restriction that Chen had placed for more than 10 years was torn apart by a powerful force. Then, a high-pitched cry came into Chen's ears. "It's a battle beast." Chen was surprised. Boom! The cave where Chen was in shook again, and then there was the sound of a big stone rolling down. Obviously, this was a battle beast attacking the mountain. It can actually discover the restriction I placed. Amazing. Chen sighed. Boom! Boom! Without waiting for Chen to get up, a series of explosions rang out. The entire cave shook unceasingly as a tyrannical aura swept in from outside the cave. It was as if numerous dense and cold sharp blades were pouncing towards him. Swoosh! Chen waved his sleeves, and a surge of energy swept out, dispersing the frigid aura. In the next moment, Chen's figure flickered as he dashed out of the cave. The sky outside the cave was dark. As soon as Chen appeared, he felt a dangerous aura above his head. He looked up and saw a gigantic creature descending from the sky. Its sharp claws were aimed at Zichen's head. This was an eagle-type war beast. Its body was covered with black feathers, and its pair of sharp eyes emitted a cold light. Seeing such a scene, Zichen's expression did not change. The black saber in his hand appeared and slashed at the sharp claw. Clang! The saber light collided with the sharp claws, producing a resounding clang. At the same time, Zichen felt a huge force pass through the long saber and send him flying backward. And seeing that it had sent a human flying with a single blow, the black eagle's expression became even colder. It flapped its wings and flew towards Zichen at an extremely fast speed. The black eagle's wings swept past the ancient trees, snapping them in the middle as if they had been cut by a sharp blade. The cut was neat and smooth. The black eagle arrived in the blink of an eye. Its extreme speed was something Zichen had never seen in his life. It was even faster than the flying boat. He couldn't help but be surprised. He took a step forward and swung his saber again. In the previous blow, he was only sent flying. He wasn't injured. Clang! As the two forces collided, the resounding clang sounded again. A powerful force spread out, and Zichen was sent flying again. He felt numb between his thumb and forefinger. This black eagle was very fast and extremely powerful. It was obviously a general-level war beast. Clang! 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 The black eagle clearly had the upper hand and continued to attack. Although Zichen was able to block every attack, he was unable to defend against his opponent's powerful strength. As his body flew backwards, he also broke many ancient trees along the way. Zichen had always been at a disadvantage. He had to admit that the black eagle was powerful. If he used his own strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat the black eagle in front of him at all. After being sent flying again and again, Zichen's arm was numb from the shock. The web between his thumb and forefinger showed signs of cracking. The black eagle's expression became even colder. It thought that another war beast had come to the former habitat of the giant python. It didn't expect that it would be a human. It screeched loudly and rushed towards Zichen again. Its sharp claws were like space weapons, full of killing power. Get lost! Zichen roared and began to mobilize the void energy in the heavenly thunder wings. His earthly prime realm continued to surge. The late stage of Earth level, the peak stage, the early stage of emptiness realm, the peak stage of emptiness realm, the middle stage of emptiness realm. He stopped when his level was about to reach the peak of the middle level. The heavenly thunder wings had raised Zichen's level by a whole level. Zichen felt an abundant power filling his body. He held the blade and slashed forward again. The blade shot out like a waterfall, carrying a powerful attack hundreds of times stronger than before. Clang! However, when the attack fell on the black eagle, a sonorous sound was heard again. The opponent's sharp claws had become indestructible weapons. However, the power contained in Zichen's attack was also surprisingly strong. Therefore, he no longer flew backward. This time, it was the black eagle that was sent flying. The black eagle was sent flying by Zichen. Because of its huge body, several ancient trees were broken. Its cold expression immediately changed. Its eyes were filled with surprise and amazement. Ha! Zichen shouted again. He strode forward and raised his long blade. Clang! The black eagle blocked this attack with its beak. Zichen still couldn't break its defense. I don't believe that all the defenses on your body are spatial weapons. Zichen glared. Golden light flashed around his body. Then, two more figures flew out. The two doppelgangers and Zichen rushed toward the black figure in three directions. Poof! Poof! The black eagle crushed one doppelganger with its claws. At the same time, it destroyed another doppelganger with its beak. However, Zichen's real body was already beside the black eagle. He slashed down with his long blade. The blade landed on the black feathers. Zichen finally heard the sound of the black eagle's defense being broken. However, it was as if he had cut the toughest object in the world. More than 80% of the attack's power was neutralized. The remaining 20% entered the black eagle's body. However, it couldn't cause any harm to the black eagle. The black eagle was sent flying again. After being injured by the blade, The black eagle's cold eyes became angry. Then, it flapped its wings and a destructive storm formed. The ancient trees were uprooted, and like numerous large mountains, they whistled towards Zichen. Zichen's body was protected by the void space. He slashed at the incoming objects. Ray after ray of blade light appeared and destroyed all the incoming objects. Roar! A cry came from above. The black eagle descended from the sky. Its sharp claws were already on top of Zichen's head. Zichen held his blade and slashed again. Ray of blade light shot up into the sky. Clang! This was an evenly matched battle. Zichen was slightly better. However, it was unrealistic to want to kill the black eagle. Every time he attacked, he could only leave a small wound on the black figure. These wounds were very light and not fatal. Although the destruction law was attached to them, because the wounds were too light, the destruction law didn't have much effect. One man and one eagle fought in the forest. This battle lasted for a day and a night. Both of them had amazing physical strength. They didn't feel tired. During this time, Zichen also had a deeper grasp of his current strength. Knowing that he couldn't kill the other party, he used the black eagle to practice. However, the black eagle didn't think so. It was very angry that it couldn't kill the human after so long. As the fierce battle continued, the many wounds on the black eagle's body finally began to affect its injuries. For the first time, there was hesitation in its cold eyes. Looking at the human who was getting braver and braver, it also decisively soared into the sky and left. "Don't go!" Zichen shouted. Then, he soared into the sky and chased after the black eagle. However, after chasing for a few breaths, the black eagle disappeared from the horizon. "It can run quite well," Zichen panted as he descended from the sky. Looking at the miserable battlefield around him, he shook his head. The black eagle was only a general-level war beast. It was considered to be in the emptiness realm. Zichen was also in the emptiness realm with the help of the thunder wings. However, he didn't kill the black eagle. This showed how extraordinary the black eagle was. Moreover, this was only the first general-level war beast that Zichen had encountered. Zichen was even more cautious about war beasts. The black eagle retreated in a sorry state. It probably wouldn't come back. Zichen continued to set up a restriction. Then, he returned to the cave and began to refine the heavenly thunder wings. The 9 deaths of thunder and lightning combined with the heavenly thunder wings was known as the fastest technique in the world. However, Zichen had only reached the 8th death. He hadn't reached the 9th death yet. With the gap of 1 death, the speed of the world was greatly reduced. Speed was the key to killing the enemy and also the key to escaping. All along, Zichen had the advantage of speed. However, today, he couldn't catch up with the black eagle. This was quite a blow to him. Therefore, he became even more eager to refine the thunder wings. This was because he had a feeling that the 9th death was likely to be in the thunder wings. This was because the 8th death was originally in the thunder wings. Soon, half a month had passed. Zichen had completely integrated the heavenly thunder wings. At this moment, the heavenly thunder wings were emitting a pure silver light. There wasn't a trace of demon chi on it. At the moment of integration, Zichen was pleasantly surprised to find that a technique was transmitted to his sea of consciousness through the thunder wings. And this was the complete 9 deaths of thunder and lightning. This discovery made Zichen extremely surprised. The 9 deaths of thunder and lightning, the fastest technique in the world, hadn't appeared in the world for many years. He didn't expect that Zichen would obtain the complete speed technique here. With the complete technique, it meant that Zichen would once again possess the fastest speed in the world. Zichen seemed very excited. However, before he could continue to study it, the cave shook again. Bang! The restriction was broken again. An ear-piercing cry rang in Zichen's ears, causing his eardrums to hurt.